What's up, everybody? It's me, E-Man. Listen, as you know, another season of From is on the way, but I know some time has gone by. Maybe you forgot a couple things, and maybe you need a refresher, so have no fear, I've got you covered. All right, now this video is going to be a complete breakdown of the season, and it will include much more context and commentary, and I just kind of put all my breakdowns all in one video, so it's a little more convenient for you. But if you do want a shorter, quicker recap of just what happened in the season, be sure to go check out my other shorter video on my channel. We start off in a hospital in Maine with the doctor talking with Tabitha. Tabitha is surprised that the doctor wasted little to no time in snitching on her and calling the police. Tabitha breaks out of the hospital and sneaks out. As she heads out, she looks across the street and sees the boy in white waving at her. She proceeds to break the law and jaywalk and follows him into a shop and harasses another little boy that turns out to actually be a real boy. Okay, so a couple of things. In the last episode, we found out that the doctor had told Tabitha that she was found on the road by some hikers 3 days prior to this, right? So far, I believe it's safe to say a couple of things. One, Tabitha actually is in the real world. Now, in case some of you still might be in doubt of this being the case, I'm going to drop a separate video where I do believe it'll actually prove that in season 2, it already confirmed that she was in the real world, but many people just missed it. So be on the lookout for that. The other thing to consider is that I do believe that the time in the real world does work the same way that it does in the town. And what I mean by that is basically 24 hours in the town is 24 hours in the real world as well. But there is something fishy going on here. If this is the real world, then what's up with Tabitha seeing the boy in white? You'd think that would be some sort of thing that only happens in the town. So this begs the question, is she actually in the real world, or is it possible that Tabitha may have brought something into the real world with her? I mean, off the top of my head, I'm starting to believe that there's some sort of maybe a spiritual bleeding going on. Like if this is some supernatural stuff, then this could be something crossing over, or I don't know, maybe vice versa. Maybe something is bleeding into the town. I'm not really sure. But something has got to be going on for the boy in white to be appearing to Tabitha at this point. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was back in season 2, episode 3, Tabitha had admitted to Julie that she'd been already seeing things ever since Thomas passed away. So maybe seeing the boy in white is just another illusion or a continuation of the hallucinations that Tabitha has already been experiencing. Feel free to let me know what you think in the comments. Back in town, Boyd is cleaning up his wounds from when he got shot by Reggie. Just then, Father Khatri appears for a little chat. Khatri rattles off all the issues and challenges that Boyd has had to deal with. Now, Boyd recalls his latest encounter with the evil entity from last season and states that the entity pretended to be his late wife, Abby. This prompted Boyd to ask Khatri to answer just what exactly is he, and Khatri couldn't answer that question. Mrs. Lewis dragging Ethan back in the town as Jim comes running in. Ethan is pissed at Victor for snitching on him. Ethan said that they had to go out and look for their mom. Julie comes in from looking for Ethan, but now that Ethan has been found, she goes off on her own to get her mind right. You know, one thing that I absolutely love is when Boyd and the other characters just straight up acknowledge all the crazy stuff that happens in this show. More importantly, I love it when they do it in a way that helps them make sense of things. Like, he knew the evil entity was impersonating his wife, Abby. So that prompted him to question Khatri. Well, the fact that Khatri couldn't answer, I think just points more to the fact that Khatri is just a projection of Boyd's subconscious. If you look back at their previous interactions and conversations after Khatri's death, you can tell this because Khatri doesn't really give Boyd any type of new or independent information. There's nothing coming from Khatri that only Khatri would know, but Boyd wouldn't think or know on his own. Everything that Khatri says is basically Boyd's self-reflection or consciousness talking to himself, right? And I think it's no different than when Jade was talking to that mental projection of Tom, the bartender. Anyway, Ethan is obviously going through it right now. He wants to venture out in the woods to go find his mom. Keep in mind, she went off to the tree house and never came back. She's been gone for 3 days now. And how no one is watching Ethan is beyond me. Listen, I just know if my kids, God forbid, were in this town with me, y'all not going nowhere, okay? If I can't see you in my line of vision, you're not moving, okay? Nowhere. Not with all this crazy, dream-killing, nighttime monsters walking around. By the way, this Victor and Ethan relationship, this friendship, it seems to be on thin ice. You can't be out here snitching on your best friend like that, man. I'm just saying, at least, Victor, you should have gone out there with him or something. As for Julie, man, I feel bad for her because it's clear that she's still shooken up by this entity that possessed her last season. And obviously, it doesn't help that, their mom has been gone for 3 days. So there's just so much drama and stress going on here. And, hopefully they can hold it together. Back at Colony House, Fatima is puking from her pregnancy. Apparently, Fatima isn't able to hold any food down. Right on time, in comes Tilly, being nosy to offer random words of comfort. Donna grabs Ellis to help her with the crops that are still dying, and Elgin apparently hasn't slept for a while. Meanwhile, Jim is packing up to go out in the woods to find Tabitha. Boyd tried to talk him out of it, but Kenny stepped up and says that he'll go out there in the woods with him. They hear a disturbance at the bar and find Jade practically delusional as he's been trying to piece together what's going on. Okay, so I guess Fatima's going through what I think, this is just normal morning sickness, with pregnant women. But it is a little concerning that she can't eat anything at all. Listen, just because you're pregnant and you throw up in the morning or whatever, you should still be eating because the baby needs nourishment, right? So that is some sort of concern here. Now, if you all recall, I've been talking about how this pregnancy could be a strange thing in this place, this town, this environment, because this place does have a strange effect on people's minds and their body. So we can only imagine what it could do to someone that's pregnant. I don't think we've had any other pregnant people in the town. So I'm still betting on a demon baby coming out, but I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Now, as for the crops that are being affected here, along with the change of weather that's never happened before, according to Victor, all this seems to be a continuation of the punishment that this town, this place, is placing on the people for trying to leave. Remember Nathan's theory that if you try to leave, this town is, gonna push back or whatnot. Listen, this food shortage, it can definitely be a real problem, especially since Uber Eats don't deliver out here. Now, there's something I want you to pay attention to here. Boyd mentioned multiple times that when he and Sarah went out in the woods, their tent was dragged by God knows what. Okay, he's mentioned this multiple times. I believe this is yet another hint that the God knows what is actually giant spiders. They've been referenced multiple times in the show, whether it be people's dreams, whether it be drawings. So if I had to guess and make a prediction, by the end of this season, we will see our first giant spider. Let me know what you think. Back in the real world, Tabitha approaches two girls to borrow their phone. She calls her mom and lets her know that she's okay. She then tells her that she's got to go. Bye. The two girls quickly go and sanitize their phone. Mrs. Liu brings Kenny some food for his trip. Jim tells Ethan that he's going to go off and look for their mom. Jim and Kenny head off into the woods. Ellis comes running in and brings Boyd to Donna. She shows him that all of their remaining crops are now rotten. The townspeople who know about this bombard Mrs. Lou to grab whatever spare food that they can. Over at the barn, Randall tries to take one of the goats until Victor steps in to stop him. Before Randall could get too aggressive, Victor reminded him that he stays strapped with that thing on his hip. Boyd comes in right on time and takes the gun away from Victor. Boyd tells everyone to just calm down and give them time to figure out how to manage these low resources. Okay, so where do we start? First off, you've made it this far in the video, and I really appreciate it. And it means a whole lot to me if you would just go ahead, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell for the notifications so you don't miss out the next time I drop some content. Thank you in advance. Anyway, Tabitha. Look, Tabitha is tripping, okay? If I'm back in the real world, yes, I'm calling my people to come pick me up. I'm also telling them to bring me a change of clothes and a hot plate of food, okay? I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Tabitha was bogus here, but there is the fact that her mom and family have probably been worrying about them going missing for weeks to months. So they probably thought that Tabitha and her family were dead. So to give them that little bit of hope and quickly take it away and leave her hanging. Ooh, I don't know. Do you think that Tabitha was in the right for calling her mom? And by the way, will this finally prove to some folks out there that Tabitha is not Victor's sister or his mom or whatever wild theories people were coming up with? She's got her own mama with a whole Spanish accent. Is that okay with some folks? I'm just saying, because some folks was really holding on to this theory that Tabitha has to be related to Victor. Now, as for Jim, he said that he's going to go off and go find Tabitha. But my question is this. Hey, man, where are you going? You were literally there when Victor told Tabitha that he was going to take her to the bottle tree because that's how to get to the lighthouse. Why aren't you talking to Victor? Why are you just taking your bag and stuff and walking into the woods? Go talk to Victor. Speaking of my man Victor, I bet not one of y'all are going to say nothing to my man's face at all. Randall tried to get Buck, and he pulled out that thing like, what you gonna do then? What's up? Make a move. I laughed so hard I did not know Victor was about that life. Victor was like, yo, y'all step, okay? Step up and you gonna get laid down, okay? I did not know Victor was that gangster, okay? Now, listen, this is why if I was in the town, Victor would be my best friend, and there's no question about it. Jim and Kenny are in the woods and they stumble upon some strange statues surrounding some of the abandoned huts. Tabitha goes into a confessional to talk to a priest. The priest started talking about God and Tabitha's like, oh, hell no, I didn't come here to talk about that. We don't talk about God right now, not when I just came out of that town. She told the priest that she came from a place where monsters come out at night. She came through a tree after a little boy pushed her and none of the people can escape. The priest then asked her to tell him more about Victor and the snacks that he made for her. She looks in the lunchbox and finds Victor's full government name and address. She quickly leaves. Okay, so Jim and Kenny are initially on their way towards the place where Boyd originally found the talisman. That's where they were headed at first. However, it seems like they got turned around and they're headed in a different direction. But here's the thing. Right before Jim and Kenny headed out, Boyd gave them directions. He told them where to go to find that place where he originally found the talisman. So the fact that they still ended up in a different place, I think this could be the result of the trees constantly moving and shifting. I mean, we know that they've been moving ever since season 1. We know that Boyd, even when he would leave marks in the trees and stuff, would still end up getting lost sometimes in the woods. But more importantly, what's up with these statues? Now, if you watched my live stream before where I was talking about the season 3 trailer, I said that I believe that the statues were probably something similar to the talisman, right? They might be there to ward off evil or maybe keep something out. Don't really know. And I've seen others say that they are basically scarecrows, and I think that both of those assertions could be true. I mean, we have seen and heard hints of scarecrows in both drawings, and we've heard this from characters as well talking about scarecrows. So could these statues maybe keep the monsters out at night, or could they be set up for something even worse that comes out at night? What do you think is the real deal with these scarecrow statues? Now, listen, as for Tabitha, I'm glad she went to church. Because listen, if anyone were to believe whatever she has to say, it would have to be, I think, a religious-minded person. Now, recall, even Father Khatri was far more open and less skeptical, even when it came to listening to the voices that were talking to Sarah. And no, that's not to say that a religious person would just be gullible and just believe anything. It's really more so to say that that is the perfect place to go to get someone who would be more open-minded to all the craziness that we all know is actually happening in the town. Anyway, I need my girl Tabitha to work on her town elevator pitch. I mean, she just flat out told him, trapped in a town, monsters come out at night, went through a tree, a boy pushed me. Tabitha, I mean, listen, she's not wrong, right? But it doesn't sound all that convincing, you know? And listen, thanks to the priest's questions, Tabitha did end up finding Victor's info, and, you know, now we know his full name and address. So some good did come from this, right? You know, like, because if she went to the police or something, they probably would have just locked her up thinking she was crazy. Now, let's keep this in mind for now. I don't believe that it's any type of mere coincidence that Tabitha just so happened to go through this tree, which happened to take her right to Victor's hometown. There's got to be something here that's a connection or a clue of what's going on in the town. Do you have any guesses? Back in Colony House, Elgin continues to doze off as he knits. Tilly turns around and sees the dead woman walking that happens to grab Elgin's face. Turns out it was all a dream. At the Lou residence, Boyd and Donna debate what to do about the low food situation. Mrs. Lou offers up the idea to maybe plant smaller crops in different locations. Donna mentions how they could slaughter up one of the animals, and Boyd mentions how delicious the goat might be for dinner. Ethan runs away after overhearing that his goat friend Alma could become a gyro meal deal. Boyd consoles Ethan and tells him that the animals are going to be heroes and save the people in the town. Ethan said, cool, serve up the little goat first so he doesn't have to watch his friend die. Man, that dead lady is clearly messing Elgin up. Now, I noticed here that we got a much better look at her this time. So it looks like she's wearing maybe a kimono or something. And I'm assuming that that means that she's of Asian descent. So I think that might finally stop some of the other theories that have been floating around that this is really Fatima from the future who died and Elgin is her secret child that grows up, or whatever y'all was talking about. I really don't know. But I do wonder what is going on with this dead lady. What does she want? Now, here's one thing that I want you to think about. If you go back to season 2, it looked like that Elgin was being drowned by the lady, right? I think that was not exactly the case. I think what was really happening, and we probably all took it for granted, I think this ghoul lady is actually good. Because if you really look at that sequence of events, back when Elgin was in the tub, before she supposedly drowned him, what happened? If you look closely, the music box started playing. And I think if you go back and realize, whenever somebody saw or heard the music box play for too long, they ended up becoming a victim of the cicada monster, the evil entity. So I'm wondering, did the evil lady actually try to drown Elgin, or is it possible that she might have been trying to help him? Elgin did say he does not take baths, so clearly my man is not a bath expert, and it was possible that he was falling asleep and maybe he slipped into the tub, and it's possible that maybe this ghoul, death lady, or whatever was waking him up so he would not be a victim of the evil entity. Ooh, man, am I cooking with grease or what? Come on now. Y'all let me know. Do you think that the evil, well, I don't even know if she's evil. Do you think the dead lady is evil, or do you think that maybe she's one of those ghosts that look evil, but she's really just trying to help? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, as for this whole food shortage, man, first of all, come through, Mrs. Lou, okay? I love the fact, listen, I need to remind y'all once again, she's the one that gave Jade the bright idea, pun intended, to use the power from the current electrical devices so that way they can find power for their radio tower. So shout out to Mrs. Lou for coming up with the good ideas. Now she's got an even better idea with the whole planting of the crops and stuff, because yeah, maybe this area of the town is cursed, but maybe there are others that are not. You know, it's good to find out rather than planting everything in one area and having everything die. So I love her ingenuity here and her contribution. But yeah, listen, this food situation is really ramping up. I mean, the townspeople are panicking and they're freaking out. And the worst thing you need during a crisis is people panicking, because that will cause an even bigger issue. Y'all remember when we didn't have toilet tissue for months? Yeah, y'all remember that? But look, this town is really putting the residents in a tough spot, because if they have to start eating the animals, then that could really spell the end of everyone here. Tabitha shows up at Victor's address, and a man asks her about the lunchbox she was carrying. She immediately concludes that this has to be Victor's father. Kenny and Jim realize that they may actually be lost. They hear something outside, but the noise quickly stops. Jim realizes that he needs to quit leaving his kids alone and decides it's time to go back home. Oh my God. Okay. So I think many of us who watched the trailer from season 3 concluded that this old man was Victor's actual father, and it seems like this is the actual case, right? This will definitely come in handy as far as getting more information, and I'm thinking that we could possibly get more clues to fill us in on Victor's past, and maybe even more. Now, as for Jim, I'm glad that he's finally realizing that, you know, leaving your kids alone in a town where nightmares become real and monsters are running around might not be the best of ideas, right? Now, remember when he left his family to go build a fort in the RV and go play lookout with Randall? I mean, come on, bro. But listen, what they heard outside the hut, can we talk about that real quick? I'm more than convinced that had to be one of the giant spiders. But what bothers me is that if that was a spider that was similar to what may have dragged Boyd and Sarah's tent, then I think we can assume a few things. One, these potential spiders are not limited to just coming out in the nighttime just like the monsters. That's a problem, right? Two, the talisman might not have any actual effect on them in terms of keeping them away. Three, apparently those scarecrow statues or whatever are not working the way I thought they would as a talisman. So maybe they don't keep the spiders away. Clearly that doesn't work. And four, not one person in this town came in with a can of Raid. What do you think was making that noise outside the hut? Back in town, as night falls, the monsters are busy causing chaos as they let the animals out and open up the barn. Boyd notices the animals roaming in the street. Him and Jade start to lead them back in, and Victor and Mrs. Lou come out to help. Randall sees the monsters making their way towards them and warns everyone with a honking of the bus. Ethan sees his favorite goat roaming outside and opens up the door to find Meemaw Monster standing right there. They run out the back door and Sarah comes to their aid. Jade is approached by the Milkman Monster and down goes Bessie the cow. Victor comes to pull him aside. Randall quickly opens up the bus to help. They manage to get most of the animals in the bar. Mrs. Lou opts to help Boyd get the other cow into the barn. Boyd quickly puts up the talisman, turns around, and finds some of the monsters posted up inside. They grab Mrs. Lou and handcuff Boyd. He begs the monsters to kill him, but they say no, and instead, they begin to torture Mrs. Lou as Boyd is left there watching, helplessly. Oh my God. I mean, damn. This is tough. This is tough. I mean, Mrs. Lou, this sucks. This sucks. I mean, she wasn't like the biggest character, but I feel like you cared about her, you know? Now, what I'm afraid of is what is going to happen to Kenny? You know, I mean, if this place wants anyone to break, Kenny seems like the perfect candidate, right? I mean, they took his daddy, they took his mama, gave his old girlfriend a questionable haircut. My man is not going to be okay. But okay, let's kind of go back because damn it, Ethan. Now, I know he's young. I get it, you know, and I have to remind myself that he's still a little kid. But come on, man. I know earlier you wanted to go out in the woods and look for your mama. Now, it was foolish, but I can understand a kid wanting to save their parent like that. But a goat? Bro, ain't no way you about to risk it all over lamb chop. What are you talking about? But we need to talk about the monsters here because they are clearly stepping up their game and things are getting way more complex. Recall, we know what the monsters are capable of. We know that they're able to adapt, right? They don't do things the same way all the time. They went from chasing and screaming people to just walking silently and smiling instead, right? Because apparently this was all a game for them. Now they're out here laying whole booby traps for the residents. Not only that, but did you notice that they're going back to screaming again? Think about this. They have had animals in the town for a long time. The monsters could have attacked their livestock at any point in time. So I find it interesting that the monsters just so happen to go for the town's livestock around the same time that this place or environment was mad at everyone. Because remember, the boy in white did confirm that this place has feelings. So when it's angry, it will send over storms or poison the soil itself. So I believe that this place and the monsters are probably definitely in sync. Matter of fact, we can also think about this other connection, right? We heard the cowboy monster repeat what Boyd had said back in the last season where he was saying, you know, you can't break me, right? And if you recall, he had said that during the daytime. And we know that the monsters sleep at night underground. So how are they getting this information? What kind of evil Bluetooth connections do these monsters have going on around here? I mean, could the town be using monsters as like the extension of itself? I find it interesting that the monsters are far more interested in the suffering of people than they are killing or eating them. They would rather not kill Boyd just to make him suffer. So maybe Abby, or the evil entity version of her, maybe that thing was right. This place probably does just feed off of hope. And if you think about it, the most hopeful person in this entire show is Boyd. So killing people that are close to him, you know, it's a way to kind of slowly drain him of his hope, especially if this place feeds off of that. I mean, think about it like this. You know, if this place really wanted to break Boyd, all they got to do is go for Ellis. Because I'm thinking like, yo, you know, Boyd would probably just throw in the towel if Ellis were to, you know, go too. So I think this place is definitely feeding off of the hope, and it's doing it in a very crafty way. By the way, it was not lost on me the irony of the milkman killing the cow. And that is such a major loss for the town. I mean, they do need these cows for milk and stuff. So that's done for, right? Or at least it's severely shortened up at this point. But what do you think is going on with the monsters? And do you believe that they are working with the town or in some way, shape, or form? And you tell me, is Mrs. Lou gone? I mean, there's a chance. Maybe she survived. Y'all think she survived? I don't know if she survived. We did see the trailer and the foot. That does look like her foot. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if that's confirmation in the next episode. Do you think she's gone? I think she's gone. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think in the comments down below. With daylight now here, Jade and Victor are in the bar with the animals they were able to rescue. Jade heads over to the barn and finds the mutilated body of Tien Chen. She dead. He goes over to find Boyd recounting and reciting something in Cantonese. Jade uncuffs him and he immediately runs over to the body and begins to mourn. Over in the woods, Jim calls Kenny over to show him that he's found a new source of food. So much food that it could possibly feed everyone in town. Whoo! Okay. I mean, listen, right off the bat, emotions are flying high. A couple of things I think you should probably consider with this opening scene. Jade and Victor clearly haven't slept all night long, right? And if you notice the look on their faces, I think it's reasonable to assume that they were really traumatized by Mrs. Lou screaming all night long. Hence why Jade said,
somebody has to go and see.
But Boyd, oh, my heart breaks for my man right here. His relationship with Mrs. Lou is deeper than I think most people might realize. The moment Boyd came into this town, he was asked with the responsibility of managing resources, keeping order, and maintaining safety, right? And Mrs. Lou was a key component in helping him facilitate all of those things by running the diner, cooking the food, and maintaining the supplies of the town. Now, beyond that, Boyd stepped up as a father figure for Kenny, you know, and so when Kenny's father died and Boyd had to reconcile with not telling both Kenny and his mom about Sarah, that was a lot, right? But I think it goes even deeper because if you recall, before the monsters started torturing Tien Chen, Boyd specifically said, "Kill me instead." He was willing to die for her. And I really do believe that that speaks volumes for how much he really cared about her.
Kill me, but you leave her alone.
And I think this goes without saying, but my man Harold Perrineau is out here acting. Okay, I mean, like, the fact that he doesn't get an Emmy nomination or wins is a crime against nature. It makes no sense. Like, can the Academy or the Emmy people, can somebody look at this man's work? Now, as for Jim and Kenny, finally, a positive thing has happened for the townfolk. So this might be a little premature, but I think this might support two possible theories. The first theory isn't all that major, and it's basically that when people go out on quests, go outside the town, in the woods, whatever, despite coming across, you know, possible danger, of course, there are rewards to be found as well. Now, we've seen this be the case with Boyd. When he would go into the woods, he'd either come back with livestock or talisman or a whole Eva cicada monster, you know, pick your flavor. Either way, going out into the woods is a high risk, high reward type of deal. Now, the second theory I have here is I think I know why the food is able to grow in this specific spot. I believe it's actually due to those weird looking statues that we saw earlier. Now, in my last video, I mentioned how those statues could possibly be scarecrows. Now, think about the purpose of a scarecrow. It's a measure to protect a farmer's crops from being destroyed, right? Now, originally, I thought those statues were there to maybe protect against the monsters in the town, or even the possible giant spiders that could be lurking around and might be coming soon. But now I believe that these statues actually protect against whatever this town, place, or environment could be. Recall, this place is able to control things like the weather when it sends storms, or it can poison the soil so food can't grow. Well, apparently that isn't the case in this very specific piece of land, which just so happens to have these weird statues surrounding it. So what do you think? Could these statues actually serve the purpose of creating a safety zone from the powers of this place? Let me know your thoughts and theories on why the food was able to grow in this area and not in others. Let me know in the comments down below. Back in the real world, Tabitha wakes up on a couch with Victor's dad keeping her at gunpoint. He tells her that she passed out on his porch, and he demands that she tell him how she got Victor's lunchbox. She gives him a recap of season 1 and confirmed that Victor is indeed alive. He doesn't believe her and told her that he pre-snitched and called the police about 20 minutes ago. She tells him that she'll prove that she isn't lying. Back in town, Sarah heads over to the clinic. Before Christy could cuss her out and turn her away, Sarah tells her that Tien Chen has died. Boyd and Jade carry Mrs. Lu's body over to the church. Jade asks Boyd how was he still alive during the barn incident, and Boyd confirmed that the monsters wanted him to watch. Boyd is haunted by the images of Mrs. Lu being tortured. Ethan is crying about Tien Chen, and Victor storms in and grabs all of his drawings. While Julie and Ethan ask Victor to stay, Victor explodes on them and storms out.
I told you that it's not make-believe. I told you that bad things happen here. It's not my fault that you didn't listen.
Well, I think we can safely conclude that this is definitely Victor's daddy, because they both stay with that thing on their hip. And unlike when she was talking to the priest, I actually like the fact that her story flowed a little bit better. It sounded a little bit more, logical and reasonable. And, what I liked here was the fact that she immediately recognized that if she had went to the cops to tell them her story, they would have thought she was crazy, right? And I love it when the writing in any show will capture the logical or reasonable actions for a character, because many of us, I think, would have also thought, I need to go to the police, without considering the fact that you'd probably end up as the prime suspect in the case of your missing family. See, now you're on an episode of the next 48, drinking a can of pop, and you're just snitching on yourself trying to get a plea bargain. Anyway, as for the town, we now know who was in that barrel in the teaser trailer. I know many of you all suspected that it could have been Mrs. Lu, but we also got even further confirmation from Boyd that these monsters really wanted him to watch and suffer. This only reminds me of what happened with Brian and Kelly. Remember the girl with the thing in her head, stuck to a tree? I'm wondering now if their torment was actually a foreshadowing for what would later happen to Boyd in the barn. Now, as for Victor, it's actually kind of refreshing to see him get to a point where he seems to have finally reached a breaking point, right? I mean, he's tired of seeing his friends die. He seems determined, and this is so much better to see from him rather than him cowering in a corner and just drawing pictures. So I'm with whatever Victor's about to do. Victor's dad starts looking up Tabitha's family on the internet. She brought up the kids in the tower that she was supposed to save, and that's when something clicked for Henry. He dismissed the cops and made Tabitha some hamburger helper. In the town, Donna and Boyd talk about last night's horrific event. She questions Boyd's decision to go after the animals at the risk of losing residents. Boyd is frustrated because he felt like he didn't have a choice. Donna ends up conceding that he was right, but the game this place is playing is completely rigged no matter what they do.
You're right. You did what you had to do. You did the only thing you could do. And you lost. Because the game here is rigged.
You know, it's not often, but I like the fact that we're seeing more of Donna reaching her limits here, right? I mean, yeah, she's gotten upset before in the past, especially when she's had her beef with Randall, but now she's really starting to get into her real weakness, which is disappointment. Donna's deal here is that she hates getting her hopes up because the higher your hopes go up, the harder the fall is going to be when those expectations are not met and you're disappointed. So at this point, she puts so much hope into Boyd as being the one to get her home and everyone else. But obviously, it's just crushing to lose someone and still be stuck in this place. So she's taken a deep fall in that regard. As for Boyd, he asked if he should have let the only resource that they had wander into the woods and let people starve. Sir, come here. Sir. Yes. Yes. Did you forget there were monsters outside? You let those animals go out and then you go looking for them in the daylight. I mean, listen, I know that's a risk, but risking people going out at night is way more costly than you have to, endure. So not to mention, why the hell aren't y'all locking these animals up in the barn with a talisman? Now, listen, I didn't grow up on a barn, so I ain't raised no animals or nothing. I'm a suburban kid, okay? But, is that a wild concept? Can somebody help me out with this? Is it really crazy to lock up animals in a barn or something? Back in town, Christy meets up with Boyd and gives him the same pep talk that he gave to her after Sarah tried to unalive Ethan. She tells him that what happened last night wasn't his fault, but he will end up saving more people. Kenny returns with the food that they found, and Boyd tries to talk to him, but Kenny calls out for his mom.
Ma!
Realizing that his mom isn't coming, he ends up walking off, and Christy goes and follows after him into the diner. So a couple of things. I think what's important to note here is that this season seems like it's definitely going to focus on a running theme with Boyd. It's almost like he's got a little bit of survivor's guilt, but at the same time, he desperately wants to save people, and he takes all these losses very hard. But listen, I know it's not a competition, but I'm really starting to believe that the real person this town is trying to break, it ain't Boyd, it's Kenny. I mean, nothing hit me harder than seeing my boy Kenny. I mean, he came in with the food, you know what I'm saying? It was... And he thought he was going to have this big joyous achievement, this big, optimistic moment, only to be hit hard with the realization of his mom being gone. I'm not going to lie. Definitely shed a thug tear or two at this moment. At the colony house, Fatima is still feeling sick from her pregnancy. She notices that her tooth has fallen out. Both her and Ellis go off to the clinic. With Christy gone, Marielle stepped up to help. Ellis is pretty nervous about a recovering drug addict treating his pregnant wife. Marielle reassures them that everything is cool and Fatima is just really malnourished. At the diner, Kenny asks Christy to make his mom look nice. As he continues to mourn, the radio turns on to play Kool and the Gang's hit song, Celebration. Kenny decides to give it a thumbs down and turn it off. Yo, this has got to be one of the pettiest things the town has ever done to anyone that I can recall. I mean, this man just lost his mama. And you gonna play Celebration? I had to sit there and pause and take it in for a moment because I was just like, why is the town like this? Why are they? Why? Why forecome? I mean, look, if you've seen my past videos about all the unresolved questions and from, then this is one of them. What is going on with this radio? We heard it come on and play a song specifically for Boyd, and now it seems to be taunting Kenny. And do you have any ideas about this radio? I mean, if you do, please let me know, because I think this town is just, I don't know, their Spotify list is just straight up plain evil. Jim comes back home and Julie gives him a piece of her mind. She tells him that Ethan almost died and that he should have been there. She mentioned how when Thomas died, she had to step up and be there for Ethan while he was all alone. She told him to get it together.
When Thomas died, you and Mom fell apart and there was no one there for Ethan. I was 15. I can't do it again. I can't, not this time. I need you to get your together, okay?
Okay.
You know what? I owe Julie an apology. I apologize. Because clearly I didn't have the whole story. Back in season 1, I really thought Julie was just being a stereotypical rebellious teenager. You know, remember when she wanted to stay in Colony House instead of with her family, and all those all those times when she would fight or storm off, whenever she was talking with Tabitha and stuff. Like, I was like, okay, like, she's clearly tripping. Well, now it makes a lot more sense. Okay. It's one thing to have parents going through a divorce. I mean, I think it's common knowledge that divorces are very hard, especially on the children that are involved. But the real issue clearly was Thomas's death. That caused the trauma, not only in Jim and Tabitha's relationship, but Ethan got neglected in some way, shape, or form along the way. So in that neglect, it was big sister Julie that had to step in. And as an adult sibling myself, right, I'm the oldest of my siblings, I can totally relate to this. It's one thing to, watch your siblings while mom and dad go out on a date or something or whatever, right? That's fine. But really having to step up as a sibling into a parental role, you miss out on things. That takes a toll. Like, you miss out on being a kid or a teenager yourself. And that's a lot. And I can see why Julie might have grown a sense of frustration and maybe even a little resentment. I mean, yeah, I could totally see where she's coming from at this point with all that. And, her feelings are valid. Now, I will say, Jim is clearly a different parent than me. You can have your feelings. That's totally fine. You can even say that I was wrong. I'm okay with accountability. But what you're not going to do is cuss at me and talk to me any kind of way. That's just not going to happen. Clearly, we parent different.
I need you to get your together.
In the town, Jade sits down with Tien Chen's body so she wouldn't be alone. Christy comes in and she isn't feeling up to the task to help dress up Mrs. Liu's body. Jade said that he will help.
Let me help you. I used to play dress up a lot as a kid. We can do this.
So a couple of quick things in this scene. We noticed that, when it comes to Tien Chen's body, her organs are missing. Once again, this was one of those big questions that I brought up in my Unsolved Questions video. What are the monsters doing with those organs? Are they using them for something? Are they eating them? We don't really know as of yet. Also, Jade mentioned something interesting here. He said that when he was a kid, he used to play dress up a lot. Now, I think that the show is dropping us yet another hint that of maybe Jade's sexual orientation. I believe that he could be bi. Him and Toby were probably a little bit more than just friends, right? Plus, if you go back to the first season during the car crash, he complimented both men and women of looking very beautiful or having beautiful faces.
You okay?
You have an amazing face.
Hey.
Now, yeah, he was high, but I also recall that he was a little turned off when Trudy, tried to make a pass at him too.
I would erode you like an alabaster, Craig. Bye.
Anyway, I'm just saying I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if somewhere in the future we end up finding out this kind of future reveal for his character. At the colony house, Fatima and Ellis return from the clinic. After Ellis leaves, Fatima is famished. She looks around, finds some of the rotten, spoiled crop, and gets to feasting. What the hell? Look, I know pregnancies will have women having, weird cravings and stuff. I get it. But rotten food? Where they do that at? Oh, listen, this is definitely a demon baby. You can't tell me no way otherwise. This is a demon baby. Donna starts to cut up the cow that the monsters killed. Ethan came in looking for Victor, but couldn't find him. He asked Donna if the inside of the cow's body looked the same as Tien Chen's body.
Is that what Tien Chen looked like? After what they did to her?
No, sweetie.
Hey, yo, Ethan, what the hell, man? What? Listen, it really seems as though this place is robbing Ethan of his innocence. Y'all remember back in season 1, he was playing with toys and having all these stories and stuff. Now he talking about the insides of human bodies and stuff. Ooh, this place is really messing with him. And of course, obviously losing his mom, thinking his mom is dead, like that's clearly taking a toll as well. But I get the feeling that we're gonna have to keep an eye out on Ethan, because as Jade and Christy clean up Tien Chen's body, Sarah came in with Tien Chen's favorite dress. Back at the bar, Kenny is filling up some jugs until Boyd comes in. He told Boyd that he's going to the tunnels. Kenny wants to have a monster barbecue and blow them suckers up to smithereens. Boyd said, say less, and agrees to go with him. Boyd says that if they find them, they may not come back. Kenny thinks about his mom and how afraid she could have felt being all alone. Boyd reassured him that actually she wasn't alone because the monsters made him watch.
She wasn't alone. What? They made me watch. I couldn't help him. I couldn't. But, hey, she was strong, Kenny. She was strong. Listen to me. She was brave. She looked at me and she did not take her eyes off me. And before she died, she said, "Oho chuguko yiga takochi gela." He recited the Cantonese phrase that he learned from her before she died, and Kenny said that it meant, take care of him, he'll be alone now. As Kenny continues to break down emotionally, Boyd offers that they both just go back into town. Hey, let's go back, okay? Let's go back.
Okay, Kenny, listen, I was with all this blow him up energy, okay? And Boyd was right there with him, ready to risk it all in the tunnels. I love that. But then Kenny started to miss his mama. And listen, anger is one of those stages of grief. And I think that's what we witnessed with Kenny. And just like that, because grief is a fickle thing, he started to get into probably another stage, which is probably depression. And I'll say this, I'm so glad that Boyd was there with him. One of the worst things to experience besides the actual loss is dealing with it on your own and just feeling alone on top of that. So, listen, the emotional side of me totally understands that, when Boyd was like, let's turn back, I get that, right? You want to process this, I totally understand. But the fan in me was like, excuse me, before y'all leave, can y'all set a lighter
or something on them jugs and just burn them monsters up extra crispy. I'm just saying, you could do both, right? Anyway, Boyd brought up an interesting point. He said that when Victor and Tabitha went into the tunnels, they saw monsters. But when Jade went in, there were no monsters. So is it possible that the monsters may have just moved to a different location? Maybe they got spooked, because they found out that their sleeping arrangements got discovered. And I think it's safe to say that they have tunnels all over the town. Did they just relocate? I don't know. What do you think? Jade and Christy finish making Tien Chen look presentable. Just then, Kenny comes in and mourns his mother. Outside, Julie comes up to Sarah and thanks her for saving her and Ethan last night. Julie mentioned how this place has gotten inside her head, and she's afraid of two things. She doesn't want to hurt people, and she doesn't want to end up like Sarah.
I don't want to end up like you.
I wouldn't either.
I don't feel guilty. I'll come with you when you go.
Notice something with Jade. He recited the same thing that he told Tien Chen back in season 1.
You'll come with us when we go.
Which, I thought was pretty sweet, because they also, her and Jade, really started to formulate a real bond as well. But man, did y'all see what them monsters did to her body? You could look at her leg and it was down to the bone. Like they was really torturing her. Oh, yikes. And I like this little moment between Julie and Sarah. Like, listen, if anyone is going to understand what Julie's going through, it would be Sarah, right? I mean, keep in mind that we still don't know exactly what actually happened to Julie. We don't know what she saw or what she actually experienced. And her concern about turning into Sarah, I think is pretty legit, and if this is, I think one thing that's even more interesting is the fact that don't forget that Sarah is the one that tried to unalive Julie's little brother after Sarah kept hearing these voices from this town, this place. So, that right there is an interesting turn, for Julie to want to even talk to Sarah at all. But what does bother me here, in classic From fashion, was Sarah offered to Julie a chance to talk about things, and Julie just walked away. Look, I know y'all got a funeral you got to go to. I get it. But if you don't put this little discussion on your schedule, like ASAP. Back in the real world, Henry told Tabitha that his wife also heard voices before she disappeared. She heard about the children locked in a tower, crying out to be saved. He brings her to Victor and Eloise's room. Henry concedes that Tabitha could actually be telling the truth. So he takes her into the basement. He tells Tabitha about his wife, Miranda. He said that they took a trip after taking some acid for his 35th birthday. And when she started hearing voices and seeing things, she painted everything that she saw. Henry goes on to recount the following of what Miranda said. She said it was like she had been chosen, that this place was a place that was everywhere, but you couldn't find it if you tried. You could also never find a way to leave. There were people there who were lost and afraid. They were fighting a battle they knew they couldn't win. When hope was lost, those people would hold on to each other. She was the chosen one to free the children, but others were chosen before her. She could see all of them, but they failed at setting the children free, and none of them had gone back home. Tabitha continues looking at the paintings in the room until she sees the boy in white, who doesn't look like no damn boy.
How did you get out?
All right, so if we kind of go in order, we got the Dusty and Cooey kids. There's a painting over there with the faraway tree. Looks like a big picture on the floor of the kids that looks like they're crying blood. Then right above that, there was some man or a figure with a white collar and a black hat. Kind of looks a little dated, maybe something or someone that would wear that kind of outfit from the 1500s, I'm assuming. You could also see a white and black picture of the talisman on the shelf right there. At Tabitha's foot, you could kind of see a figure, a dark figure who's holding a talisman. Now, I'm wondering, could that have been the person who created the talisman? Now, near the window, you can see a clearer picture of that 1500s looking figure with the hat on. You also see a picture here of the lighthouse. You can see a regular person and a Civil War soldier. We've seen those before in those visions. And then, of course, we get the big picture of the boy in white, who clearly does not look like a boy in this instance. Okay, like I said, I think I covered most of them, but, you know, there are obviously some others. So if you see them, feel free to let me know. But I like how we got that that overlap of the people mourning, you know, Tien Chen, and then Henry's voiceover at the same time. But speaking of Henry, we have to go over what he said and a few things that stood out, because I think those things might be more important than the actual paintings themselves. So let's first of all talk about age. Henry said that, you know, Victor probably, you know, was born somewhere in Henry's late 20s, maybe early 30s. That's around the time when they had Victor. So however old Victor might be, his dad is clearly going to be, I don't know, 25 to 30 plus years older. So maybe, hear me out, maybe we can stop with the theories that Victor is the same age as his dad. Not to mention, if you actually look at my man Scotty McCord, this is what the actor looks like. Okay, he does not look like he's somebody in his 70s, you know, at all. Okay, maybe both of these guys are just well preserved. Okay, let's just kind of leave it there. But anyway, one of the most important things Henry gave us was confirmation, at least from what Miranda said, that this is indeed a cycle. I think since these things happened before in the past, and let's just say he's telling the truth and Miranda was telling the truth, I think we can rule out another theory. And that is that this is all some AI simulation or whatever. Obviously, there was no AI back in the 1500s, 1800s, etc. So I think we can kind of throw that theory out for now. Anyway, this does open up a flood of new questions. If this is indeed a cycle of events, then who or what started it? Why was Tabitha or Miranda or others chosen to help save these dusty kids? Why or how did those chosen survivors die? Recall, Victor did say that he found his mom right in front of the bottle tree, so, you know, she never made it to the lighthouse to save the kids. So I think it is interesting to see that Tabitha could be the very first person to ever make it back out of these chosen saviors, and that could mean that we could be currently witnessing the first time this cycle actually gets broken. And of course, lastly, we see the boy in white. So we've seen this image of the boy in white in the opening credits, you know, and many of you have noticed how obviously, clearly, he does not look like a boy in the paintings. Back in season 2, Sarah also did mention how the boy in white probably isn't actually a boy either.
Okay, so this random little kid running around magical forest doing good, popping up in people's dreams. And
I don't think he really was a little boy.
It's possible whatever the boy in white is, he just appears to be a boy to the people that he chooses to appear to. But he probably is actually a lot older. Now, what does it mean that Miranda saw and heard all of this stuff before she actually went into the town? Clearly, there's some sort of overlap going on here, and in true From fashion, we've got more questions than we do have answers. But anyway, what did you think about all the things we learned about what Henry had to say? I'm pretty sure your theory wheels are gearing up and all that. Let me know your thoughts. As everyone leaves Mrs. Liu's memorial, Ellis comes to comfort Boyd. Boyd said that he needs Ellis's help. He wants to catch one of those monsters.
We're gonna catch one of these things.
Julie and Ethan go off to feed the animals. Jim goes inside and hears the phone ringing. He picks it up, and a voice on the other end sounds like a little boy saying,
Dad? It's Thomas.
"Okay, let's go, Boyd. Yes, it's about time we get more offensive. Okay, I'm here for this." The most offensive we've gotten so far is Boyd killing Smiley, right? With the "my blood is your blood." And I've been saying this ever since, I want to say, the Colony House Massacre, that they need to find a way to trap the monsters. So we know that the talisman can keep them out, but I'm sure that it also can keep them in too. Now, the only tricky part is, can the town folk actually find a way to trick the monsters into trapping them without the monsters knowing about it? We know that these monsters have a way of getting information, like how they know everyone's names.
How do you know my name?
We know all your names.
Or hearing Boyd say that this place won't break them.
You don't break me!
Like they know that. They heard it some way, somehow. So it'll be interesting to see if the townsfolk can find a way of trapping these monsters somehow. As for Jim, bruh, man, who the hell was that on the phone? Okay, Thomas, his dead son? Why does Jim always have to have these creepy collect calls, from these people? Like, what is going on? First, it was the radio.
Who is this?
Your wife should be digging that hole, Jim.
Now this has to be a trick from this evil place or whatever. I don't believe it's the real Thomas, because this place has a habit of doing things that will specifically and personally get to people. Recall that evil entity, it did the same thing to Boyd by masquerading as Abby. So I wonder whether it actually is Thomas or not. I'm still leaning that it's not, but I don't know. What is the goal? What is the purpose of this voice pretending to be Thomas? Is it just to make him suffer? Because that also seems to be a recurring theme of this place. It could just be to taunt Jim, or maybe something worse. But let me know your thoughts about if this is Thomas or what you're thinking in the comments down below. Jim receives a collect call from a voice claiming to be his dead son, Thomas. Now, Jim doesn't believe that the childlike voice is Thomas, but the voice continues to ask him about Tabitha. The voice then gives an ominous warning about Jim allowing his kids to play outside when it's close to dark. Jim hurries outside to get his kids and brings them inside. Okay, so a couple of things. This is probably the second time that Jim has received or interacted with some voice over a form of technology. Before it was the radio back in season 1.
Who is this?
Your wife should be digging that hole, Jim.
Where he got that weird voice talking back to him. But now you have this new voice pretending to be Thomas. Now, I found this a little awkward because, recall, Thomas passed away when he was just a baby. So, it's not like he was talking or anything like that. Now, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, how would Jim even be bothered by this? The moment I would have heard this, I would have hung up like it was a spam call or something. Like, but anyway, my bigger issue here is, when Jim went outside and ran into Boyd, not one word was mentioned about the phone call. Not one. I know this place does weird stuff, but I've been saying this for years now. Every bit of information matters in this place. This is why I keep saying we need some damn town hall meetings. Come on now. I would have been like, yo, Boyd, you getting these strange calls? Because my dead son just called me. I don't know. Take a note about it for later or something. Now, as for the voice itself, I think it's safe to assume that this voice isn't actually Thomas. This seems like further confirmation that the entity of this place is really just here to mess with people's minds. But I do think that those questions that it asked Jim were pretty interesting. It asked Jim,
why did you want her to die?
Stop it.
Is it because you didn't love her anymore?
I'm wondering if, just Jim might have actually had some deeper inner thoughts that might have yet to be revealed. I mean, we know that him and Tabitha were about to divorce and they had some issues. So I don't know. You guys let me know. Do you think that this Thomas voice might have had a little bit of truth baked into what it was telling Jim? Back in the real world, Tabitha had been in the basement studying Miranda's paintings, looking for answers. She recounts to Henry how she got to the lighthouse and about the boy in white. She hears some sounds in the back and Henry confirms that those are the bottles from the bottle tree. Back in town, Victor goes digging for something. Boyd talks to Ellis about using the talisman to possibly trap the monsters. Donna comes in and wants to know what's going on. Boyd says that he wants to trap one and make them talk. Donna asks what his plan was to capture the monsters, and Boyd said that he had concepts of a plan. You know, I gotta say, I love Boyd's thinking here. He's willing to take chances, which I've been saying seems to be the only way to make progress in this town. Going outside, it's a high risk, high reward type of deal. But the real question is, how exactly can you trap one of these monsters? If you recall back in the first season, those monsters, they're pretty tough. I mean, they were able to shred through that box like it was paper or something. So they're clearly very strong. The other thing to consider is, even if you could trap one of the monsters, who's to say that you'll actually get the truth out of them? Now, something tells me that they are pretty sick and demented, so they might actually tell the truth, but you just can't really trust them, right? But, you know, I kind of feel like we got to go back with Kenny's original plan. Go back to them tunnels and blow them suckers up to smithereens, okay? But let me ask you guys this. If you could trap the monsters, what would your plan be? Back at Colony House, Fatima passed up some fine steak for her new favorite dish, rotten turnips and moldy potatoes. As she continued to stuff her face with spoiled food, right on cue, busybody Tilly just so happened to catch a glimpse of Fatima's boo-boo food buffet. Out in the woods, Kenny, Christy, Jade, Dale, and a couple of extras that'll probably die later on show up at the abandoned shacks to gather the rest of the food for the town. Jade speculates that the totems could be used similarly to how they used the talismans back in the town, possibly to ward off evil spirits. Jim cooks up lunch for the kids, but Ethan starts asking some tough, morbid questions about someone finding his mother's dead body. After Jim snaps, Ethan storms out with Julie right behind him. Just then, Thomas calls again, asking about Jim's extended car warranty, but Jim immediately hangs up. Back in the real world, Tabitha examines the bottle tree but realizes it's not like the faraway trees that she knows about. Henry said that this was just a replica tree and the original tree was in a different location. He also mentioned that this is where him and Miranda both got high on acid together. They set off to go find the original bottle tree. Okay, so I love the fact that Jade immediately jumped on the suspicion that, you know, these totems could be used the same way that the talisman are used, right? And I mean, this was my first suspicion when the trailer dropped and we saw these things for the first time. But now the question still remains, what exactly do these totems ward off? Are they evil spirits or is it something worse? Oh, now as for Ethan, I told y'all, we have to keep an eye on this boy. This place is bad with all the trauma that it puts people through. But my boy is going through some dark stuff. I mean, he's getting way more dark as this whole thing goes on. And I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about Ethan. Now, as for Jim, I know he's doing his best here, you know, but this is what happens when you don't talk to your kids. I'm not going to blame Ethan for having those messed up questions. And it's obviously not healthy to be snapping on him just for being curious. Y'all are practically in hell at this point. I mean, call me crazy. It might not be a bad idea to just talk these things out with your kids. You know, help them process all these crazy things that are happening. But on to Tabitha. Clearly, this bottle tree is something important. I'm also wondering, did the acid trip that Miranda and Henry have, did that have anything or any impact on the town? Now, I don't think that there's a lot of evidence to support it just yet, but It's like the second or third time Henry has mentioned them taking drugs before all this stuff happened. So I've got a loose theory about this, but I still need more evidence before jumping to any conclusions. But either way, we know that Miranda was having dreams or visions and hearing voices before she got into town. And that original bottle tree is what Henry described as being like the beginning of it all. So I'm not really sure, but what do you think that they're going to find when they actually make it to the original bottle tree? Boyd continues to work in the church and he's visited by Father Khatri. The apparition challenges Boyd's plan on trapping the monsters and points out all the flaws in it. Boyd continues to make a memory board for those who have died in the town and tells Father Khatri to get the steppin'. Sarah tries to repair the ornament that her brother Nathan gave her until Victor shows up at her door. He asked her if she's got some bedspreads because he wants to make a fort and tell some stories. Tilly visits Fatima and tells her that she used to lick eggshells back when she was pregnant. Fatima breaks down and says that she's afraid to tell Ellis of just how scared she really is about the baby.
I just want to know if the baby's gonna be.
Well then, let's find out.
Now, Khatri reminded Boyd that the monsters are trying to change him and that his plan was arrogant. You know, Khatri was basically saying that trying to trap the monsters was somehow making this all about Boyd. And I don't think I really agree with that assessment. You know, I still think that Boyd is doing his best just trying to save people. I mean, all he's been doing is looking for answers wherever and however he can. Now, as for Victor, I love the fact that him and Sarah are talking. By the way, did you notice that Sarah moved back into the same house that she was kicked out of last time? Since Boyd shot Reggie and the other girl that was unalived by the cicada monster, Sarah was like, hey, looks like there's a vacancy in here. I think I'll just slide right back in here, you know. Now, if I could be honest with y'all for a moment, for a split second, when Victor asked Sarah for that bedspread, I was like, Victor, you dirty, dirty boy. What you doing there asking this woman for a bedspread? Then I realized he just wanted to tell her a story, and it was my mind that was actually in the gutter. But this is what we need more of. I need all the weird characters in From to sit down and talk to each other on the regular every single day. Okay, Tabitha, Jade, Elgin, all of y'all, Victor, Sarah, sit down and talk to each other. I love this. Oh, by the way, real quick, I think we do need to address this. I've seen so many of y'all on my comments in the last video and in other From groups and stuff trying to speculate something that happened in last week's episode with Fatima, you know, when she came back from the clinic and she was going into the colony house and she wasn't able to open the door. Now, let me just say, I'm not ruling out that she's got a demon baby or whatever, but I do think people were making that whole little moment a little bit bigger than what it actually was. Obviously, she's able to be inside of Colony House. You could see it in this episode. You could see it in the trailers. So that's obvious. She's not prevented from going in because some people thought, well, maybe she, you know, the demon baby is like a monster and the talisman. Clearly, that's not the case since she's actually in the Colony House. But I do believe that for that scene, the whole purpose of it was really just to show that she was attracted to the spoiled food. We clearly see again that she's in the Colony House, so I think we can drop that theory and stop pushing that. Now, unless something else shows up, you know, or something else develops, then okay, we can go down that route. But I think for now we can leave that alone. Now, back to Fatima. I think that, you know, she doesn't want to rob Ellis of his happiness because, listen, there isn't a lot of happiness in this place to begin with. So I totally understand how she wouldn't want to take that, the baby situation and make it worse for him, right? I mean, it would be pretty messed up if you sit around and tell your husband, hey, honey, so look, I've been eating literal spoiled food and we're probably going to have a demon baby. So anyway, how was your day? Tabitha and Henry set out for the original bottle tree. Before they headed out, a song played.
It does that sometimes. That tape's been stuck in there for years.
Tabitha mentioned how it was her and Jim's favorite song, and Henry confirmed that it was also his and Miranda's favorite song too. Back in the woods, everyone is gathering up food, and Jade starts drawing instead. He snaps on Dale and leaves off further into the woods. He finds some stones with red markings on them and encounters a man stuck on a tree. The one-eyed man grabs Jade until he realizes that it's just an illusion when Dale interrupts. Christy checks up on Kenny. However, he cusses her clean out and tells her to get back to picking those blueberries.
Oh, you came out here to play nursemaid?
No, Kenny, I came out here because I care about you.
That's great. Why don't you care about me while you do your fucking job? Because we have 2 hours left.
Jade continues to lose it and heads off back into town. Christy goes after him. However, she gets her leg caught in a bear trap. Okay, so first, Tabitha and Miranda both happen to see those crusty kids, have visions of the lighthouse, and now they just so happen to have the same favorite song as Henry and Miranda had. I don't know. I think it's safe to say that these are not mere coincidences. Now, we already heard that Miranda saw visions or had dreams of the previous chosen ones who were supposed to save the children. But now I'm wondering, could there be some sort of, I don't know, reincarnation going on? Maybe we've got some Avatar, The Last Airbender type of stuff going on here. And I don't know, maybe these chosen ones who are supposed to save the children, maybe they all live similar lives or something. I don't know, but we're definitely going to have to keep our eye out for more of these coincidences. And by the way, that reminds me, don't forget, at the end of this video, I've got something just for you, so keep on watching. Now, as for Jade, I think it's easy for us to sympathize with him. You know, we know what he's seen, what he's been going throughout this whole series, you know, and ever since he's gotten to this town, it's just been really messed up, especially once he started interacting with this symbol. However, I don't think he could be mad at the other townsfolk, you know, like Dale, who kind of call him out for doing things and drawing in his little book rather than helping them collect food. Like, that's literally why they're there. Now that to me is on Jade, because like I told y'all, all these people need to do is have town meetings and be on the same page. Now, as for Jade's hallucination and all that, we also noticed that there were 3 rocks that were there. Now, it's hard to say if that's, I don't know if that's blood on the rocks or maybe it's a red dye or a paint. Either way, I wonder if these could be the same rocks or similar rocks that are used for sacrificial ceremonies or something of that nature, right? Like, recall when Jade went into the tunnels, he saw those dusty kids laying on the rocks, and I think we can agree that maybe though they were being sacrificed in some way. But I'm wondering if something similar also happened in the past on these rocks too. Now also something sinister has got to be up with this one-eyed man on the tree. I mean, the last person we saw pinned to a tree like that was that girl Kelly. So I'm wondering if this pirate or I don't know, colonizer looking guy was also attacked by the monsters or something maybe in the past. I don't know. Whoever or whatever did that to him might have done it more so as a punishment to leave him up on the tree like that. Now, something else to think about, Jade mentioned going back to the bar to figure things out. Now, in my previous video where I talked about the unsolved mysteries and stuff and From, I had also told you guys that one clue is to look at the writing of the characters. One of the biggest clues is whenever a character is talking and they quickly get cut off or interrupted. I believe that this, especially with Jade, means that whatever he was doing in the bar, there are real answers there, and he does need to go back there. So yes, he needs to go back to the bar to solve whatever mystery is awaiting there. All right, and finally, we've got Kenny and Christy. I've got to say, I was a little shocked that my boy Kenny spoke to Christy like that. I was like, damn, Kenny, like, hold on, bro. You know, I know you might not like her new haircut. And you ain't got to snap on her like that. Okay, now I know anger is one of the stages of grief, so I'm just gonna give Kenny a little bit of a pass because I'm assuming this is just, you know, him going through the motions, you know, in that case. But my goodness, with Christy, oh, she done got her leg trapped in the bear trap. Oh, and I'm assuming this bear trap was probably set there by whoever was living in these shacks. But this also got me thinking of a couple of things. I mean, when did it start snowing? It didn't start snowing that long ago. I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe? I wonder, when was that bear trap actually set? Is it possible that whoever laid that trap there, could they still be around? Also, since we were talking about trapping monsters, do you think that a bear trap could be a way for them to trap a monster in the future? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Back at the diner, Ethan and Bacta are cleaning up. Boyd says that they will find a way home. Ethan continues going down his emo path and says that Boyd doesn't know anything and they should probably give up finding his mom too. Back at Colony House, Tilly takes out some tarot cards to try and find answers about Fatima's baby. Fatima's a little suspicious about it, but Tilly laid a whole guilt trip on her and sat them down to read the cards. Tilly mentioned that the cards were the ones that allowed her to know about her cancer. When Fatima asked the cards about the state of her baby, a bird bursts into the house and kills itself. Whoa. Okay, can you believe that you've been watching this video and still haven't subscribed to my channel yet? Listen, if you've been enjoying this content so far, I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss out on my future From content, because I've got so many things that I've made just for you. Now, when it comes to Bacta, mention how she talked about the nursery rhyme that she was told as a little girl and how that had some sort of impact on this place. Clearly, the cicada monster had something to do with that same nursery rhyme. So I think we can maybe pocket this as evidence that some way, somehow, dreams, thoughts, interactions in this place do have some sort of impact. As for Tilly, oh, okay, I swear she continues to become more suspect as this show progresses. Back when I did my video on the possible mole, Tilly was definitely a prime suspect. But that crow or raven or whatever coming through the window obviously is a bad omen. There's nothing normal about birds doing kamikaze missions through houses like that. Now, I don't know about you, but I noticed how this happened precisely when that tarot card was about to be turned over. Now, I tried to zoom in, I tried to look, but I could not see what card was actually flipped over, but I do wonder what that answer could have been. But with all this witchcraft and magic or whatever that stuff that's going on, she gonna pull out some tarot cards? Really? I mean, while we at it, why don't you just bust out the Ouija board, you know, as well? I wonder, what's the worst that could happen? Back in the woods, Jade and Dale grab one of the steel rods from the totems and use it to break Christy free. Just then, Jade sees the strange one-eyed colonizer man drinking red Kool-Aid out of a skull. He kindly offers Jade a sip, but Jade declines. Whoa, okay. So notice, when Jade took the rod out from the totem, one of those totems fell. I've got a really bad feeling about this. I mean, let's just say that these totems do actually work just like the talisman. That would mean that they probably also have rules just like the talisman do. Remember, with the talisman, you have to be in an enclosed space and the talisman has to be hung up. If it falls, you're cooked. So I wonder, if one of those totems isn't posted up right, who or what could possibly come through that barrier? Now, this one-eyed man drinking the red blood out of the skulls, you know what? I definitely think that he was probably involved in possibly some sort of satanic ritual or something. I don't know. But you guys let me know, what do you think is up with this hallucination and the red Kool-Aid in the skull? Back in town, Randall begins seeing the cicadas all over again. Boyd comes onto the bus and asks him if he wants to switch places with him. Boyd really wants to sit down and watch the monsters as they come out at night and study them. Okay, so Randall is still seeing cicadas again? I mean, the hell does that even mean? You know, does this mean that the evil entity is not gone? Or does it mean that Randall is just hallucinating just like other people have been? I think there's going to be a test for us to figure this all out, but I'm going to wait until later on to share that with you all. But I like this idea of Boyd trying to camp out and see what these monsters are up to at night. And for those of you wondering, why hasn't anyone else just done this before with the monsters? Keep in mind that going all the way back to season 1, there's a reason why they board up their windows and close the curtains. These monsters do have a certain way of getting into people's heads. So everyone in town practically shuts them out because you don't want to get, I don't know, glamored or hypnotized by one of these monsters. So it's an understandable safety precaution, but I like the fact that Boyd now wants to, you know, risk it all and see what they actually do. Back in the real world, Tabitha looks in the glove compartment and finds the same bracelet that she made for Jim. Henry says that his wife made it for him back in the past. Tabitha starts to freak out, thinking about all the ever convenient coincidences, and suspects that she's really not in Camden, Maine. She asks him to pull over and tries to get out. Henry, on the other hand, refuses to let her leave, and they get into a car accident. Tabitha wakes up finding herself in an ambulance with Henry. The ambulance comes to an immediate stop because a tree just so happens to be in the middle of the road. Wow. Okay. Damn it, Tabitha! We back? We back again like that? Oh no. Okay, so some of you keen-eyed viewers did some really good detective work, and I saw some of y'all noticed in the trailers that the same ambulance that was at the hospital back when Tabitha escaped was the same one that clearly has made it back into the town or whatever that we saw in the trailers. So now we know how they got there, right? But let's talk about that, because I'll admit, I could not blame Tabitha one bit for being suspicious that maybe this town is pulling a fast one on her. We've already seen how the faraway trees can transport people to some random place or a different dimension. We've seen that with Boyd already. So it's not out of the question to believe that this is yet another trick just being pulled on her, right? At the same time, now that we know that she's headed back for the town, I do think that this was yet again more confirmation that she really was in the real world and it wasn't actually a trick. Now, if that's true, now I'm even more mad at this show because we were so close. So close. What would have happened had they made it to the original bottle tree? For all we know, that tree probably is the real faraway tree. Maybe it would have taken them to go find the Ashy kids and their location, and we could have ended this whole nightmare. But no, we got to go back to Fromville. And you know what? I can't blame Henry here either. I would be mad too if you randomly showed up at my house, you didn't take a shower, you ate my hamburger helper, you told me that my dead son is actually still alive, then you gonna turn around and be like, nah, never mind, let me out right over there. No, you gonna come with me to this bottle tree, okay? We're not gonna play these games like that, no, okay? We got another fallen tree, and y'all already know what that means. She's found her way back. But what I'm interested in here is how will Henry fit into all of this? Oh my goodness, y'all. More so than that, what is it gonna be like for him if he's able to meet up with Victor? Ooh, I want to see that. I need to see that. My mind is just racing about what that interaction is going to be like. I already told y'all, I think that, you know, Henry might have been, I don't know, maybe he was abusive. I have the feeling that based off of Victor, whenever he thinks about his family or going home, remember there seems to be some trauma there. You know, so I'm wondering, is this going to be a contentious type of thing? Is he going to be like, you know, oh my gosh, my dad is the real monster? I don't know. But you all tell me, what do you think about this shocking twist that Tabitha is now back and now she's got company as well? The ambulance pulls up to a fallen tree. Tabitha comes out and sees the murder of crows flying around. It was at this point she realized that she's no longer in Kansas anymore. Back in town, Ethan is looking at some drawings until he gets a strange phone call from a voice suggesting to be his dead brother, Thomas.
It's Thomas.
The caller tells him that their mom is in trouble and she's on her way in an ambulance. Jim gets on the phone and tells the voice to put him on the do not call list. Ethan tells his dad that the voice told him that mom is still alive and needs their help.
Ethan, I need you to talk to me. What did he say?
That mom was alive. She's on an ambulance. She needs our help.
Okay, so I think there were a couple of things to kind of take into consideration here. One was the police officers. You know, she was talking about like, yo, where is everyone? There should be more traffic during this time of day. And I think that that implies that if and when you do see the tree, you're already trapped, right? Like whatever that barrier was when you were going to get into this new dimension or place, it happened a while ago. Okay, so by the time you hit the tree, it's way too late. So for all of y'all that are like, yo, how come they don't just jump over the tree? Why don't they turn around? You already here. You here now. Ain't no turning back at this point. Now, taking a closer look at those drawings that Ethan was looking at, I think some of those drawings might be either Eloise's, drawings, or maybe they were Victor's. I'm not really sure. But either way, two things I noticed here. The first picture showed 3 people holding hands. I think these were probably 3 kids, but what I'm more curious about is who or what was that figure in black? Was it a man in black? Was it a creature? I don't really know. I'm wondering, could this have been Christopher? Or could it have been maybe the evil entity, perhaps? Then we go to the other picture and we see 2 people in a tent with candles all around. So I kind of got the impression that this might actually be Victor and his sister. And even if it's not actually them in this drawing, the candles are giving me the idea that this is some sort of fort that Victor builds to tell stories. And I don't know, like, you guys let me know, what did you make of those drawings? Now, let me take a moment here and put a little respect on my man Ethan's name, because I am so glad that he did not believe the caller, because we've already seen Ethan doing some questionable things, like, opening the door at night to go save Lamb Chop, but once again, this voice on the phone saying that, they're saying some very curious things. It told Jim something really scary when it said,
but they're not your children anymore.
So just what in the hell is this voice implying with something like that? I mean, let's say that, for example, the voice on the phone is the same evil entity that's been controlling this place. Let's just roll with that, right? Or maybe it's the boogeyman, cicada monster, whatever. We know that it's already gotten to Julie, but could it have also gotten to Ethan too? I mean, I don't really know, but this fake Thomas is definitely good at pushing people's buttons. Now, one other thing for you to consider. In my other video where I talked about the unresolved questions I asked about the monsters and how exactly do they know things. Now recall when Sarah was hearing voices and she told Father Khatri about what the voices, what they saw him bury, and they told her about the 2 cars that were also coming into town. Now I think what this demonstrates is that whatever this entity over the phone is, it does not have foreknowledge. In other words, it cannot predict the future the way it's tricking people into believing it can. Imagine if, I don't know, somebody was like on a mountaintop and they can see all the roads coming in and all the roads coming out. And then you have people that are actually on the road and they can't see what's coming around the corner. But the person at the top, they have a better perspective. So I remember that whole drawing with the snow globe, of the town. And anyway, I'm kind of thinking to myself that like maybe this entity has just a different perspective of the entire place, and it's able to see things maybe all at once. But again, it does not actually mean that it can like predict the future or anything like that. So, I say all of this because, if you noticed, the Thomas voice knew exactly when Jim's ear was at the phone to start talking. So I do believe that this entity or whatever's, on the phone, they definitely can actually watch the people in the town. Back at Colony House, the residents clean up after the crow kamikaze. Bacta properly checks Tilly for busting out the tarot cards while they're already sitting in hell. Donna checks in on Elgin, who hasn't been sleeping very well lately, and Marielle checks up on Fatima, who's probably still got a demon baby cooking inside of her. Victor is back at Sarah's house, and he tells her that he must remember what happened in the past that caused everyone else to die. Thank you, Bacta. Oh my God, I am so glad she called out Tilly on that nonsense with the tarot cards. I mean, seriously, you're in a place like this where you got to hang up talismans, you got monsters running outside, and not a single Bible even exists conveniently in this town. You want to pull out some tarot cards? Really? Like, again, that was just not the wisest of ideas. But man, Victor. Now, my man Victor, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but Victor will low-key diss folks without even knowing it. Listen, he didn't have to say that part about his mother and his sister, dying just like Nathan. And then, except for the fact that he didn't murder them. He didn't have to throw Sarah under the bus like that. I'm just saying, my man Victor be sneak dissing real bad. But he said some other important stuff here. He acknowledged how everyone had to hide at night, and we knew this, and how this house was actually a place where he used to hide with his sister. And I swear, this probably would have scared me so bad if I were a resident in this town, because ain't no way I'm going to make it 24 hours. I know I tend to snore just a little bit, not a lot, just a little smidge. Them monsters are coming to find me. Where am I going to hide? I'm going to have to either stay up at night and sleep during the day, because I know I'm going to just be like, and I'm done. I'm done for. I can't hide nowhere. So the fact that they had to go hiding in these houses, yikes. That is a lot. But this also reminds me of that drawing in the title sequence of the show. You could see people hiding under the beds while the monsters were coming upstairs looking for their victim. So I'm wondering, is that pretty much a depiction of like what Victor and Eloise had to go through as well? Now, Victor also said that too many things are changing, and that it never snowed here before. So we know that Victor has been here for decades. Now, time does work here the same way that it works in the real world. We already have confirmation of that with Tabitha, her time outside versus her time inside, or Marielle, her time, missing, or, having Christy gone missing and having that time line up. So there is no weird time stuff going on between the real world and, from town or whatever that we know of yet. But even with that being the case, the weather has never changed, according to Victor anyway. And for it to finally be snowing, that can't be a good thing. I still think that this is tied to the 2-car event in some way. For whatever reason, this place doesn't like, I guess, 2 cars. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that thing is, what that event is that's so bad. But one thing we know is that when this place changes, or when something changes in this place, it's not a good sign. Remember when they tried to push and build the radio, this place that's when everything started to change up. All of a sudden, you got a big old storm. All of a sudden, the soil started getting rotten, and spoiling the food. Anyway, I do have a working theory about what this 2-car event might mean. I still got to collect some more evidence to figure that out. But what are your theories on the 2-car event, and why do you think this place is changing, and what do you think, the snow means? Now, one more thing about Victor, and please, somebody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually the first time that Victor has acknowledged that not only did his mom die, but so did his sister Eloise. Now, when Victor did talk about his mom's death, he mentioned how he found her dead body right in front of the bottle tree, on her way to go save the kids, the lighthouse, and all of that. However, we still don't know what happened to Eloise and or how she might have died. Like, we don't know anything about that. So even though Victor is confirming this, I'm not sure we can really rely on this. I don't know if we can trust this because, first of all, bro, you didn't even remember you had a sister. Okay? You don't even remember you got a whole sister. Now all of a sudden you just know she died. How did she die, Victor? You don't know? Man, listen, for all we know, he's just assuming that she died. Maybe she made it out in the real world. Maybe she's out living in the woods somewhere and she just never came back. I don't know. But you all know what they say about deaths in TV and movies. If you don't see a body, then it didn't happen. The ambulance is still driving in circles. Tabitha insists that they should keep driving into the town. Boyd is on the bus and Randall insists that he's willing to help, especially if it means that they can get out of there. Christy wakes up to find Kenny writing a letter to his mom. So, in this scene, Boyd sat here and he kind of questioned Randall about what he's seen. He's like, what have you seen and all that? And Randall mentioned the experience that he, Marielle, and Julie all had, with the cicada monster. And first of all, I really want to know, what exactly did they see? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we actually need to see it, but I think more descriptions would be kind of interesting because clearly whatever they went through really jacked them up, right? But it was kind of wild to me, especially with Boyd. Of all people, Boyd, he seemed to have this look on his face like, oh, what have you gone through, Randall? I'm like, bro, come on, man. Once again, town meetings, Zoom call, something. I mean, the moment you woke up from that crazy nightmare with the cicada monster and you've collected yourself, bro, right there, we need to talk. Every single one of y'all, we got to talk. Okay? I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, not now. Oh, I need my time. No, we need to talk right now. Okay? Any piece of information can be helpful at this point. Okay? Now remember, it was Elgin's dream that Bacta remembered the nursery rhyme that later helped stop the cicada monster. So yes, these things are scary. Yes, they are traumatic. But if they don't face their fears and get to talking, they're all going to get screwed here. Now, we got to talk about my man Kenny. He said something that kind of broke me a little bit. And he was talking about how, like, everything he was fighting for is now gone. And I'm just kind of convinced that this man is going to break. Like, I mean, seriously, how much more can Kenny take? You done lost your parents. What's left? The girl that done forever friend zoned you? I mean, hey, that's something. Because he has been open and vulnerable with Christy and he has that bond. But I'm just saying, like, if the monsters do something to Christy, if this place does something to her, yikes. But anyway, I really think that if Christy is gone, that's going to be the final straw to break Kenny. But be sure to go watch my interview with Ricky Kenny himself, as he told me what he thinks is actually going to break Kenny, if and when that happens. Victor builds his fort in Sarah's basement. He tells Sarah about how he survived the tragic night by hiding in the cellar as his mom instructed him to do. He went on to talk about how the boy in white befriended him for all those years. The boy in white told Victor to collect items that were precious to the people that passed away and to bury those things instead of the people. Sarah wonders what they are doing in this fort, and Victor tells her that he's going to have to remember some scary things. Thankfully, according to Victor, Sarah is the scariest person in town, so she won't be scared by those stories. You see what I'm talking about? Didn't I tell y'all? Victor, he be sneak dissing. He will sneak diss all the time, talking about Sarah is scary. I mean, listen, man, how you gonna sit here and call Sarah the scariest person in town? I mean, yeah, she hears voices. Yeah, she murdered her own brother and some other people, and, you know, she does dress a little weird, and, you know, okay, all right, maybe he got a point. But listen, anyway, I love that these two are talking, you know, because Victor remembering things is so crucial, and it's obviously going to be a major piece of the crazy puzzle that is From, right? I thought it was kind of touching to learn that Victor really wasn't all alone all this time. You know, the boy in white was there, kind of kept him company, became his friend. And I think that if the boy in white wasn't there, Victor probably would have been far worse if you really think about it, you know? Also, I think this might be probably another sign that the boy in white is actually good and not as evil as some people have theorized. Randall and Boyd are on the bus looking out for the monsters. Randall notices that something is wrong with the monsters not following their normal night routines. Meanwhile, the ambulance comes to a stop when they see a person laying in the middle of the road. Tabitha tries to warn them by saying, "That ain't no damn dead body," but the popo handcuffed her instead. As the paramedics go out to check on the body on the road, the monster slices them up. They dead. The cop pulls out her gun and starts shooting to no avail as the monsters continue to approach. Jim opens up the ambulance and reunites with his wife. Jim asks for Boyd's handcuffs, but Boyd doesn't have them on him. Randall rushes back to the bus to get the tool bag. The monsters continue to scream out for the rest of their friends to come out and play. The cop continues shooting around and ends up hitting one of the colony house residents. They opened up the door and let her inside, and she realized her big mistake. Randall grabs the tool bag, but not before he sees another cicada flying around. He grabs the talisman and points it at the monsters, but that doesn't work.
Oh, sweetie, it doesn't work that way.
Randall throws the bag to Boyd, but as he tries to escape, the cicadas start to overtake his body. Boyd hands over the tools to Jim, but he can't find the keys to the ambulance. That is, until one of the monsters hands him the keys and tells him that they're going to keep Randall. Boyd makes the decision to take the keys and drives away, leaving Randall with the monsters. Wow. Yo, check this out. Okay, check this out. Some of y'all saw that scene, realized how crazy it was, came onto this video, and didn't even subscribe. Come on now. I thought we was one big family. Now, please do me a big favor. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button and ring that bell for notifications so you don't miss out on my future From content. Listen, there's a lot of trauma going on. We have to go through this together. But this scene, this big old scene right here. Listen, I know it's not done, but we need to talk about a couple things. I mean, first of all, this scene reminded me of the same energy back in season 2 when Ellis got stabbed and they had to rush him back to the clinic. You know, I was getting those same vibes right there. Now, but here's the thing. It was so interesting how these monsters have a set pattern, right? Like, at least that's what we're learning from Randall. Now, not sure what that means about them, but it is something we should probably take a note of for the future. We can also take note that, once again, the monsters are back screaming again. We saw that a little bit earlier in this season, but despite having some of their patterns, we also know that they will change things up from time to time. So, you know, actually, I got to give them props. I mean, this is the second ambush that these monsters have laid out this season. These things are getting a lot craftier. Now, there was this moment when Tabitha, she kept trying to wake up Henry, and, he was all groggy and stuff, and, and she was like, yo, something out there is trying to kill us, and he was still kind of groggy. But the moment this man heard that monster scream, he woke up too fast, okay? And I laughed. I thought that was kind of funny, because that would wake me the hell up from my concussion, too. If I heard that scream like that, oh no, I'm getting up like that. Okay, but when Jim came into the ambulance and met up with Tabitha, I got so mad. I was so annoyed. I was like, excuse me. Hey, I know y'all smooching and everything. Sir, I know you miss your wife. I understand. It's been a couple days and all that. But there's some monsters like right outside that will tear y'all apart, eat your insides probably. Can y'all do the long romantic kiss like in the house with the safety of the talismans and stuff? This ain't the time, okay? This is not, y'all too experienced. Okay, that's my issue. I understand that these were some new characters. Y'all was here day one. Y'all knew exactly what you've been in, and now you sitting here talking about some, ooh, I missed you. Get your butt in the house. Oh, but we got to talk about Randall. Okay, this man tried to ward off the monsters with a talisman, and I thought this was hilarious when they was like, yeah, so it doesn't work that way, That just goes to show everyone that this place and the objects, they all have strict rules. For example, I heard some people online talking about the talismans need invitations or whatever. First of all, that has never been established as a rule in the show. Sure. Now, sure, Dum Kevin, he did invite that monster in, during the Colony House massacre, but she was able to come in not because of some invitation, but because the barrier was broken. Okay, now if you don't believe me, then you're going to have to go look at Sarah when she left the door open for the monsters to kill Kenny's dad. Or when Donna told Randall when he was sent to go, stay on the bus, that if he let the talisman fall, then he's toast. So I say this again, just because here the rules are very clear. And if you go around, and I'm talking about some of y'all that are watching, if you go around trying to make up your own interpretations of the rules the way Randall did, well, you might end up the way Randall did. Now, let's go back to Randall. Whoo, okay, this is definitely a messed up moment because being surrounded by the monsters like that, okay, I was getting scared for my man right there. I was just like, hey, man, I don't really like Randall like that, but it's like, come on, man, don't nobody deserve to be surrounded like, he don't deserve that, not that. But what the hell is going on with him? Now, this isn't the first time that he's seen these cicadas returning. We've seen it kind of be teased throughout this episode and all that. So my question is like, do you guys think that this means that the cicada monster or maybe the evil entity is back? Now, so for now, I'm going to say the answer is no. I don't believe the cicada monster is actually back. The main reason why is that you can tell because remember the last time the cicada monster was kind of like out and about, the other monsters, they would stop in their tracks and they would stay away. Okay. Go back to when they were in the RV in season 2. Those monsters did not approach when the cicada entity took the form of Abby. So, however, the moment that the monster or the entity left, the moment it was gone and it went after Randall in the woods, that's when you started to see the other monsters start approaching the RV and, actually, making a move. So kind of think of it like this, like the evil entity feels like the hierarchy, the apex predator, right? Like it's the highest ranked monster that we know of so far. And I don't know, it's almost like a lion, in the jungle or something, where if the lion is eating ain't nobody gonna mess with the lion while it's eating, right? Everybody's just gonna stand there and watch. And the regular monsters are kind of like the hyenas. They just waiting for their turn to get a couple scraps or something because they don't want no problems with the lion. So, you know, I don't think the cicada monster is actually back, because if it was back, again, the monsters would have kept their distance away from Randall the way that they did before. So I'm wondering, though, is it possible that the cicada monster might have left some sort of scar on Randall? Maybe it's like a spiritual imprint, so to speak, you know, and maybe this is what's causing him to kind of hallucinate very badly, just like other people in this town have been hallucinating. But I don't know. You guys let me know. What do you think is actually going on with Randall at this point? But we also got to talk about that monster giving Boyd that crazy decision. I mean, my goodness, what a jacked up decision to make. You know, I mean, Boyd was faced with the classic philosophical question, which has been illustrated in the trolley problem, right? Now, do you sacrifice the one to save the many, or do you, save one and lose the many? Now, we talked about this back in season 1 when Sarah was talking with Christy, and she kind of asked her a similar question right before she attempted to go kill Ethan. Now, recall that Sarah thought that if she killed one person, Ethan, then she could save the entire town. But this time, it was Boyd's turn. Do you make the call to save Randall, but you lose the people in the ambulance? Or do you save the people in the ambulance and you lose Randall? You know? So my question for you guys is, do you think Boyd made the right decision here? Was he bogus for leaving Randall like that? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Back in Colony House, Marielle is doing her best to treat Nikki. She manages to get the bullet out. Boyd pulls up to the Colony House and everyone makes it out of the ambulance. Tilly is in the kitchen worrying about Fatima, but Elgin is too busy looking at the creepy kimono lady. The lady asks Elgin for his help and quickly disappears.
Help me.
Okay, so this kimono lady, I mean, it's really starting to make me wonder, what exactly does she want? You know, she's asking, help me, and all that. Now, I know Elgin is one of those special people that has like a special connection to this place, kind of like Sarah or Ethan. And this lady kind of seems like she needs help, but the bigger question is like, yo, help with what? You know, do you like, is this another lost soul that needs to be set free or something? And I still kind of believe that she might be good. You know, she might kind of come off as creepy, but that could just be a misdirect, right? Like, they could make her seem creepy, but she's really just like a friendly ghost or something. I don't know. But if you think back to when he was in the tub, I thought that she wasn't actually drowning him. I thought that maybe he was falling asleep and he like slipped under. And that was around the time that he was also hearing the music box at the same time. And if you think about it, what does the music box do to you while you're asleep? It tries to kill you. So I don't think that the kimono lady was the one that was like drowning Elgin. I think that this entity, this kimono lady, was actually trying to save him from the music box, and the music box cicada monster, that might have been what was actually drowning him, right? So I think it was a little misdirect there. Anyway, what do you think is going on with this kimono lady? Do you think she's like, trying to help him? Is she trying to harm him? I don't know. Whatever you think, let me know what you think her deal is in the comments. At the Matthews house, Ethan checks in on Julie after her incident with the cicada monster. She admits that she is really, really scared. Back in the huts, Jade tells Kenny and Christy about his hallucinations. He recounts how Tien Chen helped him and gave him Christopher's book. Just then, they heard some sounds banging outside of the hut. In the fort, Victor recalls the items of the lost residents. He notices that he doesn't have any items from Christopher, and he begins to get triggered as he recalls the terrible traumatic events during that time. He finally remembers that the ventriloquist dummy named Jasper is the missing item from Christopher. Okay, so as for them huts, them sounds that are outside, first of all, I don't like them. But I do wonder, and I'm going to throw this loose theory out here. I do wonder if this might actually be a different group of people who could just be living outside in the woods, maybe? Think about this. Remember when Victor was in the tunnels and was showing Tabitha all the drawings on the walls, made by the monsters? I recall that those drawings showed two different types of people. You had one that were red, and then you had another one that were white. So I'm just wondering, are these some like wild people that, maybe they trying to pay Kenny and them a little visit? I don't know. But I still get the feeling that Jade messing up those totems, before earlier to help Christy and all that, I still get the feeling that those totems being messed up might be a factor here in some way, shape, or form. Now, don't forget Kenny and, Jim, they had heard the same noises before, so maybe it has nothing to do with the totems either. But I still believe that these random sounds that they're hearing, I still think it's giant spiders. I think it's giant spiders, because it's not like these sounds are coming from the front door. Nobody's knocking at the door or like on the window or anything like that. These sounds sound like they're coming from the roof. They sound like they're coming from the walls. And I don't know. They just don't sound natural or normal to me. Back at Colony House, Boyd tells Donna that he ended up leaving Randall with the monsters. Tabitha tells Jim about her experiences in the real world, being at Victor's house, and all about Miranda. Downstairs, Nikki starts crying out, and Marielle tries to help her to no avail. She dead. Boyd immediately starts berating the officer. Donna pulls him upstairs to talk, and instead, she breaks down crying in his arms.
Oh boy, I am so scared.
Damn, Boyd. I mean, okay, first off, he's clearly dealing with the decision of leaving Randall behind. I get that, right? But he went off on that cop, okay? But in my opinion, this feels like something deeper is going on within Boyd, okay? Like, I think he's projecting in this situation. We know that Boyd has this thing about him where he really wants to save everyone, and he's doing everything he can to protect everyone in the town. However, when someone in the town dies due to the actions of another person, he loses it. First, it was Frank, right? A man protects his family.
No, a man protects his family, Frank.
Then it was Sarah, and now it's the lady cop. Let me put it this way. When Boyd explodes like this, he's not really mad at the person. I think he's more so mad at himself because he can't deal with the reality that he can't save everybody. So he lashes out at others that fail because he sees their failure as his own. Does that kind of make sense? Anyway, did you see that scene where Ellis was trying to like grab onto Boyd and my man was like, "Unhand me"? I laughed kind of hard. My man, Boyd is getting mad. He is snapping. He losing it right now, but oh my gosh, Donna. Shout out to Liz Saunders. She is doing her thing. Now, I will admit, Donna hasn't really had that much to do compared to past seasons. I feel like she's taking a little bit more of a supportive role right now. But to see her break down like this, oh, that hurt. But Donna's always been the tough one. And her, if you think about it, her and Boyd, they're kind of one and the same. They both have this strong desire to save people, and again, Donna is very similar in the way that like she wants to protect everyone in Colony House. Like that is her mini town, the way Boyd wants to protect everybody in the town. And, I think this is one of the reasons why Donna and Boyd, why they're such good friends, because they both share that same issue. They're both leaders who are all about their people. The town really is doing a number on breaking people down this season because, my goodness, I never expected to see Donna, of all people, break down like that. Back at the fort, Victor tells Sarah more about Christopher and Jasper. He recounts how Christopher used to make everyone laugh until he started seeing the symbol. Then Victor recalls how Jasper started having a whole conversation with Christopher, and it even yelled out. Meanwhile, at Colony House, Fatima takes a moment alone with Nikki's dead body. She removes the cover and looks at her wound. Fatima pokes her finger in and starts going to town on that finger-licking good body blood. Donna and Boyd see the flashing lights of the ambulance outside with Randall's body on the hood. He dead. Just then, he wakes up with a huge scar on his face, coughing up blood. He not dead. Fatima, what? What? We on blood now? Oh my God. Okay, listen, look, this tells me just one of two things. I mean, look, either she's definitely got a demon baby, or Fatima is turning into a monster, or you know what? Actually, maybe it's both. I don't know what you're doing. Why are you doing this to us? Why? This is too much. How you gonna go from rotten radishes to Bloody Marys that fast? This is just nasty. What do you think is actually going on with Fatima at this point? Because I don't know. I don't know. Now, we do have to talk about Victor's memory about Christopher. I am not okay with this idea that this ventriloquist dummy has to be a factor. I mean, as it was talking to Christopher, I mean, what? The dummy is talking to Christopher now? I don't like it. I don't like it. And the fact that Victor could see it talking, what is going on? Was Christopher hallucinating? Was Victor hallucinating? Can this dummy actually talk? I don't know. But listen, if you recall, this was the same dummy that Jade had visions about while he kept seeing the symbol all over the place. I mean, listen, Christopher and Jade, they clearly have some sort of connection together, right? So the same way Tabitha has some sort of connection with Miranda, I'm assuming Jade has a similar connection with Christopher. Maybe they're both chosen ones. I don't know. But they both saw the symbol and they couldn't help writing it over and over again with Jade and Christopher, right? So they've both seen and interacted with Jasper too. So I'm thinking whatever Victor can recall about Christopher is probably going to be a huge bit of insight on what might actually happen with Jade too. Oh, and let's not also forget, this is the same dummy that we saw in the tunnel with the monsters. So I think the most obvious red flag here is that every time we see this dummy, it's always screaming in some similar way, that the monster screams. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything good that's going to come out of this dummy. Now, lastly, Randall is still alive. Wow. And they just left him on the ambulance like that? Ooh, my first thought is, what if this is another trap by the monsters? I mean, do you go out there and try to save him? Or do you leave him because if he dies, he dies? I mean, he could be bait, just like how the monsters left the animals out to be bait. And it does kind of make you wonder, what the hell are these monsters trying to do? I mean, they already let Boyd live twice now. Twice. First, it was in the barn, and when they made him sit there and watch Tien Chen's torturing and death. And then it was during the ambulance scene and made him make that difficult choice where inevitably somebody was going to die. Something was going to happen. So this is just more of the same from the monsters, where I think that they're just trying to break Boyd, unless there's some other devious scheme behind all of this. Plus, did the monsters do something to Randall? I mean, this man was seeing cicadas and stuff before. Did they booby trap him? or something? Like, I don't know. I mean, for Boyd, he was already struggling with the fact that he left Randall. That's so jacked up. And Randall knew that Boyd left him. So if they can manage to rescue Randall, can you imagine how awkward and intense that's gonna be? Oh my God, I cannot wait. Boyd and Ellis manage to rescue Randall and bring him into Colony House. Marielle starts to treat him as best as she can. Randall is big mad at Boyd, and he screams in front of everyone about how Boyd left him out there. Okay, so Randall is alive, and yeah, he's got some beef with Boyd. Okay, now listen, I mean, Randall has had some friction with almost everybody in town, some way, somehow, but Boyd is the one, I don't know, he's like one of the few people that have kept Randall in line or in check in some way, shape, or form. And I think what makes Randall's anger so understandable is that Randall put himself on the line here. He made himself vulnerable to a certain point. And think about it. He was this loner who, didn't always respect authority, but he put that aside, not only to help Boyd do a stakeout, for the monsters and everything while they were on the bus, but also to run back to the bus to help everyone that was in the ambulance. So, yes, Randall is a jerk, but he's not a monster, at least not that we know of yet. I don't know. But his anger here makes sense because he really does feel betrayed. And it sucks even more coming from one of the few people in the town that he actually respects, like Boyd. Jade and Kenny bring Christy back to the clinic. Boyd updates them on Tabitha returning and how she went through a faraway tree and visited the lighthouse. Jade immediately runs out to go find her. Henry is at Colony House and Donna helps him get some clothes before he meets with Victor. Victor is on his way back to Colony House to get supplies to start his mission because he needs to go find the ventriloquist dummy Jasper. Donna informs Victor that his dad has arrived in the town and Victor immediately storms off. Sarah runs after him, but Victor only darts off again. Tabitha reunites with her family and recounts what happened to her in the real world. Jade bursts in and says that they have to go back to the bottle tree. Jim admits that he took some of the bottles down from the tree and that it was only just a couple of numbers on the pieces of paper. Jade continues to beg Tabitha to skip the town hall meeting and to come with him to the tree. Real quick, let me just say that I wish every person in this town had the same energy that Jade just had the moment he heard Tabitha was back in town. This man went flying to go get some answers. Okay. Meanwhile, every time somebody else happens to go through something in this town, they start to talk about it, and then all of a sudden they get cut off and they leave it be. No, be more like Jade, please. And by the way, I need Jim to chill the hell out. Here he comes, starting at left guard, like he plays for the NFL or something. Stop blocking stuff, okay? Where is the Jim that was writing on walls, trying to figure things out? I mean, yes, things are getting weird and all that, but you got Tabitha and Jade talking. Either get some pen and paper and write some things down or get out the way, please. Furthermore, when it comes to Jim, he said that he took down some of the bottles, right? Now, I'm starting to wonder about that. Going back to season 1, when Boyd found a bottle in the tree, remember the voices in Sarah's head were like, hey, don't touch them bottles. Stay away from them bottles. It's not a good thing. Well, these are also the same voices that also told her to go kill Ethan too. So I'm guessing that doing the opposite of whatever those voices in Sarah's head said is probably a good thing. So hopefully, whatever these numbers actually means, hopefully it ends up being a positive by the to help us figure out this mystery. Kenny acknowledges that while they were at the cabin on 2 different occasions, something was outside making noise and walking around. Kenny asked why they left Randall alive, and Boyd believes that the monsters left him there as an example for everyone in the town. Marielle tended to Christie's injury. Marielle is also stressing over not being able to save Nikki back at Colony House. She goes over to help Randall until Boyd comes in. However, Marielle tells him to stay away as Randall continues to struggle. Back at Colony House, Henry visits Victor's room. He feels sadness about not doing enough to help find his family and for having his son grow up in a place like this. Tilly comes in and lets them know that everyone's headed out for the town meeting about Tabitha. Look, first of all, let me just say, I don't really like how Boyd just casually dismissed the strange things walking outside, by the cabins or whatever. Like, bro, hold on. I'm still betting that these are giant spiders. That's my guess at this point. But I see that the show is clearly trying to build things up with whatever was outside. They're building this up every episode, giving us a little bit here and there. So I'm assuming that by the time we get to maybe the last couple episodes, maybe we'll finally figure out what the hell is outside like that. But anyway, I thought earlier that Randall could maybe be, I don't know, like a trap by the monsters of some sort. But I actually like what Boyd had to say. I think Boyd's explanation is a little bit better and lines up perfectly with the monster's current MO. We know that they want to psychologically break people first. They get a kick out of it. They like tormenting people for whatever reason. So having Randall be a walking reminder is a good way to shake people's sense of safety.
They want us to remember what's coming at night.
Now, Henry, he reminisced about this hope to see his family again. I gotta say, it was kind of messed up to hear him talk about how after all this time, he felt like it was just easier to believe that his family was just dead. But then to follow up with blaming himself for not trying hard enough to find them, that was kind of tough. That was kind of tough. And I'll just say this also. I do wonder if one of the reasons why this place brought Henry back was because he's going to be a prime target to get more hope out of him. I mean, he lost hope when he was in the real world, but now that he's back, maybe he could get hopeful again. And I think it's safe to say this place does feed off of hope. So let's just kind of keep that in mind. By the way, the picture that was in Victor's room that Henry was holding on to, any ideas on who that figure was that was all in white, but that was surrounded, by all black? I'm just assuming that all the black probably represents darkness for Victor, whenever he's drawing. So maybe this was some sort of figure that was in the dark. I'm wondering if it was one of those, ashy kids, the Ankui kids, maybe.
Ankui.
Could it have been the boy in white, maybe? Or could it just be someone completely different? I don't know. Let me know what you think about Victor's drawing in the comments. Anyway, let's hurry up because I want to talk about this town hall meeting. Everyone meets up at the diner for a town hall meeting. Boyd tries to kick off the meeting by getting everyone settled in and to have everyone calm down, but they immediately told him, "Ain't nobody coming to see you, Boyd," and they demanded to see Tabitha instead. Just then, Tabitha walks in and she tells everyone about the trees in the forest. Meanwhile, back at Colony House, Julie goes into the room to grab some of her weed. As she returns, Elgin almost hits her upside her head, but instead they agree to go hang out and smoke. Outside, Victor is sad and Sarah asks him what's wrong. He admits that he never drew pictures of what happened in his life before coming into town. He's worried about what his father will think of him after such a long period of time. Sarah tries to comfort him, but he tells her that she can stop that because she's really terrible at it. She tells him that it's possible his dad could be just as scared as he is.
Maybe he's afraid of not being the dad that little boy remembers.
A scene that bothered me, and I tell you guys this all the time, is whenever a character is about to say something important, they immediately get cut off or interrupted. Now, Bacta, she was talking to Henry and she asked him, like, hey, why were you in the ambulance at that time? And Henry started to explain what they were about to do and where they were going. And then boom, in comes Tabitha. I mean, Henry was probably about to tell them about the original bottle tree and, the dreams from Miranda or whatever. And this is where I was about to lose it. Who knows what would have happened had Henry finished saying what he was going to say? And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe somebody in there would have been like, bottle tree? I had a dream about a bottle tree, and some boy in white came in my dream and told me about these numbers that would help everybody come home. Like, or just something like that. Okay? I swear, if I was in these meetings, I would have been like, hey, Tabitha, sit your butt outside. Hold on. You, old man, finish what you was about to say. Whatever you was going to say, finish it. Now, as for Victor, I've been saying this since season 2, that I believe that there was something darker, something worse that was waiting for Victor at home. And that's why he didn't want to see his father. Now, remember back in season 2, when Jade asked Victor, like, hey, don't you want to go home? And Victor was like,
this is my home.
And to me, that sounded like Victor, I don't know, had some drama back in the house. Maybe Miranda took the kids and she was running away from Henry. And then boom, that's how they got trapped in the town. But it looks like I was wrong. It seems like Victor's real fear is more so out of his concern for his dad. He's worried about the fact that his dad may not fully accept him as he is. I mean, I don't know. It's like a damaged adult who is a far cry from the young boy that his father last saw. So I will say that I did not see that coming from Victor. And it's pretty interesting that is his actual hang up in terms of meeting his father. Now, by the way, did y'all see how Sarah tried to give Victor a pep talk? And immediately this man wasted no time to tell her that she was terrible at that. She is just bad. But the sneak dissing from Victor continues, and I'm here for it. Back at Colony House, Elgin and Julie smoke and talk about the kimono lady. Julie admits that the screaming she hears in her head is really bad, and the weed is the only thing that helps quiet it all down. So let's talk about Julie for a second. Now, she mentioned how this place really wants to make people suffer because that will inspire hope. Now, I thought that was kind of deep, and it was also kind of twisted at the same time. And let's just take Boyd, for example, and how this place just constantly wants to break him, right? And I'm pretty sure I've said this, but if this place really wanted to break Boyd, I mean, like completely, all they'd have to do is just kill Ellis. If they get rid of Ellis, I think that's the last straw for Boyd. But instead, this place will mess with Boyd in smaller ways and with other people. Why? Because he can get over it and hope for a better outcome next time. So notice how after, the monsters tortured and killed Mrs. Liu. Now that definitely affected Boyd, but right after that, Boyd became even more determined to trap a monster and hope to find some answers. And let's not forget, everything Julie just said sounds very similar to what the fake Abby cicada monster told Boyd about how this place does not feed on fear, but rather on hope.
It wants you to fight. It wants you to have hope that you could actually win.
Why?
Because hope is what makes you willing to suffer.
So I think Julie is actually spot on with her assessment here, especially since, she did have such a direct contact with that evil entity. By the way, do y'all think that Elgin has a thing for Julie? I mean, I know he likes a little milk in his coffee, and that's all right. That is all right to like the swirl. It's fine. It just reminds me of that time, when Elgin tried it with Sarah in the church, and it was all good. until he found out she was a whole murderer. Now, you guys let me know if you think Elgin and Julie, is this a thing? Or you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just some good weed and they're just some good friends. I don't know. Y'all let me know what you think. Back at the diner, Tabitha continues to recount what happened. Fatima asked if she tried to contact anyone for help, and Tabitha said that no one would have believed her. The lady cop admitted that Tabitha did sound hysterical. Others in the diner started to pile on Tabitha, including the random headscarf girl from Colony House who said that Tabitha basically blew it. Fatima goes in on Tabitha for not trying hard enough to get someone else to believe her. Tabitha apologizes to everyone for not having all the answers. Boyd reminds everyone that someone actually got out, and Dale asks, "Where is the tree?" Fatima and the others start to protest about going to find the tree, and Boyd reminded them that the last time he went through a tree, he ended up in a random chimney. Dale is tired of all that talk and storms out. Finally, oh my God, y'all, it has finally happened. You guys know I've been asking for this since season one. No, I've been begging for this, but we finally got a town meeting. Yes! But of course, in true From fashion, they giveth and taketh away, because y'all wasted this. The whole town hall meeting was a waste. Tabitha gave all the information and people just wanted to complain and attack her. Now, don't get me wrong. I do understand the frustration. I'd probably be mad too. You know, if I heard someone made it out and all she did was chase a boy in white, call her mama, talk to a priest, look at some pictures, and be on her way to the park. Now, by the way, how you gonna call your mama and not say something like, "Hey mom, we're trapped in this town, we need help, we're alive," or something? So Tabitha, you did kind of mess up a little bit there too.
How could you not take advantage of that? Yeah, they may have thought you were crazy, but what if they didn't?
Yo, Fatima is on fire right now, coming at Tabitha, and she coming straight for her neck. Okay, she is piling on this woman. And listen, ever since season 2, you know, after the bus people came, I think that, you know, Fatima's just been falling apart. You know, she is not herself anymore. I remember when she was like really breaking when she was dealing with the cowboy, you know, monster outside the window and all that. But just remember, think back to when she was like that uplifting proxy for Julie, and it seemed like, you know, Fatima was always finding the positive even in this hellish place. So, you know, that was cool and all, but like now she's got a whole demon baby, she's eating expired food, and she might be turning into a vampire. I mean, so I get it. I do. A lot of stuff is going on with her personally, but hold on one second. She ain't gonna tell nobody about none of this at all. I'm just saying, look, never mind Tilly, okay? I'm just saying we got a whole town meeting going on right now, right here. This might be a good time and place to just mention all the crazy stuff that you've been going through. Okay, maybe not the blood, you know, because that's nasty and they might throw you in the box. But everything else would be nice to mention, I think. You know, listen, maybe somebody else is going through it. You never know. But I loved that exchange between Fatima and Tabitha. You know, Fatima brought up a very good point about, yo, what if somebody would have believed you? And Tabitha shut that down immediately and was like, "Ma'am, I did tell somebody, he did believe me, and look where he's at. Henry is right there." Fatima was like, "Tabitha." That's all she could say. and hold on, can we time out for a second here? Can y'all look at Ellis's face? Okay, I'm not letting this man slide right now. Bro, don't be sitting here giving Tabitha that long face, that, oh, come on face, because she didn't do enough. Ellis, what exactly have you been doing? Ellis gotta be one of the most useless characters in this entire show. This man has done nothing for 3 seasons. All that he's done is yell at his daddy for answers, get injured, stabbed, and knocked up his baby mama with a demon baby. And you gonna have the nerve to look at Tabitha with that kind of look on your face? Bruh, fix your face. Okay, you have not earned the right. Stop it. Now listen, I know this is not supposed to be funny, but when the lady cop started talking and backing up Tabitha, I started cracking up laughing because she hit her with that Mean Girls line, and she was like, what is she even doing here? She killed somebody. She doesn't even go here. I thought that was funny to me.
We thought she was hysterical.
She doesn't even go here.
Now, here's the thing. We got to talk about Dale. Now Dale, my man been real slick with his mouth lately. I don't know if you noticed, but in this little scene here, he been saying a lot of slick stuff. I could not live in this town with Dale. I definitely couldn't live in Colony House. This man would have been getting smacked by me a couple of times just by talking out of line and out the side of his neck. I'm just saying. And by the way, I see why Donna stays punching him every other time. Because he be saying some things, but you know what? He's probably one of the realest people here. And all he heard was lighthouse, trees, go home. And he was like, you know what? Let's go, right? Even though he just got done hearing Boyd say that these trees will take you anywhere. Dale just said, whatever. And look at this, by the way, Jim. Look at Jim sitting right there. You think this man would speak up and be like, oh, hey, yeah, by the way, my daughter went through a tree and she ended up in some random cellar outside of town. Those trees are not reliable. But no, God forbid these folks share any type of real information at this town hall meeting. Anyway, what did you all think about this town meeting? And more importantly, what would you have done any differently than Tabitha if you had made it out? Tabitha comes back home and tells Jade that they're going back to the tree. Ethan wants to go too, but Jim transformed into Captain America and blocked that from happening. They have a side conversation and Jim ends up telling her that Ethan has to stay with him. Boyd and Ellis get into an argument. Boyd wants everyone to just really calm down, and Ellis wants someone to do something while he continues to do absolutely negative nothing. Ellis wants to take chances, and Boyd asks him to pick the next person whose life he's willing to gamble with.
Damn it, Jim, what the hell is the matter with you?
Damn it, Jim! You starting to get on my nerves. First of all, I love this energy from Tabitha and Jade. Remember, Jade came in and was like, yo, where's Tabitha? We gotta go solve some stuff. And then now Tabitha's like, yo, where's Jade? We gotta go to the bottle tree. I love this. I love it. They are in the business of trying to solve things. But here goes Jim being a whole nuisance. Now look, even though at the last town hall meeting, this meeting was pointless, okay? The one other thing these characters in this show need to do is take all the weird people, gather them up, put them in a room, and let them just talk, okay? Tabitha, Jade, Ethan, Victor, Sarah, Fatima, not you, Ellis, Boyd, Elgin, bring all of them together and let them cook, okay? We don't know what they could come up with. Okay, now I understand Jim just wants to protect his family, but I would just be like, listen, Ethan, he wants to go anywhere, cool. You're not going without supervision. As your parent, I would go with you because guess what? We can do both. You can protect Ethan and go solve this stuff at the same time.
You want to do something, Mike? So tell me, who's next? Who's your pick? Who's your pick? Exactly.
Ooh, man, oh man, that scene with Boyd and Ellis, ooh, I loved it. Boyd was straight cooking. Now listen, I know that we do this often, but I think it needs to just keep happening. Can we please just give my man Harold Perrineau some props here? This man is working. He is working these scenes right now. Like I can feel it every single time. Can't you? Ooh, Ellis continues to prove that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And Boyd even having to mention the fact that people's lives are at stake whenever they have to take these risks and stuff. That all just shows that how, naive Ellis really is. And it's sad because he's too grown and he's too experienced in this place to be this dang on dumb. Now, I'm glad that Boyd gave him that talking to like a real parent. I also laughed because when he walked away from him, he was like, why am I even talking to your dumb self about this? That was too funny to me. Elgin and Julie go downstairs in the basement. He opened up an old trunk full of clothes. Julie ends up finding a Polaroid camera and they both start taking pictures. Back at the sheriff's station, Officer Acosta offered Boyd her help and advice. She recommended to give people something else to focus on. Boyd said, little girl, I'm not your friend. I do not have your back either. He reminded her how she killed someone and handcuffed Tabitha in the ambulance. Acosta tried to apologize, but Boyd wasn't trying to hear none of that and said she was dismissed. So real quick, I do think that this whole the Elgin, Julie trunk scene or whatever, I think this just is further evidence that we are indeed in some sort of cycle with this town. A lot of the things that they found in there were very dated items of clothing. That jacket, ooh, that is classic 80s, even with the hair scrunchie and all that. So clearly this town has been operating for some time, right? In terms of grabbing people and all that. But man, this tension between Boyd and Acosta, ooh, it's hot. It is hot, And listen, I understand Boyd's frustration. I really do. We talked about this last week about Boyd projecting his own sense of failures on other people. And in this case, I think every time he sees Acosta, he just gets pissed off, And on the other hand, I don't think she was actually wrong here either. I mean, she made a really good point about how the residents, they do need something else to focus on because, let's just be honest, somebody might go off and do something very stupid, trying to make their way home. So, here's the question for you all. The town does have a rule. We know the rule that if someone causes the death of someone else or something like that, you got to go in the box. Now, Acosta, she did cause Nikki to die. Granted, she hasn't been fully initiated into the town. She doesn't know all their rules or anything, but you guys let me know. Do you think Officer Acosta, do you think she deserves to go in the box? Back at Colony House, Fatima decided to make a quick pit stop for some rotten food, but Ellis came in right behind her trying to help. She breaks down and admits that she's got a pretty screwed up diet plan and there may be something wrong with the baby.
It's all I can keep down. I think there's something wrong with the baby. I think there's something wrong with the baby.
Oh my God. Finally. Thank you. I'm just happy that Fatima finally is telling somebody else about her terrible dietary choices. I mean, listen, at least Ellis is supportive. I mean, he wants everyone else to do something and take risks while he sits around and does nothing. But hey, at least he's doing the good husbandly thing and he's got her back. In the town, Henry is wondering why there's a motel sign and a pool, but no motel. He goes off with Ethan and they start talking about Victor. Ethan tells him how him and Victor are best friends and that sometimes Victor will call off their friendship. Meanwhile, Victor and Sarah are walking around until Victor sees Henry. And then Henry sees Victor. The two slowly approach each other and they embrace. Okay, look, I'd be lying to y'all if I told y'all that at this moment when Henry and Victor met up and stuff, that there weren't some waterworks going off for me. Just thinking about it. When Victor said, I didn't know how to come back home. Oh, that broke me. Like that put water in my eyes. Like for real. And can we give it up for my man, Scott McCord? I know we talk about Harold doing his thing as Boyd and he's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but I don't want to dismiss the fact that Scott is right there with him, putting in that work. My man is doing a phenomenal job. And his performance, along with others, but specifically his performance as Victor, is just one of the other elements that makes me enjoy From so much. So kudos to him. He is doing a stand-up job. But I'm so happy that both Victor and Henry could have this moment. You know, I'm glad that I was wrong, you know, that there was any added trauma, because who needs more negativity in a place like this anyway? You know, the last time we had a happy reunion was really probably Marielle and Christy, you know. So in the midst of all this nonsense, it was good to kind of see something positive and to see these two come together. Now, if we could back this up a little bit, Henry asked some very good questions here. You know, so this is something that I really want everyone to pay attention to. I know we all love coming up with theories and we're all trying to catch certain clues and stuff. I'm right there with you. But this moment right here, it's a perfect example of the show telling you loud and clear that this is a clue about the whole motel. Notice that not only did the camera go from Henry to the motel sign, but even after he left with Ethan, the camera went right back to focus on the sign. This means that this question is something important in some way. Now compare this to the fraction of a second of Fatima opening the door and people assuming that she couldn't open the door. And by the way, she did open the door, and run with the theory that, you know, she can't open doors and, you know, without some super secret invitation, or I don't know, whatever the theory is. Now, I'm not trying to trash anyone's theories, but I do think we should try to avoid going on wild goose chases that could possibly lead us into a state of disappointment. If you keep building something up that the show is really not trying to focus on, the only person that's going to be let down is you. So all I'm saying here is that there are definitely clues in this show. But when it comes to something meaningful, I think it would be great if we put more of our time and energy into these type of clues that the show is very deliberate about telling us. Speaking of which, why do you think that there's a motel sign and a pool, but no motel actually there? Now, I think it makes sense that all of this could be some sort of pocket dimension that has some sort of barrier around it, maybe. So the town with all the houses and stuff like that, that makes sense. You know, like maybe the houses and stuff were already there, whatever. But the motel and the pool, this to me feels like a piece of the motel was shoved through the faraway tree and the rest just didn't make it through or something. I don't know. You know, and the only, I guess the best way that I can kind of make sense of what's going on is I got to go back to that Marvel show, Loki. You know, this town feels like the void in Loki. So if you've seen Loki, you know what I'm talking about. It's just another dimension where random things just end up. Now, I don't have a good explanation as to how these things ended up here, but this is going to be something I believe we need to pay attention to in the coming episodes. Bacta is at the diner and joins Boyd on the bus. She tells Boyd that she's sorry for not having his back during the town meeting. She admits that Boyd was just trying to help people, and next time she's going to have his back. Jade and Tabitha are back at the bottle tree. Jade believes that the numbers could be dates, but Tabitha really doubts that. He told her that he also saw the crusty kids in the tunnels laid out on some stones and the symbol being created from the roots above. He expressed his frustration, how he felt like there was a moment of clarity that quickly escaped him. He said that there must be a pattern of some kind given the bottle tree and the numbers. Just then, Dale walks up and examines the tree. Tabitha and Jade warn him not to go into the tree, but he decides to go in there anyway. He suddenly disappears. Back in town, Boyd can hear screaming by the pool until he sees the terrible sight. Dale's body has been fused into the wall of the pool. Boyd tries to assess the situation, and he ends up pulling out his gun to put Dale out of his misery, but it's too late. He dead. Boyd lashes out at everyone watching and asks who wants to be next. Suddenly, Donna walks up to see her friend Dale's body, and everyone goes quiet. Well, R.I.P. Dale. You know, he is the epitome of F around and find out. You know, I mean, I guess I can't totally blame him for trying, though. I mean, listen, being stuck in a place like this for so long, and then to finally hear an ounce of hope to escape, I mean, I get it. And he was right. Somebody had to try. And well, now I bet you now, everybody in town's probably going to be thinking they're going to think twice about jumping through them trees. You know, I know if I was in that town, I wouldn't have been that somebody. That's just not me. But I think this proves another point. And for people that are looking for answers, this could be an interesting answer for this show. Think about this. Who or whatever the boy in white is, remember that he's got some sort of connection and understanding of this place. He seems to maybe even be a part of it, right? Remember at the end of season 1 when he told Sarah that this place was angry?
Nathan was right about this place. It's angry now. You have to get inside.
So he knows the feelings of this place. Plus, it was by his direction that Julie and Victor, Sarah and Boyd could go through the faraway trees and make it out alive. I mean, yeah, Boyd did still get caught up in a chimney, caught some worms, brought a cicada monster into town that killed people. But hey, did he die? No. So what have we learned here? Don't go through the faraway trees unless the boy in white tells you to do so. Oh, and when Boyd was snapping on everyone, you know what? I was cool with that. I was very okay with that because he told all of y'all, he told every single one of them to chill out at the diner. But no, everybody wanted answers. Everybody wanted him to do something. As if he hasn't been putting his life on the line since the day he got there. Even his own son Ellis had the nerve to try. Ooh, you know what? Sometimes it be your own people. It be your own people. I wish Ellis and Fatima were here to see this. I wish they would see what happened to Dale in the pool. I bet you he won't be talking about taking risks no more after that. But Donna, when she saw Dale, keep in mind, by the way, in case some of you didn't know, Liz Saunders, the actress that plays Donna, she is married to the actor, you know, who plays Dale. So there is that level of realism going on here. And I'm sure this was probably feeding into Liz's performance, you know, in her acting. But I mean, Donna and Dale, they're friends and all. But to see your real life husband stuck in a wall like that, yikes, yikes. Well, look who it is. Yes, I see you. Yes, and I'm talking to you. You still watching my video and didn't even subscribe to the channel yet? Listen, come on now. Like you've made it this far. You know, I think that makes us family, right? You know, so listen, if you could do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button. And please don't forget to hit the bell. I do not want you guys to miss the other content that I have coming up for you very, very soon. So make sure you hit that bell for all those notifications. Tabitha had a nightmare and Jim gets up to console her. She blames herself for not doing enough when she was in the real world. She snaps at Jim and demands that he be more honest with her. He accuses her of wanting a divorce so that she can deal with the Thomas death alone. But she flipped it back on him and accused him of being a recluse and absorbed in his own work. The arguing continues and they start raising their voices at each other until they can hear one of the monsters outside scream and yell at them to shut the hell up. Jim storms out of the room. Oh man, Mom and Dad are fighting again? Okay, but first, can we give it up for Eion Bailey and Catalina Moreno? I mean, in this scene, they are acting. They are doing such a good job. And I don't know about y'all. I felt the real passion, and I thought the delivery in their performance was actually pretty excellent. But we knew from the very beginning of this episode that Jim and Tabitha, they've had their issues, right? Recall that they were on the verge of a divorce that all stemmed from the death of their baby son, Thomas. But now we're finally seeing what that friction between them really looks like. We've seen little sparks, but now we're really seeing it firsthand. And by the way, I've been to marriage and couples counseling, and I strongly suggest it for anyone, by the way. And no, it's not just for when, things are going bad. It's actually really great for enriching your relationship. But what's going on with Tabitha is what some therapists and experts would call a racket, right? Notice how she started complaining about him simply saying comforting things to her. It's called a racket because it's really just the superficial noise, and it's not really the real issue that's going on. She's not really upset that he's trying to help her and he's trying to make her feel better. That's not what she's upset about. She's more so upset about feeling alone. She felt alone when Thomas died, and she felt alone going off to the lighthouse, looking for answers. Now, Tabitha also had a nightmare, and in classic From fashion, she didn't want to talk about it. What are we doing? What are we doing? Tabitha, what are we doing? We on season 3, episode 6. And you don't want to talk about your nightmare in a place like this? Ma'am, what are you doing? This is a place where dreams actually matter. You better start talking about them. Please and thank you. Now, let me just say, I thought Tabitha was straight tripping when she was, getting on Jim for just really trying to give her some comforting words, right? And listen, she wanted him to be honest. Time out. First of all, fellas, let me talk to y'all for a second. That's a whole trap, okay? That is a trap. That's a do I look fat type of setup. Do not fall for that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give y'all a little advice, a little pro tip from somebody 12 plus years in the marriage game. When you get hit with one of these trick questions, this is what you gotta do. You gotta hit them with a trick answer, okay? And this is what happens. You get hit with that trick question, you look at them deep in their eyes and you just say this: I love you. And that's it. Don't say nothing else. Don't follow up with that's it. Let me tell you something. It works 60% of the time, every time. Thank me later. Now, Jim, hold on now, Jim. We got to talk about you too. Now, you said while she was out there in the real world that you were holding the kids together? Hold on now, Jim. Now, bro. Julie is a whole pothead with PTSD. Ethan literally ran away into the woods. And I mean, how many times did Ethan open up the door when he wasn't supposed to? Jim, this is not the time to play the good parent card. Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Just put the fries in the bag. I don't know what you thought you was trying to pull with that one. Now, Jim said that they could have done things together. Sir, how? How? You not the chosen one? Did you not? What? Together where? Together how? What? You was gonna go through the bottle tree too? It was not for you. Did the boy in white talk to you? Sir, once again, sit down. You don't know what you're talking about right now. But ooh, this argument got heated. Okay, listen. That finger swipe, when she slapped that finger, ooh, and Tabitha turned it up when she called him a coward. Listen, I know this is supposed to be a serious moment, but when I tell y'all I cracked up so hard when Jim karate kicked them covers off of him, you gotta be real mad when you gotta go full ninja on some covers. Oh, See, you know what that is? That's when you were a kid and you all the way upstairs and your parents call you downstairs for some nonsense and you already got comfortable, you warm under the covers, and they like, no, come down right now. You just like, That's what Jim felt like right there in that moment. I loved it. And one last thing, the monsters are screaming again. What the heck is going on with that? Now, I'm not sure what this means, but the timing of that scream I thought was perfect. I swear that monster was like, hey, yo, shut the hell up. I'm trying to eat people out here. Later that morning, Julie comes down and mentions the fight between Jim and Tabitha. Tabitha apologizes, but Julie was like, it's all good. Things are getting back to normal anyway. In the bar, Jade and Boyd discuss Tabitha's adventures and the bottle tree. Jade believes it could be a code or maybe even an algorithm. As Jade continues to express some theoretical events, Boyd immediately cuts him off, once again, in true From fashion. And Boyd mentions that there was another bottle tree that he and Sarah found when they went out camping. Jade then asks him for the location of the other bottle tree. You know, I will say this. I do feel a little bad for Julie. I mean, speaking as a parent, you really don't want your kids seeing you fighting, you know, because all that stuff can impact them, right? It can have some sort of effect on them. And I'm sure many of us have seen our own parents fight, probably even worse. I know one thing my wife and I try to do is try to at least make sure that our kids also see us work things out, right? Because listen, conflict is going to happen. If you believe that marriage or relationships are supposed to be conflict free, you're living in a delusional world, right? There's always going to be some sort of conflict, but I do believe that, you know, the other part of that conflict is seeing conflict resolution and seeing it in a healthy way, you know? So like, you know, we do that with our kids. Like, I want to make sure my kids see me talking to my wife in a respectable, mature way and vice versa. So that way they know how to deal with those type of things. Right. And, you know, Jim and Tabitha, they haven't really done that with their kids. Yes, they went to therapy and all that, but yeah, I don't think they've really shown them the conflict resolution, you know, internally between themselves, because all these kids have seen is mom and dad fighting. You know, instead they try to, Jim and Tabitha will put on a mask. You know, they'll put on a mask and pretend that everything is okay. You know, I mean, think about it. When we saw them in the very first episode, they were going on a fun little trip, even though they were in the midst of divorcing, you know. But as many of us also know, kids, they can see right through that, right? Kids always know. They just know. And Julie here is no different. She can see right past it. Now, as for Boyd and Jade, now, didn't I tell y'all the biggest clue in From is when the character stops talking or gets interrupted? I swear, Jade was about to stumble onto something until Boyd, once again, Boyd just had to interrupt him. Anyway, I've got a theory about what Jade was talking about or maybe trying to talk about, but I'll be sharing that with you guys in a separate video. So please, this is a great time to go ahead and subscribe, turn on those notifications by hitting that bell, because I don't want you guys to miss out when I drop that gold later. Anyway, I do like the fact that we're sharing information. I love that. I also love the look on Jade's face whenever he learns new information. Just look at his face. I love that look. And you know what? I take back what I said before, because I was clearly wrong. Town meetings were a terrible idea because people suck. However, I do believe that there should be a new alternative. New town rule. Okay, this is a new town rule. Everybody simply needs to talk to Jade. Just form a single file line and give this man as much information as you can. All the dreams, all the visions, all the creepy kimono ladies, whatever. Talk to Jade, give it to Jade, give him all this info, because I swear he is going to be the one that's going to finally crack the mystery of this place. At the clinic, Kenny brings more supplies for the new ambulance. Boyd checks in on him, but Kenny doesn't feel like talking. Boyd goes in to see how Randall is doing, but Christy stops him and tells him that there is a portable ultrasound machine in the new ambulance. She tells him to bring Fatima around so that they can check up on the demon baby. In the town, Tabitha approaches Donna as she creates a stone memorial to cover up Dale's body in the pool. Donna tells Tabitha not to be like Dale and remember that she's lucky to be here with her family. Victor finds his father in his room. Henry was hoping to spend some time with him, but Victor said that he had something more important to do. Victor then says that what he has to do is pretty dangerous and Henry can at least walk with him. They journey over to the entrance of the monster tunnels. Henry insists to go inside with him. Victor pulls out his toy soldiers to keep them from getting lost and tells Henry to be extremely quiet as they enter the tunnel. Look, poor Kenny, he's clearly still hurting, but he's trying to find things to do, trying to keep himself occupied. And I think this is just another way for him to just cope with his mother's passing. Now, I also like the interaction with Donna and Tabitha. Donna was like, hey, look, Dale was just being, headstrong and he went through the tree and all that stuff and it turned out bad. Don't be like Dale, keep your head up. But I'm like, wait a minute, Donna. Where was that? Where was all that supportive energy back at the diner? You could have had her back then too. You just, what? But anyway, I guess I guess it's better late than never, but I thought it was kind of interesting how she reacted to the hug from Tabitha. It kind of looked like she was shocked about it. I don't know. Did you guys pick up on something weird when Donna was hugged by Tabitha? Now, as for Victor, did anyone notice back in his room the picture that was on the wall right behind Victor? Now, I just thought that the camera angle was kind of interesting here because, again, this wasn't like a microsecond type of thing. They kind of lingered while Victor was talking and showing you that background. That's like a camera trick usually. I think they wanted us to really pay attention to that big picture in the back. Now, we've seen it before, in previous episodes, but this time with a closer look, I noticed that there were some numbers on it. Now, I couldn't really make out those numbers per se, but now I'm starting to wonder, could those numbers on that drawing, could they maybe correlate with the numbers that we've seen from the bottle tree? If you guys have any thoughts or theories, please let me know in the comments. At Colony House, Ellis urges Fatima to go visit Christy. Fatima is terrified to go and she just refuses. However, Boyd comes to visit and he brings them some good news. Ellis tells Boyd that Fatima's diet is literally trash, and Boyd tells them about the ultrasound machine back at the clinic. Real quick, if you had a chance to watch my interview with Harold Perrineau, he mentioned, and I believe he was talking about this very episode, he mentioned how this episode tapped into one of his personal deepest fears. I think we're seeing that shown with this whole pregnancy situation. Now listen, as a father, I can definitely relate because I recalled when my wife was pregnant, as a first-time parent, I was terrified. Okay, I was nervous about everything. I was worried about is she eating enough? Is the baby healthy or not? Just all of that. Your mind races with all these different worries and stuff. So I can see why Boyd seems so distraught after talking to Ellis and Fatima. Meanwhile, Marielle checks in on Randall to help change his bandages. He requests a mirror to look at his wounded face.
Mirror!
Kenny is looking for a screwdriver, and as he walks outside, he catches Julie smoking that weed.
Got some?
Don't push it.
Back at Colony House, Elgin continues to act like a whole creep by taking pictures of people to create a collage. He snaps a picture of Fatima before she heads out. Ellis, Boyd, and Fatima go out to the clinic, but Fatima tells them that she doesn't want to tell Christy anything about her demon baby until they really have to. Ooh, did y'all see Randall's face? Yikes. My man was out here looking like a combo of Two-Face and the Joker at the same time. But as for Elgin, I don't like this whole Polaroid camera thing. I'm glad some of you guys pointed this out in the comments of my last video, because I kind of like just went over it. I didn't even think about it as much. But a lot of you pointed out the fact that he took a picture of Julie, but we saw Elgin's picture, but we didn't see Julie's picture. Okay, so now this is something I'm very curious about. Like, I know that we'll get to Fatima's picture a little bit later, but I'm really curious as to what exactly does Julie's picture show. Let me know what you guys think that we might see in her picture. In the woods, Jade visits the other bottle tree. Just then, the old bartender Tom appears to him. Tom questions whether the bottle tree means something or if someone just thought that it meant something. Jade disagrees, but Tom reminds him that if he wants to beat this place and figure things out, he needs to sober up. Back in town, Ethan is reading through Tien Chen's book until Tabitha comes home. He asks her if Mr. and Mrs. Liu were happy when they were married. This prompts Tabitha to apologize to Ethan about the fight between her and Jim. Ethan reminisces about the days when they first arrived in the town. Just then, Tabitha hears some noise upstairs. As she goes upstairs to investigate, she's startled by the crusty kids surrounding her without an ounce of lotion in sight. Okay, so just like with Boyd and Father Khatri, Tom seems to be what I believe is a projection of Jade's own subconscious here. You know, he's basically talking to himself, but he sees Tom, as a reflection of that, right? And I think, he made a very simple point. Stop drinking so you can, think clearly. So obviously this place, and these illusions are a lot to mentally process. So I can understand how it could lead someone to drink, but if you really do want to find the answers to the mysteries going on here, you do need a clear level mind. Now, I don't want to lose this moment with Ethan. Remember how I talked earlier about how kids can feel the effects of parents and fighting and all of that? Imagine how powerful of a statement Ethan just conveyed here. These are people that are trapped in a town full of monsters that come out at night and rip you to shreds, and this little boy would rather be in a state of petrified fear instead of seeing mommy and daddy fight. That hit me kind of deep. I mean, when you really think about it, even as grown adults, some of us, maybe many of us, are still walking around with the same trauma that we experienced as kids. So to have Ethan feeling this way in this scene, I thought it was just really, really messed up. But man, listen, them noises upstairs, I'm glad it was them dusty kids. Because when I heard that noise coming from upstairs, I really thought it was going to be whatever those things were that were moving in the cabins back outside in the woods and all that. Thankfully, it was just them crusty kids. Thankfully. I will say, I'm still kind of curious, though, as to why Tabitha is still afraid of them. Like, what are you afraid of? They haven't done anything to hurt you. They haven't done anything to do you any type of harm. Yes, they look dingy. Yes, they mangy looking. Yes, they raggedy. But I think, if I was seeing these same kids every day, I would just be tired. I'd just be like, okay, you know what? What do y'all want? I ain't got all day. Just uncool. Spell it out. Okay, here's some paper and some pencil. Tell me what the hell y'all want. Donna completes her stone memorial for Dale as Kenny walks up. He asks her if he could move into Colony House. She, of course, obliges. Tabitha continues being a stellar parent by bringing Ethan into a bar. She told Ethan that they could help Jade with his puzzle. Jade tells them about the second bottle tree and how the numbers from the trees actually match up. Back at the clinic, Marielle gives Randall some new bandages. He calls her out for pretending as if everything is okay. She invites him to stay in the clinic rather than being alone on the bus. You know, I actually kind of like what's going on with Kenny here. You know, like it can be really hard to stay in the same house that is full of memories of your loved ones that have passed on, right? So now I don't know if Colony House would be the next best place to move, but a change of scenery, it makes sense, right? I'm kind of curious about Marielle here, though. I mean, we know that her, Julie, and Randall, they were all affected by the cicada monster. Randall has been seeing the actual cicadas again in his hallucinations. Julie, I guess she's hearing screams or whatever.
I would take the creepy kimono woman in a heartbeat over the shit I hear in my head now.
And she's crashing out so bad that she's becoming a pothead. But Marielle, she seems kind of different. You know, we haven't really seen her going through anything. And I still think that she is also suffering, you know, in her own way. But unlike Randall and Julie, I get the suspicion that she's probably better equipped to handle, you know, these terrors because probably because of her previous drug addiction. So in other words, because she's already been battling her own demons for so long, she probably is able to deal with this new demon or whatever just a little bit better compared to the other two. Anyway, that's just my interpretation with what's going on with Marielle, but you all let me know, what do you think is going on with her? Back in the tunnels, Henry and Victor continue looking for Jasper. Victor noticed that a lot of the items have been moved from the last time. He continues to push forward. As they go deeper, Victor sets the toy soldiers in place to mark their way. Henry urges Victor to turn around, but Victor finds all the missing items in another part of the tunnel, which includes Jasper. Oh, and a sleeping monster. Victor collects the dummy, and meanwhile, Henry decided to be a whole dummy himself when he wouldn't shut the hell up after finding his wife's clothing. Because of that, the sleeping monster starts to wake up. Just then, another creepy Karen monster tells Victor to stop coming around these parts or else next time they're gonna make him stay. Henry and Victor quickly skedaddle out of the tunnels. Oh my God. Okay, that was intense. This had the same vibes, the same energy of when like Victor and Tabitha were in the tunnels back in season 2, the beginning of season 2. And just like that time, Henry thought he was going to channel his inner Tabitha and just not be quiet. When I tell y'all, every single time Henry opened his mouth, I was yelling at him to shut up. Shut up, sir. Victor told you to wait outside. You didn't have to go in there with him. Plus, you've seen these monsters. You've seen what they can do. If Victor tells you to be quiet and you literally see a huge monster sleeping right in front of you, I know you're not that senile where you can't just be quiet. What is wrong with people? What? Henry, what is happening?
You know, Victor, if you keep coming down here, one of these days, we'll make you stay.
Anyway, where the hell did that Karen monster come from? Was she posted up on the wall the whole time? And that warning that she gave to Victor, yikes! Yikes! That sounded like they've known all about Victor and his adventures whenever he comes into the tunnels. Because here's the eerie thing about it. It sounds like not only did they know, but they allowed Victor to come down there and to leave. Now, we know that the boy in white, he's been the reason that Victor has been able to survive in the town for all those years. And we also know that when he was in the tunnels, it was the boy in white that helped navigate Victor around the place, you know, to safety. Now, it's just interesting to me that the monsters knew and apparently let it slide. But it seems like Victor might be running out of them passes. You know, that monster lady was like, okay, Victor, you gonna F around and find out. You better quit playing these games now. Man, I hope Jasper is worth all it is. Listen, it could not be me, my anxiety, my stress, my blood pressure would have been through the roof going through them tunnels like that. But y'all let me know, what did you think about the monster's warning to Victor? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Julie sees Randall moving out of the bus. They both check in on each other to see how they're doing, and they go ahead and decide that now's a great time to hit that sticky, icky marijuana. Henry and Victor make it back to Victor's hideaway. Victor tells him that this was the place he used to sleep at night when he had to hide away from the monsters. He says that Jasper told Christopher a story about the history of this place, and they need Jasper to tell them that story again. Victor is determined to make that dummy talk. Okay, a couple of things here. Victor finally has Jasper, but the real question here is, how is he actually going to get Jasper to talk? You know, now my theory here is that Victor is not going to be able to make him talk. Since Jasper was talking to Christopher, then I think the best person or the best way to get him to talk is that bring Jasper to Jade. You know, we know that both Jade and Christopher, they share a lot of similarities in the fact that they were obsessed with the symbol. We know that Christopher later turned on everyone and started killing folks. So if Jade is the key to get Jasper to talk, my other question is that actually a good thing? I mean, yes, learning the history of this place is vital to getting some answers, but the more people find things out in this place, the more dangerous things become. And I guess another thing to consider is, let's just say we get the story. Can we trust this dummy? You know, like, is that going to be reliable? Anyway, what do you guys think is going to be the key for getting Jasper to talk? And do you have any other theories about this dummy? Let me know. Fatima lays back for her ultrasound with Christy. As Christy looks around, she unfortunately is having some difficulty in seeing anything. She reveals that Fatima is actually not pregnant. Fatima asks for a second opinion, and they do take a second look. However, there's still nothing there. Ellis says that they need to tell them the truth. Huh? What? So she's not pregnant? What? I am confused. I am perplexed. I am bewilderment. Like, what the hell is making Fatima eat trash sandwiches by day and be a whole vampire by night? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, I don't know what to believe now. Could all this stuff just be in her mind? I mean, we do know that this place will play tricks on your mind, you know, and make you think certain things, or maybe even have you seeing certain things. But I don't know. Maybe she's not carrying the seed of Satan, but instead this might confirm other people's theories that maybe Fatima is turning into a monster. You know, I mean, listen, I don't like this, because I don't know what to think, you know. But listen, we got a couple options. A, she's got a demon baby on deck. B, she's turning into a monster. C, it's all in her head. Or D, she's turning into a monster and having a demon baby. I think I'm going to go with D, just to cover all my bases. But you all let me know what is going on. Do y'all believe that she has a baby? Does she not have a baby? Is she turning into a monster? Is this all in her head? Whatever you think, please let me know. Meanwhile, back at Colony House, Elgin is hanging up his picture for the collage no one asked for until he sees the kimono lady in the background of Fatima's picture. Just then, the same ghoulish lady breathes her hot breath on Elgin's neck and says that she can help everyone go back home. She then disappears. Jade and Ethan continue trying to figure out the pattern with the numbers. Jade tells Tabitha that the crusty Yankui kids are not trying to actually hurt her. Just then, Tabitha sees a drawing of the totems that were around the cabins. She recalls 3 red stones, and Jade all but confirms that he saw them. She says that she had the same recurring nightmare where she saw the same things in her nightmare. Okay, let's back up. Elgin and this kimono lady, she's starting to get a little pushy, okay? And y'all know, and tell me if you thought this, maybe it was just me. Y'all know her breath stank. It has to stink. I mean, I'm I'm under the impression that it probably smells like old fish and booty. Like, then again, Elgin also doesn't bathe, so it probably doesn't bother him anyway. But she's promising him that she can get everybody home. Now, I don't know if I can trust this. I mean, who is this thriller lady? You know, where did she come from? Is she like another version of whatever the boy in white is? I don't really trust her, but then again, I'm curious to see if maybe she can help in some way. The only thing that comes to mind, though, that gives me a little caution is like, we kind of went through this with Sarah. Y'all remember Sarah was like hearing voices in her head telling her that all you got to do is kill Ethan and everyone will, you know, go home and everyone will be safe. But then again, this isn't a voice in Elgin's head, so maybe this could be different. I don't know. You guys let me know. Are we trusting the kimono lady? Are we not? Like, I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. Okay, as for Tabitha, let me just say that I am so happy that she's got Ethan on the job. Okay, y'all know I believe that Ethan is pretty much a key to a lot of this stuff. He may mess around and figure out the key to this puzzle for Jade, actually. But anyway, Tabitha immediately recognized those totems and called out those same 3 red stones. Now, the fact that she had this reoccurring nightmare as a little girl, I do find that pretty interesting. Remember back in season 1 with Abby, she also talked about how she remembered a strange dream that she had when she was a little girl. Now, given how it seems dreams can play some sort of role in this place, I'm sure Tabitha's dream probably does hold some key information here. Those 3 red stones, I think that they look like sacrificial, you know, stones that maybe the Ankui kids were killed on or something like that. My bigger question here, though, is what the hell was coming from above Tabitha, the scared little Tabitha? What was that looking down on her? What was she looking up at that terrified her so much? Was it the cicada monster or was it some other evil entity? Anyway, it seems like Tabitha is having some sort of, I don't know, deja vu event, or maybe, just maybe, she's been in this town before. You know, I mean, maybe that's a possibility. Clearly, we can't trust her memory at this point. Now, I don't think that she's actually been to the town before because, you know, how did she get there? When did she get there? And how would she get out? We already heard earlier that, you know, according to Miranda, nobody has been able to get out. And we know that Tabitha is the first and only one to make it out. So I'm gonna kind of throw that theory away that she's actually physically been there before. But I do have a theory about Tabitha and why her dream ties into the larger story in From. I'm guessing she just had a dream or a vision similar to how Miranda was having her own dreams of the town. And this was before Miranda even made her way into the town. So my best guess here is that what I mentioned in my previous video, and let's just call it the Avatar theory. Since we know that Miranda confirmed that they were the chosen ones, like there were previous chosen ones, and she could see all of them, right? I think this memory of Tabitha may actually be a previous chosen one's memory, perhaps. If you haven't seen Avatar, and no, I'm not talking about the big giant blue people, the Avatar is basically a spiritual figure who is reincarnated after every lifetime. In each reincarnation, the Avatar will have knowledge and memories of their past lives. So I think that this might be what's going on with Tabitha here in episode 6. Anyway, what do you think about this revelation with Tabitha? Please share your thoughts in the comments down below. Fatima can't believe the news from the ultrasound that she isn't pregnant. Christy believes that this could be a rare condition where a woman's body believes that it's pregnant when it really isn't. Fatima insists that she is still pregnant despite the test. She gets up and leaves. Christy can't figure out whether Fatima is delusional or actually pregnant with something that maybe they just can't see. Boyd told her to do her damn job and figure it out. Well, here we go. Is Fatima actually pregnant, or is this all just in her head? I mean, we know this place is going to play mind games on people. We know that this place can make you believe something could be happening to your body in different ways. Think back to when Sarah's arm had the warning talking about killing the boy. She felt that as if it was real pain, but then she was perfectly fine. Or think back about Kenny when he was hearing the music box and he was having the dream about the cicadas, but he woke up to find out that it actually did leave a real burn on his arm. So at this point, it's really hard to figure out whether this is all in her head or, I don't know, if Fatima is actually pregnant, because anything could be the case when we're dealing with this weird Fromville place. Now, Christy was talking about the cravings, but what's interesting about that is, was she only talking about eating trash or the blood? Now, I'm thinking that it was just about the trash, because I'm guessing that there might have been a little bit more trepidation, a little more fear, and maybe more worry if she found out that, I don't know, Fatima was a whole vampire. Now, I thought it was kind of funny when Marielle was trying to give Fatima some comforting words and, you know, make her feel better and everything. But in order to do that, she had to bring up Boyd and his worms. If you look at Harold's face, my man was like, "Why I gotta catch a stray? What about worms got to do with all this?" Back at Colony House, Victor is playing bad cop, trying to get Jasper to talk. Henry comes in and reminds Victor that he's been yelling at a doll, but Victor doesn't want to hear none of that and leaves. Downstairs, Elgin shows off his janky gift for Fatima until suddenly his Polaroid camera takes a picture. Marielle comes over to start an IV for Fatima. She gives her some comforting words, but Fatima tells her that whatever is inside of her is the one that's actually ordering the garbage sandwiches from Uber Eats. Ellis comes in and Fatima pleads with him to just believe her that she is actually pregnant. She says that her cravings are getting stronger as well. So I really like this conversation with Marielle, because I think we got an answer about what has been going on with her all this time. Now, recall in the last episode, Randall was saying that Marielle was pretending as though she was okay and everything was fine, and almost like nothing had ever happened to her, you know, with the cicada monster. Well, now we know that Marielle does feel the bugs, and I don't know, maybe she actually still sees them like Randall does. The difference here, though, is that she keeps reminding herself that it's not real and that fear will only break you if you let it. First of all, shout out to positive affirmations. Please, I cannot stress this enough. Make sure y'all do the same whenever you're feeling down or if you're having a bad day. Call out whatever that thing is that's holding you back, that's challenging you, and tell yourself that whatever it is, it will only break you if you let it.
You don't break me!
So good on Marielle for doing that and holding it all together. Anyway, it's nice to know that Marielle is at least taking care of herself as best as she can. I mean, Randall clearly is allowing this fear to overtake his mind so much that he even let the monsters capture him, and Julie would rather sneak out and go puff puff past that good ganja. Now, as for Fatima, I think it's pretty interesting that we're getting some foreshadowing here that probably is going to be important later on. She said that this, whatever's inside of her, it's making her eat the garbage. So this may be more than just some simple cravings. Whatever is inside of her or whatever is manipulating her mind, it's starting to have a stronger hold on her. And by the way, I noticed that the book on her nightstand was the novel called Fall on Your Knees by Anne Marie MacDonald. If any of you guys have any theories or any ideas about why that might be significant, feel free to let me know in the comments. Boyd and Donna talk about Fatima's ultrasound results and the weirdness of her situation. She proposes that they find a way to help Fatima. Boyd says that they should keep this information between themselves. However, Donna says that at some point, Fatima and Ellis should probably move out of Colony House. Jim is helping the others collect food around the cabins until he sees Jade, Tabitha, and Ethan. They inform him that Tabitha saw this place in a dream. Julie runs into Randall outside the clinic. He tries to go for a walk, but she decides to tag along when no one asked her to do so. So first off, let me just say that I really do appreciate this relationship between Boyd and Donna. I love their friendship, and no, I don't think there's anything extra going down between them romantically or anything like that. But I like how they are so cool with telling each other different secrets and stuff, because they're doing it for the purpose of trying to keep everybody safe. I like that energy. Now, as for my girl Donna, y'all know I love Donna. She's fantastic. Donna is once again being probably one of the most practical and reasonable minded people in this town when it comes to all the weird stuff, right? She's not going to be silent about it. She's not going to try and pretend that these things might be something else or whatever. She's basing all of this on her own experiences and considering the options that are right in front of them, right? But Donna's instincts, I think they're right. Okay, like she understands that if there's any chance something bad is going to happen with Fatima, she's going to have to protect the other Colony House residents. And, you know, to me, that's why she brought up what happened with Abby. Keep in mind that Donna witnessed firsthand what Boyd's wife was doing when she started shooting people. Matter of fact, if y'all really remember, Donna was one of those people that was about to become a victim of Abby. So her concern for Fatima is a matter of caring deeply for Fatima, but also trying to avoid another massacre. Now, did you notice the random town resident who mentioned to Jim that the things that were banging around outside the cabins, you know, she was saying that, oh, it doesn't sound like the monsters that come out at night.
Whatever was banging around last night sure as hell didn't sound like those things back in town.
Listen. I know some of y'all have said it. I know I've said it. I'm telling y'all, here come the giant spiders. The giant spiders are on their way. I don't know if it's going to be this season. I don't know if it's next season, but they keep teasing this. Okay, they teased it the last time at the end of the first season, dragging the whole the tent or whatever with Boyd and Sarah. Man, spiders are coming. Y'all, they better get them a big old can of Raid. And listen, shout out to those of you that also pointed out in my last video that when we saw little Tabitha having her nightmare and she looked up, you know, behind that red rock or whatever, that something was looking down on her. Yeah, that probably was also a giant spider. And you know what? I also saw you guys talking about trying to ship Julie and Randall. Listen, I'm starting to see the signs here. Okay, at first I kind of wanted to think that maybe this was just a situation of people who maybe just connected, you know, based on shared trauma or whatever. But now I'm starting to think that there might be something else. But you know what? We're going to revisit this a little bit later. Meanwhile, Elgin is investigating the cellar that also appeared on the Polaroid picture. As he opens the doors and finds nothing, an eerie set of knocks can be heard. He moves things around and finds a secret hidden room. Back in the woods, Jim casts a little doubt about Tabitha's dream and how this place could affect people. Tabitha, however, tells him that her dreams happened before they even got to town. Yo, I'm really not too sure what to make or how to feel about this secret room with Elgin. I mean, first of all, let's not forget that this was the same place that Jade saw the random guy with the boulder in the first season. You know, the one with the boulder on top of him, and then there was the blood symbol and stuff. But I got other questions. I mean, why is there what looks like a bed and a nightstand? Why is that there? Could this have been where Victor maybe was sleeping? I mean, we do know that this was also the hiding place for Victor when he was a little kid, you know, after his mom and Eloise like escaped or whatever. And, you know, Victor came out of there. So, but here, I don't know. The other weird thing is like Victor came out kind of dirty and it looked like he had been sleeping on the floor, not on a bed. So I don't know. It just begs the question, who or what was in that room before? And by the way, why the hell is Elgin just going anywhere that this camera just happens to tell him to go? I mean, a dead lady blows her hot breath on your neck and you just decide to play Pictionary? Really? Elgin, you better explain yourself real soon, bro, because it's not adding up right now. Anyway, real quick on Jim. Now, I understand that he just wants to be cautious, but I'm glad that he backed down here, right? He was right about how this town could mess people up, just like Sarah, you know, or even with him when he was getting those random collect calls on his phone or, you know, the radio person or whatever. So, but listen, your wife is clearly different, and this is definitely not the same situation as the others. Tabitha actually made it out into the real world. Plus, she's had these dreams before she even got to the town. That should be more than enough evidence that maybe, just maybe, something else is going on with her, and it might be positive. Back in town, Acosta visits the grave of the young girl she accidentally shot. She goes into the diner and immediately starts asking questions about the town. Kenny offers her some tea. He then explains how all of her questions and theories have been things that people before her have thought about as well. He told her that you either have to adapt or you're going to lose your mind. He also informs her that Boyd was the one who found the talisman, but she can't get over the fact that he confiscated her gun. Kenny tells her that it's perfectly okay to change out of that same funky uniform that she had on for 3 episodes now, but she doesn't want to get too comfortable in this town. Just then, the jukebox played some smooth jams to get her to feel a little better. Soon after, Bacta enters in and talks to Kenny about reopening the diner. First, it was my boy Kenny with the celebration song. Okay, now it's Acosta with the "Ooh child, things are gonna get easier." You know what? I can't with this place and in this damn jukebox. I just can't. Who set up this Spotify playlist? Who is the town DJ? Okay, where is DJ from? I swear you're not gonna just keep trolling me with this music like this. Let me find out. Let me find out. We just gonna have to fight. Okay, if I was in there, we just gonna have to fight. Why is this place like this? But I gotta say, I loved what Kenny had to say to Acosta about all her theories and her questions. I mean, she is being incredibly reasonable here, and I think she's acting how probably a lot of us would also act and, you know, question things if we were randomly thrown into this town too. But I get the sinking feeling that the showrunner, John Griffin, the writer, I think that he was using Kenny and this scene as a form of meta commentary for all of us, the audience. Okay, I think John was really trying to talk to us here, you know, because just like Acosta, many of us have had a lot of questions or theories like, who threw the rope? Does Sarah have worms? Is Fatima really pregnant? Why is Victor his own sister? Dare I say, some of us probably have started to lose our own damn minds trying to figure things out. Oh, and by the way, it looks like Bacta is trying to, you know, reopen up the diner. Now, remember, in the past episode, she said that she kind of found herself drawn to the diner and all of a sudden she found herself cleaning up and stuff. I think this plays into that role theory that everyone in this town shares some sort of purpose, you know, or a role that they have to fill. You know, now, hey, this is no disrespect to Tien Chen, rest in peace. But I know one thing. The food in this diner is about to go and be fire. It's about to be smacking. It's going to be finger licking good. I know Bacta got some of that Lawry seasoning salt somewhere in a suitcase. I know she has something there because all them diner dinners are about to be more soulful and flavorful than ever before. Victor shows up at Sarah's door and asks to go into her basement so he can get Jasper to start talking. Henry comes in looking for some top shelf liquor and Donna says, "Follow me." Back in the cellar, Elgin continues to investigate that secret room. He pulls on one of the covers and reveals a dead corpse. Suddenly, the kimono lady shows up behind him and he asks her,
"Is this really where it happens?"
Okay, so at first I was kind of thinking that maybe this secret room, it must be a place maybe to hide away from the monsters. I mean, it makes sense to have like a bed and all that stuff in there, but seeing that dead body in there, I don't know. I think that kind of changes things. I mean, looking at the corpse, it does appear to be an older man, judging by the facial hair. It obviously has been there for a long time, especially for it to decay like that. Plus, it doesn't appear to be the case that this body was attacked by the monsters. We know that they usually go for the guts and stuff like that. So now I'm wondering, and let me put my little detective hat on for this. This man was not killed by the monsters. There doesn't appear to be any type of blood or stab wounds or anything. So I don't think he was murdered. I wonder if he was just maybe trapped in there instead. Actually, my theory is that maybe this place was more of a prison. In other words, maybe this place was like the box before the box. And the reason why I say that is because Elgin found the body covered up. So either this guy was in a room with someone else and maybe they escaped, or someone came in after the fact and had the decency to cover this body up with a cover. I don't really know, but I can't imagine whatever this kimono lady is trying to get Elgin to do could possibly be a good thing when he's being led into a secret room with a dead body inside. Now then again, this could all be some crazy head fake with a crazy twist. I don't know, but you all let me know. What do you think about this room? And what do you think about what Elgin found inside? Boyd returns to the sheriff's station to find someone has been rustling around. Acosta steps out and demands that he return her gun. Boyd said, hell no, because she shot a girl and needs to prove that she can handle the crazy stuff in this town before he can give her gun back. She said that she was a real cop and not a Toy Story sheriff like Boyd. He tells her to get the steppin', and Acosta stepped right into his face, demanding her gun. Boyd was like, oh, word? Cool, and proceeded to give her gun back, but without the bullets. He tells her that if she ever comes back without an invite, there's going to be consequences and repercussions.
Whatever you say, Sheriff.
Listen, the atmosphere right there was thick, okay? Look, I don't know about y'all, but when I tell you I felt all that fury from Boyd, I was hot. Ooh, I was hot. First of all, Acosta, ma'am, who in the blue hell do you think you are? Stepping into Boyd's sheriff's station like that? You think you gonna come and talk to Mr. Fish and Loaves any old kind of way? Did you go out there and find them livestock in the woods? Did you go find some talisman for the rest of the town? I don't think so. All you did was come in, you killed a colony house girl, and then you also endangered Tabitha and other people's lives by handcuffing her in the ambulance. And you gonna step to this man's face like that too? Listen, Boyd is a better man than me. I'm from Chicago, okay? We got a 3 feet policy. Once you step into that radius, we are no longer liable for whatever happens to you or your face. And no, I'm just saying, I'm not advocating for no violence. And I'll leave it there. Anyway, I thought this scene was really telling for Boyd specifically. I mean, he's really developed this strong sense of responsibility over this town and the people in it. And right now, he's viewing Acosta as a potential threat because of just the way she panicked when she first got into the town. I mean, it's one thing for an average person to freak out. It's another thing for someone with a badge, who has training, who has a weapon, to then start panicking and freaking out. That's a whole nother level. So I totally understand where Boyd is coming from in being cautious with her. Now, as for Acosta, I'll give her a little credit, okay? Because I already got beef with her. I'll give her a little credit. One thing we can tell is that she does care. She doesn't seem like one of those bad apple type of cops. She does care that she shot that girl on accident. But stepping up to Boyd like that, initially it threw me off, until I thought about it a little bit more. I mean, that gun for her It's a part of who she is, right? And if you think about it, that's why she flashed her badge at Boyd. Granted, there is no jurisdiction around these parts that matter, you know, but for her, being a cop clearly seems to be a big part of her identity. So I kind of understand why getting that gun back, you know, really matters to her, you know. And look, all that is cool and all, but I'm gonna need you to chill out coming from a man Boyd like that next time. I'm just saying, just check yourself now. Don't wreck yourself. In the woods, Tabitha recounts her nightmare around the 3 red rocks. She said whatever was making people scream, she couldn't tell what it was because she would immediately wake up. Jade believes that maybe free will isn't a factor here, and maybe Tabitha was actually destined or fated to always come to this town, even back when she was a little child. So I think Tabitha added some very vital information here about her dream. She said that the thing in her nightmare was also making other people scream. I don't know about y'all, but in my house, the only thing that tends to get my little girls to scream and all that is when a big spider is somewhere. So matter of fact, isn't this exactly what Ethan was talking about way back in season 1, 2? You know, when he was talking about, oh, everybody was screaming and all that. But listen here, Jade could be on to something here. We know that Miranda and Tabitha, they both saw visions and dreams of this place before they actually saw the fallen tree and got stuck in the town. So the fact that it's happening with Tabitha just reconfirms the idea of a cycle happening. But I think a more interesting question is, in order for someone to be chosen, logically speaking, that means you need a chooser, right? So who is the one doing the choosing here? Is it the evil entity? Is it the boy in white? Is it the Ashy and Kui kids? Y'all let me know what you think in the comments below. Tilly comes in and offers her support to Ellis regarding Fatima. He told her that there was no baby seen on the ultrasound. She tells him that she likes a good love story and that she's willing to just help. Fatima wakes up to find her IV possibly infected. She starts feeling stomach pains and suddenly her stomach begins to contract and you see the stomach sink inside of itself. Just then Ellis runs in and those symptoms stop. Okay. So it's starting to look more like Fatima could actually be turning into a monster, maybe? I mean, we know from season 2 that the insides of the monsters, they look like they're all dried up and I don't know, maybe even pre-dead or something. But I mean, that kind of looked like what was going on with her stomach, you know, like every time we saw it contracting like that. Then again, this could be yet again, I don't know, another hallucination. I don't really know. Did this moment with Fatima's stomach, did it convince you that she's either turning into a monster? Maybe she just has some insane pregnancy going on, or is this all just in her head? What do you think? At the clinic, Ellis decides to steal some antipsychotic meds to help Fatima. However, Christy tells him that they'll only make things worse for her. Boyd convinces him to leave the drugs and the two men go talk outside. Ellis is frustrated that he just doesn't know how to help. You know, a couple of things here. Ellis is clearly doing the best he can to take care of his wife, right? Now, I don't know about stealing drugs and doping her up if that's like the best idea, but he gets an A for effort, right? Then, by the way, did y'all hear this man when his daddy called him and he was like, "What? I'm sorry. I don't care how old you get, but what you're not going to do is raise your voice and hit me with a what right back at me." That's not going to happen. Now, I know some of y'all, you know, it might not bother y'all and, you know, maybe other parents out there. Listen, I get it. Different cultures. I'm just saying there's a forever level of respect and I'm going to need my kids to adhere to that till they grown and we both die, like forever. Okay. But on a real note, I'm a sucker for these father-son moments. And kudos, by the way, to Corteon Moore, who plays Ellis in this scene. I thought he did a really solid performance. I really liked the vulnerability that he showed in this moment. You know, I actually loved what Ellis said here to Boyd, because I think it's kind of revealing about his character. He talked about how Fatima was falling apart right in front of him and he doesn't know how to help. Now, this is all too familiar of a feeling for Ellis, because if you recall, this is exactly what happened with his mama, Abby. So he begged his dad to go help her, and the whole time he saw his mom just deteriorating and getting worse and, you know, all of this crazy stuff until she finally snapped. So Ellis's pain here, it makes a lot of sense. His frustration, it makes sense. He's helping Fatima by doing whatever he can, because when his mom was going through it, there was very little that he could do. Julie is telling Randall all about her family problems as Randall continues to actively ignore her. She reveals to him that before being trapped in the town, she was supposed to get her learner's permit with her dad. They both head over to Colony House and take the van for a joyride. As they drive, Randall starts seeing the cicadas all over. He jumps out of the vehicle feeling overwhelmed by them. As she goes looking for him, she also comes upon the ruins that Boyd escaped when he was dealing with the cicada monster. She started to feel a sensation and started to draw herself closer, but Randall quickly stopped her. They turn back and leave. Okay, listen, maybe this is just me, okay? And maybe it's just because I'm a girl dad. But this whole Julie Randall thing, I don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, wait a minute. How old is Julie? Julie, what, 16, 17? How old is Randall? All of y'all that be like, oh, that's so cute. How old is Randall? Okay, you know, like why she gotta fall for the bad boy? You know, of all the people you gotta fall for Joker face, and where the hell is Jim? Listen, my 17-year-old daughter ain't gonna be just walking around anywhere talking to anybody. Okay, never mind. Sorry, different parents, different style. Anyway, I think it's pretty interesting that Randall and Julie had gone through the whole cicada situation. And we heard from Marielle that she also can feel the bugs from time to time and all that. But while Randall is going through the whole bug episode, Julie can't see them. You know, now I've seen some people in my comments sitting here saying that, or they would question whether Julie and Randall and Marielle, have they been possessed? Are they possessed by the, cicada monster or not? Now, I don't think that is the case. I think this place can drive people insane, but possession usually means that an entity fully takes over someone's body and their mind. I don't think we have enough evidence here to prove possession, but I do think that these three characters, they've been marked in a way. It's kind of like their interaction with the cicada monster has left them spiritually scarred in a way. And I believe that that's probably one of the reasons why Julie started talking about a feeling near the ruins. Just imagine if you have this scar, every time you get close to this, this place or this entity, that wound is going to start, feeling in some way. It's going to get triggered. So I think that's what's going on with Julie right now. Now, as for Randall, he clearly also felt that feeling too. Now, here's the thing. He is afraid, okay? He's deathly afraid. I recall a bunch of people online saying how Randall, he didn't show fear when he was on the bus and the monsters were all around him and all that. Yeah, to me, I never bought that. This man was scared. Okay, he was scared for his whole life. He was always afraid, but Randall knows how to put on a strong demeanor, a facade to act like he's not scared. It's the same thing that's happening right here in this moment too. He felt whatever it was Julie was feeling when they got close to those ruins. And recall, some people are more in tune with this place than others. So when Sarah, for example, when she came in close proximity to that same place back in the season 2 finale, she was having nosebleeds and sensed all kinds of bad mojo and was having headaches and all of that stuff. So this is yet again, I think, a weird spiritual or metaphysical hotspot where Julie and Randall and maybe even Marielle, they all are still connected to that. Now, I don't think anything good could come from this, especially from messing around with a place where a whole evil entity was like present. So I'm with Randall on this. Okay, me and Randall, we on the same page right now. Julie better chill out, acting like she wasn't gonna go. Stop. So I'm with Randall on this one. You know, Julie needs to chill out, acting like she wants to go investigate this feeling or whatever. Listen, don't end up like Dale. Back in the town, Fatima seems to be having another craving for fresh garden trash salad. She rejects the temptation, but her body starts to react in a negative way. Just then, Tilly runs in to help her. Fatima tries to push her away and have her leave, and suddenly she shanks Tilly in the chest. Ellis comes running in. With her final breath, Tilly says to Fatima to run. She dead. Yo. R.I.P. Tilly. Dang. Ugh, I feel kind of bad now, you know? Because, like, all Tilly wanted to do this whole time, she just wanted to help, right? She's always been kind of helpful. Remember, she donated her medicine and stuff, and, you know, she's always there. She was praying with folks, and, man, she was, but, you know, she was actually kind of super suspect, too. You know, I mean, ever since she came into the town, you know, let's not forget, she was always in everybody's business, always showing up at convenient times, busting out tarot cards and all that. But man, well, I guess all those theories about her being a traitor or a witch, those are all out the window now. And kudos on the writing for sending us clean off with that one. But as for Fatima, oh damn, Fatima, you out here shanking folks? You stabbies McStab now? You a whole murderer, ma'am. Woo! I mean, whatever is going on with her has got to be getting worse to make her resort to doing something like this. I mean, there's no way that she was just so frustrated that she would pick up some shears and start killing folks like that. No, that's not going to happen. Maybe she is actually turning into a monster, because that sudden impulse to just, you know, kill someone like that, it feels a little reminiscent of the monsters, you know, how they will quickly kill people. Almost kind of reminded me of the Father Khatri moment where, you know, he got sliced up by the monster. But to make matters worse, Ellis has seen this too. So what is he gonna do? Is he gonna stand by his wife? Is he gonna turn her in? My question is, how is he not terrified of her? I mean, listen, if we think about what this place did to Abby, this place is so evil that it had a mother willing to kill her own son. I would be terrified if I was this man, okay? Listen, I'd be like, hey, babe, hey, babe. Oh, what you got there? Oh, a fresh dead body. Oh, okay. Hey, listen, hey, you know what? My finger's getting a little tired. You know, why don't you, you know, hold on to this wedding ring just for a little bit, Oh, is that my daddy? Is that my daddy, the sheriff, calling me? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm be right back. I would not be right back. Okay, I would not be right back. Okay, I don't know how this man is doing this. I would be scared if my wife was eating garbage, drinking blood, and killing folks. The instant divorce, bro. Instant divorce. Yeah, but I don't know. This is all kinds of jacked up right now, because what are y'all gonna do with Tilly's body? You know, it's broad daylight, you know, so you can't blame the monsters unless they do some weird mutilation of her body to put it on the monsters. But I can't see them actually doing that. Again, not in the daytime like that. Witnesses could be around. Geez, I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see where this episode goes from here and what they'll do. But you guys let me know, what do you think Fatima or Ellis will do in the next episode? What do you think this fallout will be? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Boyd hurries Fatima into the shack. She said that a rage came over her and that made her attack Tilly. Boyd tells her that him and Ellis are going to figure out a way to deal with this situation. He brought a fresh bowl of garbage salad just in case she gets a little hungry. He says that they're going to have to let someone else find Tilly's body and that everything will be okay. Okay, so picking up from the last episode, this could have gone a couple of different ways. I mean, Ellis could have ran away with Fatima since he did witness the dead body, or as it appears, Ellis told his dad what happened and Boyd went straight into action, right? By the way, I noticed a lot of you asking, why did Tilly tell Fatima to run? I mean, I thought it was a little obvious, but I think the main reason why she told her to run was because, you know, people were going to be suspicious. Again, this was not a monster attack. You didn't see open guts or anything like that. So, you know, just like how Sarah had been persecuted by everyone in the town, I'm pretty sure Tilly was just kind of like, run because you just murdered me. And Tilly cares, okay? We can establish that. She's just an old woman with cancer, nothing else devious behind that we know of. And she just cared about Fatima, so that's why she told her to run. Now, I think that Boyd's choice here, it's actually pretty telling. He's willing to protect and lie for Fatima because she's his family now. What did Boyd say? A man protects his family, right?
A man protects his family.
Now, she's important to Ellis, and Ellis is obviously important to him. So by extension, Fatima is important to Boyd. I find this interesting because I think the old Boyd might have acted maybe a little differently, but I'm talking about pre-Abby Boyd. You know, if you notice, Donna has brought this up a couple of times in the series about how Boyd's actions have actually been, in a way, maybe an atonement or a way to make up for Abby's death. So similar to how Ellis is willing to help Fatima because he couldn't help his own mother, I think Boyd could be doing the same thing for Fatima because he neglected Abby when she was, you know, going downhill and it was too late, obviously. Not to mention, we've seen Boyd continue to soften up over the seasons, right? When he had to deal with Frank, he was ready to throw him in the box and all that, but then he eventually eased up when it came to throwing him in the box. He even gave him a talisman, told him to run away and all of that. When he was so sick of Sarah, he started to understand how this place can really play mind games and jack people up. So it's not too surprising to see how he's treating Fatima this way, especially because of how close they are, you know, being a family now. So what did you think about Boyd's decision to hide Fatima away? Do you think he was right? Is he being hypocritical? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Julie continues to be a creep and stalks Randall. She insists that they should go back to the ruins. She thinks that it can help, but Randall is reluctant and tells her to stay away from that place. Back at Colony House, someone does end up finding Tilly's dead body in the shed. Elgin sets the Polaroid down and a picture is immediately taken. Boyd and Ellis arrive to the Colony House, but not before they get their story straight. Boyd tells Ellis to go and find some clothes for Fatima so that she can spend a couple nights in the shack. Kenny brings Boyd to the scene where Acosta is already starting her investigation. She suggests talking to everyone and interview people in Colony House. Boyd offers to go survey the roads just in case if any new arrivals came into the town. Donna comes in and believes that they should go find Sarah and talk to her about this. Man, this stuff is getting real messy already. Now, of course, I'm Team Boyd, but at the same time, I don't know how I feel about him trying to, you know, do all of this cover-up stuff for Fatima. I mean, I get it. She's family and all, but, sir, you know, she might be turning into a whole monster, too. I'm just saying. Ain't nobody got time for all that, okay? I mean, like, I'm a little surprised here that Ellis, of all people, would think that telling people the truth about Fatima was going to just magically help. I mean, he even said that Fatima might get put in the box by these same people. But since he wants to tell people the truth and all, did he ever tell anyone about the drinking of blood? But come to think of it, hold on, wait a minute. Like, did Fatima actually tell Ellis that she was drinking blood? Because I think, you know what? I think she only told him that she was eating garbage. I don't think she ever told anybody about the blood. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's an important detail that's been left out. But anyway, Boyd is already trying to cover this up, but what I don't like here is Acosta on the case. I don't like this. She's already trying to offer suggestions on how to proceed with this investigation, and there's a good chance that she could mess this up for Boyd. By the way, have y'all noticed my boy Kenny and Acosta, they've been hanging out a little bit more. Y'all seen that? I mean, listen, you got the deputy and you got the rookie cop palling around trying to solve a case. Look, y'all know I'm no fan of Acosta like that, but I might make an exception if she's gonna be nice to my boy Kenny, okay? Because y'all know Kenny been through it. This man has gone through a whole lot. He done lost his mama, done lost his daddy. He done lost his kind of sort of not really situationship with Christy. I think Kenny deserves a nice relationship that, you know, after all the stuff that he's been through, okay? And you know what? Listen, so does Acosta. You know, Acosta and Kenny, I like that. I think it's nice for both of them, okay? They could talk, have some tea. I like this. Plus, did we see Acosta try and square things up with Boyd too? You know, I mean, I don't know. We'll see if it actually happens. But you all tell me, do you think that Acosta and Kenny could be an item? Do you think everything is cool between her and Boyd? I don't know. Y'all let me know. Lastly, I like how Donna realized the real issue was Tilly's situation, right? She immediately put two and two together that Sarah, man, she's the only person in this town that has a bad rap sheet and, you know, has a reputation for offing people. So it does totally make sense that Donna would make Sarah the prime suspect. Elgin is in the clinic looking for something until Randall catches him. Randall actually apologizes for their conflict on the bus. After making up, Elgin steals one of the blood set kits. Back at Sarah's house, she tries to get Jasper to talk, but Victor starts to have a breakdown. The Matthews return home from the woods. Jim tells Tabitha about the phone call that he got from quote-unquote Thomas. Sarah comes over to ask Tabitha to come and help her with Victor. Victor tells Tabitha that she needs to make Jasper talk as he continues to get frustrated. He said that Jasper told Christopher things that they absolutely need to know. Well, I gotta say, I didn't have Randall apologizing to Elgin on my bingo card at all. Y'all remember when Elgin threw up on the shirt back at the beginning of season 2 when they were on the bus? I mean, Randall was being a jerk back then, but I do wonder if while his experience of being taken by the monsters, maybe Randall has changed his perspective on things a little bit, you know? And I'm still wondering, what did the monsters actually do to Randall while they had him? You know, look, either way, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this nicer Randall. I mean, I'm still feeling some type of way about Acosta, but I'm very okay with having multiple beefs with these characters. But anyway, I'm getting more and more convinced that whatever Elgin is doing, it's not a good thing. Now, you stealing blood transfusion kits? Bro, what? You can't be this slow, okay? What could possibly require blood in a place like this that could also be a good thing? I mean, we've seen Jade seeing blood symbols, and even that weirder colonizer pirate looking dude drinking blood out of a skull. Even Fatima is out here being a vampire drinking the Bloody Marys as well. Like, what are we talking about here? Anyway, this doll Jasper, ooh, he is having Victor just go through it. He is putting my man through it. I'm not a doctor or expert or anything like that, but I do believe that we're seeing the other side of Victor basically being on the spectrum here, right? Now, kudos, by the way, to Scott McCord for yet again delivering in this scene. Such a fantastic performance as the role of Victor. Now, I almost thought he was about to start pulling his hair out or something, but my man was doing a good job with this. And by the way, when Sarah went to the Matthews house, don't miss this, but keep in mind, they still don't like her. Okay, let's not forget that this is the same Sarah that just tried to kill their kid a season ago or two, you know? So like, there's still that little bit of animosity that exists between the Matthews and Sarah. Now, one last thing. I know for whatever reason, some people are still sticking to this idea that Tabitha is Victor's sister or whatever that theory is. Listen, I do not personally prescribe to that theory, mainly because I think it has too many holes in it. But I do think that this instance with Tabitha and Victor, it's more so telling of how Tabitha is actually mirroring a mother-like role or relationship to Victor. If anything, Tabitha is more like Miranda than she is to Eloise. Now, notice how she's the only one that's able to calm him down and to get him to open up throughout the whole series. So this is something that usually, you know, if you have parents that have kids that are on the spectrum, autistic, etc., usually it's the parent that's able to find a way to calm their kids down. So I think that this is just a little bit more evidence to suggest that there's a Tabitha Miranda connection that has been hinted throughout the entire series. Julie comes back home and Jim quickly leaves out, leaving his kids alone as usual. She invited Ethan to go see something cool. Jade goes to the bar and finds a hungover Henry in the other room. The two of them sit down at the bar until Jim bursts in, cussing Jade clean out for bringing his kids out into the woods. Jade told him to chill out because Tabitha was the one that came to him. Jim started to call out Jade for his selfishness and arrogance, but Jade snapped back by telling him that he is the one that's actually looking for answers around here that will get people home. Jade heads out and tells Jim that his wife is a whole adult and he may want to go talk to her about the things that she chooses to do. Yes! Get him, Jade! Get him! Tell him about himself, okay? I love this scene. Shout out to Ian Bailey and to David Alpay. Man, this was such a great scene. Good chemistry. Very entertaining to watch. And let me just say to Jim, okay, come on over here and accept your award. Now be careful though, because this ale is pretty heavy. Okay, Jade tore this man a whole new one, and Jade was right. I keep telling y'all about Jim. Back in season 1, this man had all the let's find the answers energy. Now Jim wants to go ahead and protect his kids, you know, like how he leaves them alone all the time in a town full of monsters, or, you know, he wants to love his wife, you know, by treating her like a child as she risks her life to get everybody out of this town. Jim, let me ask you something. What is your purpose? Sir, what is your purpose? Listen, don't be like Ellis, okay? Please don't, okay? Find something to do and be useful. Let's not forget that Jim and Jade are probably the two smartest people in this town. They could be the science bros, and we've seen them clash before, like I said, you know, back when they were putting the radio together and making the tower and all that. The main difference now is that Jade is becoming far more open to the metaphysical, supernatural stuff, the weird stuff, and that's allowing him to examine any and all possible answers while Jim is shrinking back in a very non-helpful way. In the bar, Henry offers Jim the valuable advice of learning how to shut the hell up and listen to his wife. He also said that Jim was trying to be so protective, mainly because he was scared. The two men sit at the bar as Jim recounts the time when he made a promise to be a better husband and father to his kids. Back at the shack, Ellis showed up to meet Fatima. She's terrified about whatever she believes is inside of her. He leaves her with her lucky handkerchief, and then suddenly the kimono lady appears. At Colony House, Elgin looks at the photograph and it shows a bag of blood. Let me tell you something. I love how Henry told Jim about himself because they do have so much in common. They clearly are parallels of each other, which I don't think is any coincidence. They both have wives who are apparently the chosen ones. They both have or had a son and a daughter, and they both had fathers who were drunks. I think this is more evidence of that whole cycle that has been going on in From. But listen, Henry is right. Jim is being hard-headed, and it's all because of his fear. What I think is important from what Jim said about his dad and the vow he made to be a better dad and husband, it's all tied to his fear, right? And if you think about it, he's been trying to hold on to Tabitha and keep her near because he doesn't actually want to break up his family. They went on that family road trip as a way to try and help their marriage, even though they were on the verge of divorce. The problem and the irony here is that by holding on so tight, it actually jeopardizes his family even more, because doing nothing in a town like this will eventually get you killed. So as hard as it is, or it may be, for him to accept, Jim has to let Tabitha go if he really wants to actually protect his family. Now, listen, I don't know. I cannot call it with Elgin at this point. Now he's putting blood in jars. Bro, I'm starting to wonder, like, is this going to be some sort of blood sacrifice thing or something? Because just why? Now, as for Fatima, what the hell? Now the kimono lady is appearing to you too? Well, this time the lady didn't say or do anything. So maybe she doesn't want to intend any harm on Fatima, but I do think it's telling whenever people in this place start to see the same hallucination or the same figure, like at the same time or whatever. So the only time that we have seen that is, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's with the boy in white, right? He's the only metaphysical, supernatural being that we've seen more than one person interact with or be able to talk to, right? Now, I don't know if that's actually a good thing or a bad thing, but it may be something we should keep in mind. So what do you think about the kimono lady's appearance to Fatima? Is this a good sign? Or maybe are the writers of this show just trying to scare us into thinking it's a bad thing? Or is it all vice versa? I don't know. You guys let me know. Julie brings Ethan to the ruins. She confessed to him that she's still hearing the screams from the cicada incident, but it all stops when she comes to this location. She asked Ethan for some advice based on his knowledge of characters in his stories. He told her that she has to be brave and cross a threshold. They hold hands and walk towards the ruins, but Julie finds herself in the same location where her, Randall, and Marielle were trapped before. As she begins to experience a seizure, Ethan runs off to find some help. Over at Colony House, Kenny and Acosta continue their investigation, and the residents continue to point their suspicions towards Sarah. Just then, Ethan comes running in and asks them to come and help Julie. Meanwhile, Julie sees herself and hears others screaming until it all stops. Just then, she sees Martin talking to Boyd. Martin tells her that he needs the rope and she threw it down the well. Martin also tells her that she needs to leave, and he then quickly disappears. She wanders through the door and finds herself now inside some tunnels. She can then hear the voices of Victor and Tabitha on the other end. She continues to hear more voices until Kenny and Acosta drag her body away. Oh my God. Oh my God. There is so much we have to digest and talk about here. And can I just say this? This is why I'm addicted to From. Yes, we have character development and good acting and drama and blah, 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 blah. I came here for the weird stuff. Okay, I want all that Frumish behavior in my storytelling, and this right here, this is what I'm talking about. First of all, let's back up. Let's back up just a little bit. Julie, why would you bring your little brother to a weird place like this? Like, what was the purpose? I could see, now don't get me wrong, you need some backup, okay? You know, that is smart. Maybe go find Marielle. Maybe go find Elgin or some. Go find some adults or some people your own age. Why are you bringing a little kid out here? I don't think that was the best move. I got a feeling she get this from her daddy. Next up, Ethan said that this was a threshold, and as usual, Ethan was right. It was a threshold to another dimension where the evil entity we saw was previously residing. Now, I have mentioned how it seems like Julie, Randall, and Marielle, they might be spiritually scarred or marked in a way by that evil entity. So that could explain that creepy, familiar feeling that she and Randall initially experienced. Well, if my spiritual marking theory is correct, that would explain why she was able to be transported back into this dimension. Actually, let me give you some additional evidence. Remember back at the end of season 2, how Boyd was able to travel back into this same place. He was only able to do so by using the same torch that he initially retrieved from that place. So I guess we can think of it as kind of like having a gateway key for certain dimensions. So let me give you a very rough explanation that might be able to help. So this is not apples to apples. Use your imagination. Imagine I'm in America and I travel to France, right? And I come back to America, but in order for me to go back to France, I need something French in order to allow me to return. So with Boyd, his something French was the torch. With Julie, her something French was being marked by the evil entity that resides in France. I know it's not the best example, but I hope that kind of made some sense. Now, of course, we got to talk about the return of y'all boy Martin. Well, there you have it. After all these episodes, all these years, we finally found out who threw the rope. It was almost like the writers of this show heard all the questions of like, who threw the rope? But who threw the rope? Quick question, excuse me. Yeah, right over here. Who threw the rope? And the writers were like, oh my God, here. He did it. She did it. Here. It's right there. Now, I've already told y'all my own theory. I got my own theory video where I said that Martin is the one who I believe is not real, by the way. I believe he is the evil entity in disguise. I was like, he was responsible for throwing the rope. Now, clearly that may or may not actually be the case, but I'm still going to believe that my theory was still somewhat accurate, right? He didn't physically throw it, but he influenced it. So I think I still get some points there. Now, if you're new to my channel, please feel free to go check out that video and see more about that theory. But while this does appear to give us an answer, in true From fashion, it only prompts more questions. Why does Martin just so happen to know who Julie is? I keep telling y'all he's the evil entity in disguise. He already knew about Abby when he was talking to Boyd, and now he just so happens to know all about Julie too? Come on now, and how does this man keep, disappearing and coming back and stuff? Man, Martin is not real, okay? Martin is not real. Anyway, we then see Julie throwing the rope to Boyd, and she hears Victor and Tabitha when they were in the tunnel. So basically, Julie seems to have maybe traveled in time or to a moment in history going back to around, season 2, episode 1 or so. She also heard other voices calling out to her. Now, I'm not sure if this was Ethan calling out to her from the other dimension back in the woods or not. If you guys heard something different, feel free to let me know. But here's where I think we need to be very, very careful with anything that we conclude, because I know there are going to be knee-jerk reactions and people are going to be like, see, it's time travel. So please hear me very carefully with this. I need everybody watching, and I need y'all to go tell the rest of the family watching, please hold your horses, slow down, okay? Do not jump down the rabbit hole just yet. We don't know what the rules in this place are just yet. Time travel is a thing of fiction, okay? That means it's not real. There are no actual set ground rules on how it works. We don't know how it functions in this mode of storytelling. We don't know if this is Back to the Future time travel, or maybe it's time travel like in Avengers Endgame. Matter of fact, we don't even know if it is time travel at all, okay? Think about it. We saw Julie's body having a seizure, right? So whatever was happening might have been just going on in her head. Or there's some sort of mind-body separation that happens when people travel to other dimensions. We don't know. So please, I know y'all cheat on me with other From channels. And listen, that's okay. It's cool. It's fine. But don't let nobody tell you guys that they got the answers, that they know what's happening, because we don't. Nobody knows for sure, not yet. Let the show give us the explanation before we go jumping and reaching our own conclusions. Please. But man, oh man, what did y'all think about this doozy of a scene? Are you happy about this possible answer with the rope? Are you not entertained? Okay, like, let me know what you guys think is going on in this scene in the comments down below. Ellis and Boyd continue to argue about what to do with Fatima. Ellis believes that telling people the truth and going out to live in the woods could help, while Boyd is more concerned about what Fatima might end up doing to Ellis. Donna comes in and Boyd confesses that Fatima killed Tilly. He said that he took her out of the town before everyone woke up. Donna wants them to bring Fatima back. Boyd thinks that people will probably give Fatima a break, but Donna checks him by saying that the people in the town, they don't believe in him the way that they used to anymore. Ellis volunteers to take the blame for Tilly, but Donna shuts that down. Boyd said that he'll take full responsibility for Fatima and bring her into the sheriff's station, but Donna said that if they don't tell everyone about Fatima, she will. Boyd goes off to get them some supplies. Man, well, this is gonna get even tougher now. Okay, first you had Acosta, leading this little investigation. I still think she's going to be a problem. Now you got Donna. Donna's not even going to, help out either. She about to go snitch. Ooh, listen, I know Boyd and Donna, they got their close friendship, and they share secrets. But Donna, listen, she's threatening to tell everybody like this. This is going to put a lot of pressure on all of this. But listen, Donna, as usual, is right. Okay, Tilly's death, it introduces the same conundrum, the same problem that Father Khatri challenged Boyd about back in season 1. And this was more so the case with Frank. It was one thing to deal with the external threat of the monsters, but at least with that, people could kind of bond together and hold on together. But if you have the threat from within, if you have people that you can't trust, that fracture can cause more chaos than the monsters ever could. Sarah and Tabitha continue to help Victor remember what happened that day with Jasper and Christopher. He recalled that Christopher and Jasper were talking in the church. So they head over to the church and Victor begins to remember what exactly they were talking about. But that's when he recalls it wasn't Jasper that was talking to Christopher, it was the boy in white. He said that the answers to the end are in the beginning and that it started with the children. The people that the children trusted actually ended up murdering them, but not before those who loved them told them a story and gave those children hope. Before the kids were killed, they poured their hope into the roots, and those became the faraway tree. The boy in white told Christopher that he needs to go through the faraway tree to save the kids, but Christopher didn't want to go. Instead, Victor told his mom, and that is what prompted his mom to go to the tree. Okay, answers. Okay. Listen, I don't want to hear nobody complain about answers no more. Listen, I know we're going to have some more questions and all that. You getting answers, okay? Because this right here, this sounds like a big, juicy, fat answer to me. So let me start off by saying Victor has already demonstrated to us time and time again he's not a reliable narrator given his shaky memory on things, right? Keep in mind, this is the same man who went decades and forgot that he had a whole sister. Okay, now, but when he does finally remember his suppressed memories, that's when we can go off of that. That's when we can actually be like, okay, now we can work with this. And we did learn a couple of things here in his recounting. First, Jasper was not the one talking to Christopher. And let's not completely disregard Jasper. I still think that he is a focus, but we'll talk about him at a later point. Let's focus more so on the boy in white for now. So far, I know some people want to believe that the boy in white could be evil. I personally don't believe in that because I have seen the boy in white demonstrate that he's been more helpful than any other weird thing in this place. He's helped Victor survive for years when he was all alone. He helped Victor navigate the monster tunnels in season 2 to help Victor and Tabitha escape. He directed people to faraway trees. Remember during the massacre at Colony House? And with Sarah and Boyd, it was the boy in white that helped them go into the trees and save them from, let's just say, immediate danger multiple times. So with that said, the boy in white to me is definitely helpful, but he was the one that was talking to Christopher. Now, I think that is actually a positive thing. And according to Victor, he was telling Christopher the story about the children. So let's talk about that. Now, Victor said that the children were born in the dark and they were murdered in the dark. I'm thinking that this is probably in reference to the tunnels and the underground where the monsters sleep. That's the dark that he's talking about. We did see them ashy kids in that prison-like space back in season 2 when Tabitha was in the tunnels. So I think that's what he's referring to, right? Now, Christopher, supposedly, he was the one that was supposed to go to the tree to save the children. That to me sounds like it wasn't actually Miranda that was the chosen one, but it probably was Christopher. Since he didn't step into this destiny, so to speak, Miranda went instead, but as we know, she ends up dead instead. But man, that's got to be rough for Victor. You know, he told his mama this story, and in a way, he's kind of the reason why she went to jump off into this tree and later die. Ooh, man, I know that's going to weigh on him heavy. Now, here I thought that the boy in white was talking to Miranda already since, you know, she's had visions of him, right? But it seems like Miranda thought that she was the main hero of this story and only got caught up in the end. Now, I've heard this theory before, and I think I'm kind of actually buying into it. But what Victor said might be a little bit more support or fuel for the fairy theory. Now, to put it loosely, the fairy theory suggests that those dusty kids are actually fairies. Now, if that's true, this reminds me of the Children of the Forest if you're a Game of Thrones fan, right? According to that lore. Just like those Children of the Forest, men came around, you know, they had a bond with these, you know, Children of the Forest or whatever, but then they ended up killing them and bad things happened. So it sounded like this is what happened in the past. Some people came across these fairy children or whatever. Maybe the men saw them doing magic, or maybe there was something that they wanted from the kids, but they ended up sacrificing them on these stones. And as a result, their hopes, or I don't know, their magic or whatever, went into the roots of the trees, and that's why the faraway trees have their abilities. Now, this makes more sense when you think about Jade's vision at the end of season 2, where he saw those kids laying on the stones and the roots in the trees started to form the symbol, which he keeps on seeing. Now, if this is true, and we're dealing with some sort of magic and stuff, then that might explain why people's dreams and hopes and fears are all mixed into this place, right? What it doesn't explain, however, is who or what the evil entity is that has imprisoned these kids and continues to torment everyone else. So once again, we have answers. Don't go saying we ain't got no answers. We have answers, but we got more questions. Okay, so what did you guys think about Victor's story and these new shocking revelations? Back in the woods, Elgin looks down at a picture of a shack and finds Fatima there. Boyd and Ellis come with supplies for Ellis and Fatima to run away into the woods. When they arrive, they find out that the shack is actually empty. Elgin leads Fatima into the cellar with the secret room. He tells her that Ellis is waiting there for her. He tells her that she must be there for the sake of the baby, and she's not the mama. Fatima tries to escape, but Elgin drags her back into the room. Oh, hell no. See, so this was Elgin's plan? This was it? So, okay, apparently he's doing all this weird, creepy stuff for the sake of the baby. So, okay, there's a baby now? Like, this, I'm so confused. Okay, like, maybe Fatima is not turning into a monster after all, but he said that the baby wasn't hers, so whose baby is it? What are we talking about? Is this some sort of immaculate conception? What is happening here? Now that I think about it, the blood that he drew was probably actually for Fatima, since we do know she has a craving for that type of Bloody Mary stuff anyway. But what I don't like here is that Elgin had to lie to her in this whole process, by saying that Ellis is waiting for you and all of that. That right there should tell him that whatever he thinks he's doing is obviously a bad thing. I think this confirms that we have another Sarah situation on our hands. Someone who believes that they're doing something good, but at the end, they end up doing something really evil, right? So, I mean, how does that saying go? Like, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But the bigger question here is, why does Elgin think that this baby is a good thing? I mean, I'm sure this is what the kimono lady probably told him or promised him, but at this point, I think we could say that she's not good. Okay, the kimono lady is clearly not good. I mean, this baby is making Fatima eat garbage, drink blood, and kill people, and Elgin wants to save it? No. Hell no. No. Anyway, what did you guys think about this scene with Elgin and Fatima? Is there something else more sinister going on? Do you think Fatima is turning into a monster? Is it all in her head? Or is she actually having a real demon baby? Whatever you think, let me know in the comments down below. Boyd and Ellis are in the woods looking for Fatima until Boyd's Parkinson's symptoms start to overcome him. Back in the cellar, Fatima looks over at her cold bottle of pop and a jar of fresh Elgin blood. Elgin brings her a new pair of clothes and tells her that she's not a prisoner in the same place where she's actually in prison. He told her that what happened to Tilly was really because the baby was scared and just a little hungry. Elgin is convinced that the baby is the key to getting them home. He gives Fatima his homemade Bloody Mary and she gets to gulping it down. So first off, with Boyd, if you've been paying attention in this series, going all the way back to season 1, Boyd's symptoms have been ramping up little by little. You would see his hands having those tremors. And if you recall back in season 2, when he was in the woods after escaping the ruins, his vision got kind of blurry, and now he's starting to lose other motor functionality. So I believe we talked about this last season, but his accelerated symptoms, the stuff that's going on with his Parkinson's, I think that this is really just kind of adding more support to the theory that this place does have an effect on people's bodies. And well, obviously we have Fatima right here, who's a prime example of that. Speaking of which, man, Fatima sure did drink that blood like it was an ice cold lemonade on a hot day. So apparently the kimono lady has been feeding Elgin more information that we thought. What bothers me here is that with all these pictures and all this information, not one time did the kimono lady ask Elgin to change his clothes. I mean, bro, we're almost 2 seasons deep and you in here with the same clothes that you had on at the bus? Really? I know, man, come on, man. I know you say you don't like to bathe, but I'm just saying, that crow shirt has got to be tired. Anyway, I'm more disappointed with just how dumb and gullible Elgin appears to be at this point. I mean, this man's logic is plain just straight up terrible. He mentioned how the night that they found out about Fatima being pregnant, that's when he remembered his dream, and that's what helped Boyd save the town. But bruh, how the hell did any of that make any sense to you? So now, that's your way of thinking. It's almost like he's looking at this baby as a sign of like good things, but never mind the fact that the baby turned Fatima into Stabby McStab. She was eating garbage buffets and drinking blood as a nightcap. So for Elgin, this is all necessary for them to like go back home in some way. Like this is all a positive thing. I mean, you would think after learning about what Sarah went through, because remember, he was talking to Sarah and he knows about what she went through, you would think Elgin would know better at this point, or at least think twice. But no, he'd rather just be playing dumb. Victor doesn't want to remember what happened after recalling what happened with Christopher and the boy in white. Tabitha tries to calm him down until she grabs his arm. Something overcomes her, but Kenny interrupts to tell her that Julie has been in the clinic. Julie told Christy and Marielle that she went to the ruins, blacked out, and had a weird dream. Jim asked her what happened, and she revealed that she was in the woods with Randall. Well, Jim's daddy radar went off. Meanwhile, Randall is still hearing the cicadas loud in his ears until Jim shows up to ask them about what happened with him and Julie. Jim admits that he doesn't fully understand what happened during the cicada incident with those three. Randall said that he warned Julie not to go there due to a bad feeling he had. He also admits to teaching Julie how to drive and recommends that maybe Jim should go do the same. Okay, so whatever happened to Tabitha when she grabbed Victor's arm, we will pick up on that a little bit later on, but, you know, stick a feather in that for now. In the meantime, let's talk about how Julie is a whole liar. What is your problem? Really? You blacked out? You just had a weird dream? I mean, I get how you might not want to talk about some of the scary stuff during the cicada incident. I get that, okay? I don't like it, but I get it. But you don't think telling your mom, hey, I had a dream and I was in the monster tunnels and I heard you and Victor's voice. I mean, you don't think that maybe that was vital information to let people know? I mean, y'all be getting on my nerves just leaving all this stuff out. We don't need unnecessary secrecy around here. Now, by the way, shout out to Jim. Okay, I know we've been giving this man a hard time, and he deserved it. Okay, he did deserve it. But after getting thrashed by Jade and checked by Henry, I'm happy to see him get a little bit more humble, you know, to the point where he's asking the right questions. Notice he really did probe Randall about what he experienced and you know, he was looking for detail, you know, and this is the kind of energy that we need from everyone in this show. You know, Randall was like, oh, I had a bad feeling. Okay, what feeling? Well, it wasn't a good feeling. Okay, how did you feel? Like, I like that. Okay, maybe Randall didn't come up and say everything, but I like the fact that he was digging for the answers. Listen, press these folks as much as you can because we need to get to the bottom of this stuff. Now, speaking of Randall, this is the one thing that I noticed, and I really think we should be very mindful of, like, how he talked about his feelings when he went to the ruins. Now, notice how both he and Julie, they went through the same thing with the cicada incident, right? But they both have different reactions to this place. She found it almost welcoming, like a moth to the flame, you know, like it was calling out to her, while he found it simply terrifying. Now, I'm just wondering, what would Marielle's reaction be if she happened to visit these ruins? You know, would she be scared of it? Would she think it was welcoming? What do you guys think about the fact that, you know, Julie and Randall going through the same thing, but are having a different connection with this place? What do you think in the comments down below? At Colony House, Donna reflects back on Fatima's 1-year anniversary. Over at the clinic, Jim tells Tabitha that he's been messing up lately, and now he's all in with supporting her. Tabitha realizes that Julie isn't telling them something. Meanwhile, Boyd and Ellis return back to the station. Boyd finally confesses to Ellis that he has Parkinson's. Boyd also tells him about how the monsters wanted to break him with Tien Chen's torture and death. Boyd believes that everything going on with Fatima may be more of this place trying to break him. Just then, one of the monster nurses tried to make a quick house call and check in on Boyd. Man, you know what? Listen, I'm gonna keep giving credit where it's due. Okay, Jim. Okay, I see you, sir. Listen, Jim is really manning up here. You know, telling his wife that he's no longer going to keep blocking her at every angle and, you know, he's not going to get in her way. I like that. You know, look, we need all hands on deck if we're going to try and solve the mystery of this place, you know, and it's great to see Jim actually being a team player. As for Boyd, I'm here for all these father-son moments. I love this. I'm glad that he finally told Ellis about the whole Parkinson's thing, but more importantly, he shared more information about the monsters trying to break him. And I don't know if y'all realize this, but this is actually kind of big for Boyd. You know, this is the same man who is the master of cutting people off right before they're about to say something important. This is the same man who will avoid talking about his own experiences until it's too late. You know, this was big for him to talk to Ellis about this. Now, I'm not exactly sure what good it's going to do, to talk to Ellis. Cause I mean, like, what's Ellis going to do? Be useful? Yeah. All right. But I've said this before. If this place really wanted to break Boyd, all it would really have to do is go after Ellis. That's all. They could torture Ellis. They could kill Ellis. Boyd is done. But what we can tell now is that this place can still get to Boyd, but through Fatima. We've seen this from the fact that Boyd is willing to lie and hide her away from everyone. Oh, and by the way, these monsters, they are a whole trip. The fact that Boyd was literally talking about how this place wanted to break him, and that was the exact time when the monster nurse was going to ask him, hey, are you okay in there? These monsters are diabolical. Okay, they are almost on the level of just being absurd, like the jukeboxes at the diner, but they are petty nonetheless. Back at Sarah's house, she finally completes reconstructing the damaged ornament she got from her brother Nathan. Just then, the voices in her head begin telling her sweet nothings. Elgin returns back to the cellar without even considering for a moment that he had multiple opportunities to finally change his clothes. In the secret room, Fatima pulls a metal piece from the bed frame and hides it in her sleeve. Her stomach begins to show a lot more now. She asks him for some help to get up and then slices him with the metal piece. She tries to make her escape, but Elgin just pulls her right back in. Ellis and Boyd debate on creating a search party for Fatima, but Ellis has doubts given the fact that Donna is ready to snitch. However, Sarah comes in with knowledge about Fatima being missing. She said she heard the voices tell her that Fatima was captured, she's nearby, and they won't find her in time to save her. So, if there was any doubt about Fatima being pregnant or not, I think we got our confirmation with the big bulging belly. I think that is good enough information. Yes, Demon Baby is on the way. I'm a little mad at Fatima though. Like, hold on now, ma'am, you done turned into Stabby McStab, and you got these new superpowers to shank anybody, and you just gonna let Elgin get away like that? You just gonna slice his hand? What is slicing his hand gonna do? You at least could have take out his leg or something. How you gonna run away? Listen, I'm just saying, I was a little disappointed with her follow through at that point. Now, as for Sarah, okay, listen, I heard people talking about this. I saw folks talking about this online saying, what's up with Sarah and the voices? Well, guess looks like they back. Okay, there you have it, but I think what Sarah said here, it was very interesting. So check it. They said that Fatima was nearby, and Boyd and them would not be able to save her in time. Now, this is kind of important because I think this pretty much confirms that Sarah has been hearing the voices of the monsters that come out at night. I do believe that Sarah can hear other monsters, kind of like, when she was at the ruins and she was able to hear the cicada evil entity monster. But I believe that this confirms that she's been in communication with the monsters in the town. They're the ones that pushed her, to kill Toby and to do all those, to leave the door open and all that other stuff from season 1. And the thing is, this line of taunting, it lines up perfectly with the monster's motive to break Boyd. Remember, Boyd has this complex. He has this drive where he has to be the one to save people. Plus, these monsters, they take joy and pleasure in giving people a false sense of hope only to have it stripped away. What better way to spark hope than to tell the hero, Boyd, that his family is close and needs some saving? So then, of course, the cherry on top is the fact that they were laughing. They were laughing. So just like how the evil entity was laughing at Boyd, and they are now laughing at Boyd. Remember, they were also laughing at Boyd in the barn with Tien Chen. This is all the same stuff happening all over again. So you guys let me know, how did you feel about Sarah hearing the voices all over again? And do you think that it's the, the monsters in the town? Or maybe, I don't know, you have a different theory. Let me know your thoughts. Donna stares at a picture of her and her sister until Boyd comes in. Before he could say anything, she tells Boyd she's not going to tell the residents about Fatima killing Tilly. Boyd tells her that Fatima is gone and that Sarah's hearing voices again that told her something took Fatima. Donna told him to ring the bell and call a town meeting. The Matthews head over to the diner to get some of that good old Bacta soul food cooking. Julie tells her parents that she asked Ethan what she should do about the ruins. Outside, Boyd rings the town bell to summon a meeting. He tells everyone that Fatima is missing. Boyd reminded everyone about how they managed to survive with the talismans, and that was their way of fighting back against this place. He suggests that they all pair up in groups of 2 to go out and search for Fatima. Boyd tells Ellis that they need to find Fatima before everyone else, so the best idea is to split up. Like a real creep, Elgin volunteers to partner with Ellis. Okay, so I'll admit that, when this episode was going, I was a little confused at first when they kept showing Donna having that flashback with, Fatima's anniversary party. But now it makes sense. Now, once again, Donna is right. She said that the people couldn't take it if they found out about Fatima and the whole Tilly situation. The reason why she is right is because of what Fatima meant to everyone in the town. That's why they showed that flashback. Recall when Fatima, was in the first season, she might have been probably one of the most hopeful people, one of the most positive people in the town. She was a bright spot for a lot of people, especially Julie, right, being her proxy. So imagine if people found out what she did to Tilly. That would be really depressing. To have someone so good, so pure, so positive turn around and do something so evil, or worse yet, be corrupted by this place, well, that would be crushing for everyone else. And if you think about it, one of those things that we learned about Donna at the end of season 1 is that she is not a fan of taking hope away from people. You could probably even argue that that could be her greatest fear. So I totally understand where she's coming from in terms of not, turning on Fatima and not snitching to everybody else. Now, I should mention this. I know I have crapped on town meetings, but at least this one seemed a little bit more effective. I noticed how it almost went bad when they started asking Boyd questions, and they was like, yo, how do you know that Fatima was taken away and, and all that. But I'm glad this time around, what was different this time was Boyd got support. He had Bacta right there. Remember, Bacta did say, next time I got you back. So that was good. And it was very helpful to also have Donna right there by his side too, which just tells me this. If these people just stick together, maybe these town meetings could be a lot more effective, rather than letting Boyd just hang out to dry. Anyway, Elgin is getting on my damn nerves. Okay, you just gonna kidnap this man's wife and then you gonna turn around and volunteer to go looking for her with him? Bro, okay, you know what? Elgin, you got to go. Elgin got to go. It was one thing for him to be stupid and naive. Now this man is going into full villain mode. This has got to be a new level of low. The moment I saw Elgin do that, the first thing that came to my mind was that Lion King 2 part of that song. Deception, disgrace,
Deception and outrage, disgrace, for shame.
Fatima continues to struggle with her belly pains. She falls to the ground and uncovers a hidden trap door. In the woods, Donna and Acosta are out there looking for Fatima. Acosta keeps questioning Donna about why they should trust Sarah and what other information she's holding back. But Donna snaps back at her and says that they don't have time for all of that. They need to go find Fatima. Boyd tries to make amends with Kenny about the decisions he made in the past. He then tells Kenny that his health is in decline and wants to make sure that Kenny is going to take care of everyone when he's gone. Kenny declined being the new sheriff, but he did accept returning as Boyd's deputy. Okay, so real quick, y'all know I still got mixed feelings about Acosta, but she is asking all the right questions. You know, like, why should you trust Sarah? Listen, if we had just gotten teleported into Fromville or whatever, we'd be asking these same questions. These are good questions, but at the same time, Donna is still right. Because listen, ma'am, we are 3 seasons deep. Ain't nobody got time to give you a whole recap of the shenanigans that's been going on while Fatima is missing. Get with the program, okay? Anyway, I really, really am happy to see Kenny and Boyd make up here. You know, listen, they got the father-son dynamic going on, and I think it's so good for both of them to have each other's back. Listen, I know this show is full of drama and it's full of trauma, but I do think that, man, it's just so refreshing when we could just have a couple moments of positivity. Victor gets a head start on spring cleaning in his room. He goes down and grabs an axe. He says that he's going to chop down a tree and then leaves out. He heads over to the bottle tree and starts swinging his axe. Suddenly, the boy in white appears and tells him to stop. Victor begs the boy in white for his help and asks him why he won't help them anymore. But the boy in white said that he tried helping with Christopher and now they're just going to have to learn on their own. Victor pointed out that he looks a little different, and the boy in white pointed out that Victor looks a little different too, and that everything is changing. Victor pleads with him, but the boy in white tells him, do not cut the tree down, and simply walks away. Well, look who it is. Yes, I see you. Yes, and I'm talking to you. You still watching my video and didn't even subscribe to the channel yet? Listen. Come on now, like you've made it this far. You know, I think that makes us family, right? You know, so listen, if you could do me a huge favor, hit that subscribe button and please don't forget to hit the bell. I do not want you guys to miss the other content that I have coming up for you very, very soon. So make sure you hit that bell for all those notifications. Anyway, so the boy in white actually speaks. Oh, remember that last time he spoke, he did it with Sarah, but it was only telepathically, right? But now with Victor, we see that apparently he can speak just normally with him. But let's kind of dissect what happened in the scene here. Now, Victor was about to cut this faraway tree down, and we learned that the children who were sacrificed or murdered here, they poured all their hopes in the ground, and that's what created the faraway tree. So I'm assuming that if Victor were to cut this tree down, this bottle tree, or this faraway tree, then it probably, I don't know, maybe it's symbolic in terms of cutting down their hopes, you know, cutting the hopes of the children. Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. Actually, I saw some theories online that the fallen tree in the road, that could actually be a fallen faraway tree that might have fallen. So I don't know. I just thought that was kind of interesting. But two things we know are the tree is important and it shouldn't be cut down. Okay, so those are some quick answers right there. Anyway, I loved how Victor and the boy in white, I liked how they acknowledged how they look so different. You know, maybe that's just some great little meta commentary, because it did seem as though that they recast the boy in white from the previous seasons. Or, I don't know, maybe he grew up. You know, sometimes child actors, they grow up and hit puberty and all that. I'm sure you guys can let me know, you know, did they change the actors or whatever? But what I remember, and I think we should remember and pay attention to the dialogue, right? Like I always tell y'all, pay attention to the dialogue. Victor asked him point blank, is it a bad thing that things are changing? And if you notice, the boy in white was intentionally silent. He didn't give any type of verbal or physical cues of like, yeah, it's bad, or I don't know, maybe. He ain't say nothing. So if he really is Victor's friend, as he claims to be, I'm just wondering, is he really trying to help? Because why not just acknowledge something that's so minor as, yes, things changing, that is a bad thing. I don't know. You guys let me know why there was a non-answer there. Now, moving on, the boy in white, he did also mention that he did try to help, but he did that with Christopher, right? So This is our confirmation, I think, that Victor's memory in the last episode was actually accurate. You know, the boy in white did talk to Christopher to try to get him to save the children, go in the faraway tree and all of that. However, this time the boy in white, he's not going to help no more. Okay, he's done. He's finished with y'all, apparently. Seems like this man is fed up. You know, he's tired of everybody in the town. And I wonder why he won't talk to someone like Jade. Because remember, Jade and Christopher, they have a lot of, you know, connections. So I do wonder if, because of whatever happened, that's why we haven't seen Jade talking to the boy in white. Because think about this. The boy in white talks to everybody important or everyone that has a strong connection to this place. He's talked to Ethan, talked to Sarah, talked to Victor, you know, Tabitha. He's talked to Tabitha, but he hasn't talked to Jade. I think that means something.
I think you need to learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand.
Now, this seemed a little odd to me that the boy in white said that they will have to learn for themselves in order to understand. I mean, what? Not the boy in white giving people the hard way instead of the easy way. Are you serious? Like, do you like drama or something? Like, little boy, if you just tell everyone the answers instead of just one person who's going half crazy, by the way, maybe all this stuff could have been resolved a long time ago. But apparently, because Christopher messed up by not going to the tree, now everyone has to suffer. That's what we doing? Really? Now, I'm going to say, you know, the boy in white, I'm not going to act like he's evil like some people have been saying. I don't believe that he is. But at the same time, he's clearly not completely benevolent either. He's not pure good. I do think that he is good. I do think he's trying to help, but clearly that ain't his only motive here. I don't know. He's got some other stuff going on. But you guys let me know. What did you think about this scene with Victor and the boy in white? Please feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Jade is climbing up a ladder and sees a vision of Christopher holding Jasper. Jade tells the vision to try something new for a change, and Jasper yells at him instead. Henry walks by to talk to him about Victor. As they go out in the woods to look for Fatima, Henry mentions how Jade reminds him of Victor. Jade tells Henry that there is no fixing Victor at this point. Jade turns around and heads back to the bar to go look for answers. Jim and Ethan go back to their old trailer. Jim gives his son some encouraging advice to do his best whenever bad things happen. Before they leave, the radio turns on with the fake Thomas asking Jim not to leave him alone. Ethan and Jim ignore the voice, all while the voice continues to call out to them.
Dad.
Elgin tries to cheer up Ellis with a story about his friend who went missing in the woods. Ellis doesn't give two craps about his story and mention what happened with his mom dying in this town. They continued walking, and Elgin expressed how sorry he was about what happened with Ellis's mom. Elgin keeps trying to give Ellis words of encouragement, but Ellis doesn't want to hear it. Elgin tries to suggest that everything going on with Fatima and the baby could all actually be for a good reason. Okay, a couple of things. So Jade is still seeing visions of Christopher with Jasper here. So for those of you that were kind of upset or maybe disappointed that we didn't get anything with Jasper, with the whole fake out with the boy in white, I do still think that the doll will play a role somewhere in the future. Maybe it'll be next season. I don't know. But the Jade Christopher connection, that still seems to be going on. That still seems to be important. And Jade is out here giving some great advice to Henry, telling him, listen, you're not going to fix Victor. Okay, he is what he is. You're not going to get your old kid back. The man likes canned peaches and yells at wooden dolls. Okay, this is where we are now. Ain't no going back. As for Jim and Ethan, you know what? I told you I'm a sucker for the father-son. I feel like this whole episode is a redemption tour for Jim. Okay, maybe I was a little too harsh on you, sir. Maybe. I'm digging the fatherly advice. And did y'all notice that he actually took his son with him this time. Y'all know the old Jim would have been like, Julie, you go in the house and watch Ethan while me and your mother go out in the woods and blah, blah, blah. But no, this time he's actually parenting. Didn't I say that? I said this before. Listen, if I was stuck in this town with my kids or whatever, y'all gonna be right next to me, or at least where I can see y'all so I can protect you. Okay. So I like the fact that he is not only having his son right there with him to protect him, but he's also giving him his that good fatherly advice, about doing your best. Listen, Jim, I see you, sir. I see you. Anyway, Elgin, I'm done with you. Yeah, man. Nah, man. I'm that's it. Like, I don't know about you, but I kept thinking that he was about to tell on himself in this scene. But then again, he did seem to talk a little too much. Okay, he was saying a little too much to Ellis here, and Ellis, he kept looking at Elgin real funny, and I mean, it's really hard, and maybe it's kind of weird to have your pregnant wife go missing, and to have some weirdo who hasn't changed his clothes for 2 whole seasons all of a sudden start saying, hey, maybe this is all for a good reason. Man, if you don't get the hell up out of my face with that nonsense, listen, Elgin is super suspect right now. Super suspect. And I hope, they need to figure this out. I need somebody to figure this out fast. Tabitha and Julie check Victor's hideout for Fatima. Julie ends up admitting to her mom that she didn't believe she was actually dreaming while she was in the chamber. She revealed that she did hear the Nkui kids screaming too. Tabitha hugs Julie until she noticed some ash flying in the wind. As she looked up, she could see the crusty kid beckoning her to follow. Fatima continues to try to open the hidden door until the kimono lady appears. Tabitha and Julie follow the trail of ash through the woods. The kimono lady tells Fatima to be quiet and pins her on the bed, keeping her silent. The ashy kid leads Tabitha to the cellar, and as she touches the door, she pauses for a moment again. Victor is already in the cellar, standing in the corner. He said that he was the reason why his mom died. As Tabitha hugs him, she starts to have a flashback of Miranda and her kids. She then could see Miranda running to the bottle tree, but before she could make it, it was none other than Smiley himself who took her out. She dead. Whoa. Okay, let's go through this. And first of all, let me just say, my bad, guys. I did not have my subtitles on in the last episode, so I didn't realize that it was actually the Nkui kids that Julie was hearing or whatever. So shout out to y'all that pointed that out and let me know that as well. But I'm glad that Julie actually confirmed this, that she heard them dusty kids in the chamber. So I like the fact that we got that. And I'm so happy that Julie did not keep this experience to herself and actually opened up to her mom about it. By the way, this is good storytelling and good character development. When you think back to season 1, think about how Julie and her mom, they used to just go at it, right? Until they finally had their heart-to-heart moment. Tabitha opened up to Julie about what she had been going through, and that created the path for Julie to stop being so rebellious and actually be vulnerable with her mom to even have a moment like this. So very, very, good on the storytelling and the character development in that case. Now, as for them crusty kids, now y'all want to help. Okay, because all that uncooey crap ain't gonna help nobody. Okay, at least you can lead people to places or point fingers, in the right direction. It's about damn time y'all started actually being helpful. And, oh man, I think now we got all the confirmation we needed about not trusting that kimono lady. I think this was it. This was that moment where it was just plain as day. And I'll tell you why. Why would she want to prevent anyone from finding Fatima? Keep in mind that the voices that were going on in Sarah's head, that were goading Boyd, laughing at him, taunting him, they said that they wouldn't find Fatima in time. So to me, that means that anything helping in that process, clearly they're not doing a good thing. So this kimono lady, she's officially evil in my book. I feel like she is working either with this place or with the monsters. She's in cahoots, but their agendas clearly seem aligned because she's fulfilling what those voices that were making fun of Boyd, she's fulfilling that right now by keeping Fatima quiet and making sure no one finds her. Now, all right. As for Tabitha, this whole episode, she's been having these, I don't know, brain farts or whatever, you know, whenever she touches Victor, when she touched the cellar door. And it seems like now she's experiencing exactly what Miranda told Henry. Recall back, Henry told Tabitha that Miranda was able to see previous chosen ones in her visions. So, you know, she could see all the people in the past that came before her. Now, again, if this role theory is correct, that I think Tabitha is more so Miranda in this case, it seems like Tabitha is experiencing that same phenomenon as well. She was able to have a vivid vision of Miranda in the past, and we finally got to see what happened to Miranda. And man, oh man, guess who's Bazak? Okay, well, not really back, but everyone's favorite monster just had to be the one to take Victor's mama out at the tree. Recall, Victor did say that he found her dead body at the bottle tree, but now we know that it was actually Smiley that killed her at that point. Whew, now, here's a major question. We know that Miranda went out to the tree that Victor told her about because of what he heard about Christopher and the boy in white. But what I want to know is, why in the hell would Miranda go out to the bottle tree in the middle of the night? Ma'am, you could have hid right there in the cellar with your kids until the morning time and then go out and save them dusty kids. Like, what? Why would you go out at night? Keep in mind, they didn't have talismans back then. They all had to hide back then. Going out at night was suicide. So I'm just wondering if maybe somewhere down the line in the story, we find out that there was a reason why she would do that. Because right now, that ain't adding up for me. I don't know why you go out at night. What was that? Was there a clock going? What was going on? Now, what I'm interested in seeing is what this means for Tabitha moving forward. It seems like we don't have to rely on Victor's shaky memory anymore. And now maybe, you know, Tabitha can help start filling in some of the blanks of what used to happen in the past. Now, remember what we were told, the answers are in the beginning. Boyd goes over Fatima's last known locations with Kenny. As Kenny begins to question why she was in the shack to begin with, Ellis comes in and says that he believes Elgin knows about Fatima. Back in the cellar, Fatima's belly is getting bigger and bigger as the demon baby does a few jumping jacks to get ready. Man, y'all see my boy Kenny, he is sharp. He is sharp. Boyd almost got caught up right there. You know, did y'all see Boyd's face when Kenny asked him, like, why was Fatima, you know, there? Boyd was like, huh? What? Huh? What? What? Huh? You know, see what had happened was, but let me just say that I am so glad Ellis caught on to Elgin's lion tail. And Fatima, oh my gosh, woo, that belly, yikes. Did y'all see that stuff moving in there? That demon baby must have been throwing a rave party in there or something, because all kinds of stuff was moving around in there. Ugh. Jim and Ethan return home. Ethan and Julie head over to the diner as their parents talk. Tabitha tells Jim about what happened to her when she hugged Victor. Tabitha said that she could feel Miranda and she suspected that Miranda was trying to tell her something. Jim goes to visit Jade and apologizes for how he's been acting lately. He also admits that he doesn't know how to help his family, but he believes Jade might be able to help. Tabitha explained what she experienced to Jade. He says that whatever Tabitha went through wasn't like the visions that he experiences. He believes that there's a scientific reason that could explain her experience. First of all, Jim is doing the right thing once again. He is taking Henry's advice to the T. The moment he learned to shut the hell up and listen to his wife, he went right over to Jade. Okay, didn't I say this in a couple videos in the past? The new town rule has to be whenever something goes down, everyone needs to talk to Jade. Well, for those of us thinking that what happened to Tabitha in the last episode was just a vision, well, she just told us that it was more than that. Unlike Jade, who normally has these more intense visions, Tabitha was experiencing something on a completely different level. I guess we could probably call it super duper deja vu or something like that. But what I love here is Jade's explanation, because in this weird world of From, with all the crazy stuff, first of all, this is what I come for, okay? This is what I like. This is what I love about this show. And he talked about like the first law of thermodynamics and drew on how science could maybe explain what's going on. However, if you noticed, he also talked about the metaphysical stuff too, you know, like our thoughts or a soul. Usually the science folks, the community, it does not deal with that kind of stuff. It rejects non-material things like that. But Jade has been through so much lately that he himself has been opening up and accepting that any and all things could be possible and true. So for Jade, you know, he probably isn't even like a believer like that. I highly doubt he's religious, but according to him, if we have souls and thoughts, and if those things are made up of energy, then this place, you know, wherever they are, this dimension could have the ability to trap that energy and keep it contained. Now, this does make sense given what we just learned from Victor. He said that the children who were murdered poured their hopes into the roots, and those roots became the faraway tree. So, if Jade's theory is correct, the children's hopes are a form of energy that is now embedded in the roots of the faraway tree, right? And my guess is that those roots probably extend far and wide throughout the forest. Now, another thing to consider is that if Jade's theory on energy is correct, then that would explain a number of other phenomena and things that happen, such as the voices that we've heard over the course of the season. Remember when Sarah was going out camping with Boyd and she heard the voice that sounded like a woman and knew Boyd, aka Mr. Fish and Loaves? Well, there's a chance that maybe that was actually Abby's soul or her energy that was still trapped here. And I don't know, maybe since since she did die in this town and all, maybe it is true that the people that die here stay here and they're trapped here. They cannot leave. So I don't know, just kind of keep all this energy stuff in mind, because I do believe that it will play a role in explaining things later on. Boyd tells Ellis and Kenny to keep Smelgen in Colony House until he finds a new set of clothes. Boyd finds Sarah in the church watching paint dry on the wall. He brings her over to Colony House to talk some sense into Elgin. Donna comes out and Boyd asks her to clear the house. Elgin is on his way out until Boyd confronts him on the stairs. He looks through his bag, and after 124 days and counting, not a single piece of clothing was found for Elgin that he could change in. Boyd asks him if he knows where Fatima is, and Elgin said that the lady told him not to say anything. He believes that the kimono lady is actually an angel who's here to help them. Boyd tells him that there ain't no damn baby, but Ellis said that the angel already explained all of that to him. Sarah tells Elgin about the voices that she heard that made her kill her own brother. He believes it's different this time because the baby will help them all go home. Ellis is sick of Smelgen's talk and lunges after him. Everyone realizes that Elgin just won't talk. Boyd tells him not to allow anyone back in the room, and he goes off to the shed to find some tools. First of all, can I just say that I am very, extremely disappointed in all of y'all. Yes, I'm talking about all of y'all out there. We're supposed to be a family. We're supposed to look out for one another. How come not one of you told me that Elgin's new name was Smelgin because he doesn't change his clothes? Do you know I had to go cheat on myself and go on another From channel just to find this out? I had to learn this information in them From streets. I'm hurt, y'all. I'm really hurt. I thought y'all would have kept me up to date. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about with Elgin here. I absolutely love the fact that Boyd went straight to Sarah to talk some sense into him. It seems like the characters are finally starting to get it at this point. I mean, we saw Julie going to Ethan, Jim is going to Jade, and now Boyd is going to Sarah. This is how we get home. But did y'all notice Elgin thought he was slick? Thought he was gonna pack up and go somewhere. He should have known that that was suspicious from the very jump. Everyone knows Elgin ain't got nowhere to go but to go take a nap. Sir, you don't swim, you don't take baths. Where you going with that bag? Please sit down. Now, we did learn some more information here with Elgin. We finally got an answer as to why he's been so gullible when it comes to the kimono lady. Now, all of this stems from his religious beliefs. Now, back in season 2, I think it was like episode 5, he told Sarah that he would go to church every Sunday with his grandmother, but he also wasn't very religious, right? Well, it seems like this kimono lady did just enough to make him take a huge leap of faith. And to think that she was an angel? Really? Personally, as a fellow believer, I was a little disappointed in Elgin just randomly believing this dead looking lady. And that was an angel to him? Really, bro? I mean, listen, but I can also understand how some people are willing to believe things with far less evidence. I mean, if you noticed when Boyd was recounting everything going on with Fatima, Elgin said that the lady already told him all that. This is very similar to what happened with the voices that were talking to Sarah, who they would use information as a way to deceive. Because when you think about it, these monsters or entities, they have access to more information, and they can lead people like Elgin or Sarah into believing that there could be something supernatural or good that comes along with this. But man, listen, I mean, again, I'm a believer now. Bro, you say you went to church every Sunday with your grandmother. I know you went to Sunday school. I know you must have heard the story of Adam and Eve and how the serpent used knowledge to deceive them. I mean, come on now. But no, you just gonna believe that that was an angel? Really? Now, what did bother me here was, even if you want to give Elgin a little slack in believing something supernatural was going on, Sarah straight up told him that she went through something very similar. However, Elgin was not believing her, and he was trying to say, oh, but this is different. You know, that's what bothered me. So now you want to critically think? Now you want to put your thinking cap on and find the differences? Remember when Elgin said that this was different because nobody here was dying? Tilly just rolled over in her shed grave. He really believes this baby is a good thing. Sir, what baby do you know makes their mama eat garbage, drink blood, and shank people? Please tell me. Now, I will say that I thought it was kind of funny when Ellis tried to jump Elgin. Listen, you almost got me, okay? You almost got me. You thought you was slick, From. For a moment there, I almost thought Ellis was actually going to do something useful in this episode. Ha! Nope. But Boyd, asking for them tools. This was the point where I had to sit up in my chair. Because I'm like, no, not Boyd. Boy, what you wouldn't do? Boy, you're not gonna, would you? Hoo-wee. But guys, what did you think about Elgin's excuse for believing the kimono lady was an angel and that this was all a good thing? How did you feel when Boyd talked about going out for them tools? Let me know your thoughts. Henry comes over to speak with Victor. He apologized for not being more help to Victor in his time of need. Before he could continue, Victor cut him off and told him that he had to show him something that would probably make Henry hate him. Boyd goes into the shed and starts collecting tools until Father Khatri shows up. He highlights the irony in Boyd's decision to protect Fatima and yet still go after Elgin. He tells Boyd that if he follows through with this decision, then this place will actually break him. Boyd grabs the tools and heads back to Colony House. Hey guys, I didn't have my captions or subtitles on for this episode, but did Boyd just call Father Khatri the N-word? Like, did he just call him a ninja? You know, like, because if he did, you know that came from a real place, okay? But what I love about this conversation is how revealing it is of Boyd's character. Remember, Father Khatri is a manifestation of Boyd's consciousness. So this is Boyd's thoughts being portrayed basically out loud. He lashed out at Khatri for not being here, and I think that just shows that Boyd is still grieving the loss. But Khatri talked about how this decision would have this place win if Boyd follows through. And I think that we kind of used to run with this impression that breaking Boyd means that he's just going to be all depressed or he's going to be all fearful or something like that. Well, Father Khatri is kind of telling us it's something different. He's saying that breaking Boyd is basically breaking your character. It's breaking your morale. It's breaking your values. In other words, this place could rob you of your humanity if you let it. Jim and Tabitha go out into the woods near Victor's hideout. Jade recounts his experience in the tunnels, including his vision of the tree roots forming the symbol. Tabitha told Jade what she learned from Victor about the tree. Jade gets frustrated and starts yelling into the wind. Back at the clinic, Randall is working out until the noise of the cicadas starts up again. He asks Marielle where the new medical equipment is and goes off to find it. He grabs the defibrillator device and cranks it up. He places one of the pads on his head and gets ready to place the other pad until Marielle dashes in to stop him. Now, I don't know about you all, but I'm Jade and Jade is me because I'm sick of these raggedy kids only saying Ankui all the time too. You know, they could have been leaving notes, drawing pictures or something instead of saying the same word over and over and over again. So I felt this, okay? Yes. I feel this man's frustration 100%. Now, he better than me because I would have been cussing them dusty kids out after all this time and all them visions. But we got to talk about Randall. Wow. Whoa. So, I mean, yeah, we've been seeing, you know, him hearing these cicadas and all that, but I didn't know it was this bad. It's been made known that whatever Julie, Marielle, and Randall went through, it was absolutely terrifying. Even Randall said to Boyd back on the bus that there could be things worse than death here. And by the looks of it, whatever Randall is going through with these cicadas, it appears to be so bad that he was about to commit suicide just to make it stop. I mean, that's some seriously bad stuff to drive a person that far to that point. But you know what? I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention this because, you know, guys, listen, this show, it's obviously for entertainment with all the drama and stuff. And sometimes it might touch on some things that really hit home for others. Now, this is not a paid advertisement or promo or anything, but if you are depressed or if you are going through things, please be sure to take care of yourself, take care of your mental health. Try and go seek someone to talk to. You can contact or visit betterhelp.com or just Google your local therapist that could be near you. And if you are really going through it, whoever you are, and you're at the point where you're thinking about taking your own life, please call or text 988 to get in touch with the prevention hotline. There are people out there that are willing to help you because, listen, you're worth it and you do matter. Victor brings Henry to the gravesite where he buried his mother. Henry begins to mourn as Victor points out a second grave that he thinks is Eloise. He said when he found the pieces, she was so small that there wasn't much left. Victor blames himself for their deaths and begins to break down. He tells Henry that he doesn't have to be his dad anymore, and Henry tells him that his job now is to protect him. Well, before we address the elephant in the room that I know all of y'all are thinking, shout out to Scott McCord, shout out to Robert Joy, once again delivering fantastic emotional performances here. Oh, Victor blaming himself for his mama and sister's death. Oh, that was just so crushing. Oh, I think it just really adds even more reasons as to why Victor would want to suppress all these types of memories. But with that said, let's talk about the thing that everybody's thinking here, okay? What's up with Eloise? Now, this makes yet another time that Victor has confirmed not only finding his mother's remains, but also now we know where he buried her. But as I'm sure many of you already have caught on, Eloise's gravesite is very questionable at this point. She ain't there. Okay, let's just be honest. She ain't there. Once again, Victor has proven to be an unreliable narrator with a shaky memory until, that is, he finally unlocks things and remembers stuff. But this man, he forgot his sister existed for over 40-something years. He thought a doll was talking to Christopher when it was really the teen in white. And now he thinks Eloise's body might be in that gravesite. I mean, he mentioned how he found the pieces and she was so small that there wasn't much left. That right there blows up the most obvious doors that Eloise could still be alive and well somewhere. I mean, let's just think about this for a second. When you even look at the time when Victor came out of that cellar and he saw all those dead bodies, you saw a lot of people where their faces were still intact and all that stuff. So it's kind of like, yeah, they were ripped apart, but I'm pretty sure you'd find a face or a head somewhere where you could at least identify the body. So I'm not buying this from Victor that, you know, the pieces were so little. Man, he probably found like a piece of an animal or something for all we know. But I do believe that Eloise is still alive, and I do have a theory that I want to share with you all so much, but it's too much for this video, and I have to put it in a separate video. So this would be a great time for you to go ahead, hit that subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. Help me get to 125. You know, we're trying to get to 125K over here, but I don't want you guys to miss that because I think, given the evidence that we have collected now, I think I have a pretty plausible theory as to what's going on with Eloise and where she could actually be. And I don't want you guys to miss that. But yeah, I don't think Eloise is dead. And listen, I already know some of y'all, somebody out there is going to use this questionable gravesite situation as a way to be fuel for the theory of, you know, Tabitha is actually the long lost sister of Victor theory. I know people been holding on to that for a long time, but I actually think this questionable gravesite thing, I actually think it works against that theory even more. But we will talk about all that stuff later on because we do learn more stuff at the end of this episode. In the trailer, Jade, Jim, and Tabitha talk about the bottle tree and the numbers they found in the bottles. Jim mentions how there are 12 notes on a scale, and that sparks an idea for Jade. He asks Jim to go retrieve Victor's violin and to meet them in the bar. At the clinic, Christy comes in to check up on Marielle after Randall tried to take his own life. She pressed her about whether she was actually okay or not after the cicada event. Marielle finally confessed that she actually was not okay. Okay, Jim. Okay, Jim. My man is coming through in the clutch. This is what we've always needed from him and Jade. They need to always talk to each other to brainstorm about things. And just like that, Jim gave Jade the music note idea. I don't know how that actually works, but at least it's something. As for Marielle, I gotta say, this felt kind of like a waste of a whole scene. Okay, great. We found out that Marielle is actually not okay after all. And who's shocked? I mean, was that really a secret? Sure, she did say that, she would tell herself not to let her fears take over or whatever, but to assume that she's just fine. While we see Randall trying to off himself and Julie turning into a pothead, I mean, this scene could have at least given us a little bit more than just, no, I'm not okay. Ma'am, are you hearing bugs? Do you hear screams? Are you having any visions? Do you have a taste for blood? Any additional information would have been appreciated here. Boyd returns back to Colony House with some tools. Kenny tried to reason with him, but Boyd ain't got time for none of that. Fatima is still out there and she needs help. He sets the tools out, and just then, the Polaroid snaps a picture for Boyd to see. He starts to tie up Elgin, and Elgin really wants to know what the picture was, and Boyd tells him that it was a picture of his house. Elgin believes that it's another sign of them going home. Boyd really doesn't care what he has to say, and he's ready to go Bob the Builder all over Elgin's face. Boyd asks for the last time if Elgin is too legit to quit, but Elgin still won't talk. As Father Khatri watches, Boyd said it's hammer time as he proceeded to smash Elgin's hand. As Elgin's scream echoes throughout the house, Acosta comes in and she rushes upstairs. She demands an explanation, and Boyd tells everyone to go downstairs. Wow. Yo, this scene, it gave me chills. This scene gave me legit chills. Y'all, Boyd done crossed the line. He crossed the line. This is what we call character development. I know many of us here are fans of this show because of the mystery and all the weird stuff. I get it. I've told y'all I'm here for the frummish behavior all day. But the creators of this show have said explicitly that this show is not about the mystery. It's about the characters. I don't think that means that we should ignore the mystery because, damn it, we need answers, okay? But the real meat and potatoes of this show is what these characters do in the midst of all this crazy stuff. I like to think of it like, let's think of food. I think of it like cake. Why? Because I'm fat. Don't judge me. The mystery and the weird stuff, it's like the frosting. But the characters, they are the actual cake. If all you ate was the frosting, well, guess what? You're going to have a toothache, a sugar overload, and probably some indigestion if you're over 40. That's not good, right? But if all you had was nothing but the cake, I mean, that would be kind of boring, right? Like, who just going to sit here and eat just cake with no frosting? So we have to have a good balance between both of those things, right? We have to have some good character stuff, and of course, sprinkle in that frosting of the weirdness as well. So for me, when we get these character development moments, that's kind of like the cake that I like. By the way, what kind of cake do y'all like? Because I'm a yellow cake with chocolate frosting kind of guy. That's just real delicious to me. I'm sorry. I told you I was fat. I got distracted. Anyway. I love that we saw Father Khatri again here, and I wonder if we'll ever see him again, because the moment that hammer struck Elgin's hand, Boyd just became a new person. I want us to really think about this. Boyd has this hero complex or whatever. We know that. But what we just saw here was a deeper level of how far Boyd is willing to go to protect his family. We saw this before in season 1, where he had to make that split decision between, offing his wife just to save his son Ellis. Then once, Fatima became his daughter-in-law, I mean, she fell right into the Boyd Stevens protective services. But now it seems like this place, it seems like it's actually broken Boyd. I wouldn't say that he's completely broken, but there's definitely a major crack in his armor now. And oh man, now that Acosta showed up, y'all already know it's about to further complicate things for sure. But what did you think when you saw Boyd take that swing with the hammer? I know I was in shock because it sucks to see your heroes stoop to a low level like this. But then again, do you think Elgin had it coming? let me know whatever you think in the comments down below. Back in the bar, Jade starts to decipher the numbers as musical notes. As he hums the notes, Jim comes in with Victor's violin. Jim begins to question whether this is actually a good thing given how this place usually manipulates everyone. Tabitha suggests that maybe they should play this song far away from the town just to be on the safe side. Back in the cellar, Fatima is yelling for help. Out of frustration, she breaks the jar of blood against the wall. She grabs a shard of glass and begins to cut herself. Suddenly, the kimono lady stops her because her water is about to break. Okay, so Jade is putting things together as he should, but Jim just couldn't help himself but to start questioning if this was a bad thing or not. Listen, don't get me wrong. He's not completely wrong, okay? Every time they seem to crack some mystery, a consequence does tend to follow up. Just like with the radio tower, in season 1. So I understand his skepticism, but I'm just saying, bro, don't stop the progress, okay? But I think that this is a great idea by Tabitha for them to go move it to a different location. And by the way, real quick, I don't care who you are. Not one person on this earth. I just find it incredibly hard to believe. Nobody sat here and thought that the numbers in that bottle were actual music notes. And I swear to you, if I see a From channel or somebody out there with a theory that came out and predicted that, listen, unless your theory was from 2 seasons ago, I don't believe you. Okay? You need more people. Okay? You a liar. Cause where did that come from? What? Them 4 digits? Those were really music notes? Man, okay, From. Y'all just be pulling stuff out of nowhere now. But I gotta say, for Fatima, I really feel bad for her. She's been pushed to the brink, that she's willing to basically give herself an emergency C-section, and just to get rid of this demon baby. But here we go with the kimono lady getting in the way. What do y'all call them? The ladies that help these the expecting mothers. The kimono lady, I feel like she's just a diabolical doula now. Back at the diner, Ethan reminisces about Tien Chen and worries that he'll forget about her. Julie tells him that when they went to the ruins, she found herself in a chamber where she was tortured along with Randall and Marielle. She also mentioned how she heard Victor and Tabitha's voice in the tunnels. Ethan said that she's a story walker, which is a person who can visit chapters in the story that already happened. Julie wonders if she can go back and change things, but Ethan said, you can only visit the chapters, but you can't change the stories. Okay, so here it is. Okay, listen, this is why I said in my previous video that people need to wait. We need to wait for more information just so we can understand the rules of how all this stuff works. Ethan called Julie a story walker and said that she can only visit the chapters, but she can't change the stories. Well, this brings a lot of things into question, and it's probably going to complicate things even more. One thing to consider is, did this happen before? If you go back to the beginning, and I think it was like the 2nd episode, whenever Ethan was having his seizure in the trailer, remember, he woke up and he talked about how he was having a dream in a very similar way. Did the events in his dream, did they happen in a story? I mean, maybe, Ethan wasn't marked by a cicada monster or evil entity the way Julie was. So does this mean that anyone who's had a seizure is also story walking? Maybe, but I don't know. If that wasn't confusing enough, just think that if Julie really was time traveling, and let's just say that she was able to interfere when she threw the rope, well then I need you to understand what that means. That means that she created a time loop or a time paradox. Keep with me here. Julie had to throw the rope in order to free Boyd so that he could go get the worms, which brought back the cicada monster to the town, which would affect Julie, and then that would enable Julie to be able to come back to the chamber to throw the rope. Do you see how Like, that's all. So this is what I'm saying. Like, this whole time travel thing, story walking thing, it's messy. It's messy, you know, and given how messy this could go, I'm going to hold off on going a little bit deeper into this until we get a little bit more information about how the story walking stuff actually works. I think we need more examples of how this works, or at least we need a better explanation of the rules to really dig deeper into this, because otherwise, I already know this is going to happen, but people are going to be making a whole bunch of theories. Those theories are not going to make sense because this already doesn't make a lot of sense. So y'all go at it. I'm going to still just kind of hold back and wait for a little more info. But what did you guys think of Ethan's explanation of what happened to Julie? Are you confused, or do you have some theories about what happened? Let me know your thoughts about story walking and all that in the comments down below. Back in Colony House, everyone is arguing about the torture Elgin is going through and the need to find Fatima. Sarah goes upstairs to meet with Elgin. He tells her that he can't tell her any information about Fatima. She said that's cool and that she's been in his shoes. He begs her to speak to Boyd and to ask him to stop. She realizes that Boyd doesn't know how far he needs to go with Elgin, and she won't let this place continue to corrupt Boyd any further. She picks up a screwdriver and faces Elgin. While the arguing continues, Elgin's screams grow louder throughout the house. Everyone rushes upstairs and opens the door to find a bloodied Sarah and Elgin with his eye injured. Sarah reveals that Fatima is in the cellar. Oh my God. Like, what the hell? Like, I didn't see this coming at all. I mean, we have to think about just how jacked up this situation is, especially for Sarah. I really believe that Sarah came into this town as well-intentioned, kind-hearted person, but the way this place has manipulated her into doing so many things, like killing Toby, killing her brother, allowing the monsters to kill Kenny's dad, almost killing Ethan. As Sarah would put it, she's already given her soul over to this place. In other words, Sarah is officially broken. Scarier than that, she's accepted it. Ooh. Crazy enough to say, I don't think that means she's just pure evil or anything like that. But because, you know, she is still trying to help Fatima, you know, but she doesn't care anymore. She's willing to get her hands dirty so that, you know, a good person like Boyd doesn't have to go down that road either, even though Boyd, he's already kind of tiptoed down that path when he busted up Elgin's hand. But this situation, it is all kinds of messed up. I mean, Elgin, as dumb as he is, he still wants the best for everyone. He's still trying to, you know, help so that they can all go home. I mean, yes, he doesn't bathe, and yes, he refuses to change his clothes regularly, and yes, he's always sleeping. You know, I don't know if he deserves to get his eye hurt like that, though. I mean, I think she gouged it out. Ooh, I know this is jacked up, but at least she got the answers they wanted. You know, she's a little messy, but she's effective. So we have to think about this. Like, Elgin is still alive, and I just want you guys to really think, what exactly does this mean going forward? Better yet, what the hell do we do with Sarah? Like, is the box even an option anymore? What will happen when Sarah crosses paths in town with Elgin? I can't wait to see it. I mean, think about this. What about if Boyd sees Elgin in town? Will they ever see eye to eye again? Listen, or just imagine this. Fatima bumping into Elgin in Colony House, you know, since they live together and all. Wouldn't that be ironic? I'll be here all night, folks. I'll be all right. Anyway, I'm loving it. I'm just playing. Okay, that was it. I'm done. I'm sorry. Anyway, listen, I'm curious to know, what you all thought about this crazy turn of events with Sarah. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments. Jade and Tabitha stand at the bottle tree and start playing the melody they just learned. Fatima's baby is coming as everyone races over to the cellar. The trapdoor starts to open as well. The demon doula delivers the baby and walks down the stairs beneath the trapdoor. Fatima points them in the direction of the kimono lady, and Boyd insists that he needs to see what Fatima just delivered. He travels down the steps and goes further into the tunnel. Fatima says that she saw what the monsters are and what they did. She said that they sacrificed their children because something told them that they would live forever. In the tunnels, the monsters circle around Kimono Lady as she offers the demon child to them. Boyd watches in terror as the demon creature grows into an adult-sized being. It was then revealed that Smiley has been reborn. So I'm not even recovered from Sarah turning Elgin into a one-eyed pirate, and then y'all gonna hit us with this? Y'all gonna hit us with the return of Smiley? I mean, I guess he's back in action. And you know what? This is smart. This is a smart move on the show's part. Ever since Smiley showed his face at Colony House during the massacre, you know, when he was over the stairs, he clearly has become the new face of the monsters in From. So bringing him back, I think, was very, very good. Now, can we also talk about the number of monsters that were there? I mean, I feel like we've seen all different kinds of monsters, but now it seems like there's only a finite number of them. I don't know, maybe the budget ran out and they couldn't hire all the monsters. I don't know. But remember, do y'all remember back in Colony House when the massacre was happening and they were walking down the stairs? We actually saw a black or brown monster girl coming down the stairs. Where's she at? You know, or what about the one who pretended to be Julie's friend from high school, you know, in the first episode or whatever? Where are the other monsters? Or do you think that the monsters simply take on different appearances? But even with this fan service with Smiley and all that, this is such a messed up situation on so many levels. I just think back to the second season when we really started to see Fatima break. You know, when she was yelling at the cowboy monster outside and all that. She was finally letting the monsters get to her. And now this place literally violated her body and impregnated her with one of the worst monsters here. Like, this is some really sick stuff when you think about it. What's also interesting that we can't neglect is that while Fatima was going through all of this, she experienced some sort of vision or gained some knowledge of the past. Outside of the weird stuff going on with her pregnancy, she just dropped an important clue, which of course begs an even bigger question. But now we know that the monsters used to be human, and now we know that those crusty kids were actually their own kids that they sacrificed. But we also know now that they did this sacrifice because it promised them that they could live forever. The it in this case is obviously the evil entity. Now, we know that yes, the monsters that came out at night are a problem, but they aren't the main problem. The evil entity probably, I'm guessing, is not easily dealt with by just smashing some music box either. But this entity has to be incredibly powerful to be able to grant these former humans immortality like this. And you know, if we kind of go back, this kind of reminds me of the drawings that were in the tunnels that the monsters drew. Remember that big red, I don't know, tentacle squid-like thing? I think we all kind of assumed that that was the evil entity, but now this is just making me wonder if we're really getting more into, I don't know, maybe like the Stephen King realm of things. Now, John Griffin, the show writer, you know, the runner, he is a fan of Stephen King. And remember, I told you guys in my theory about Martin being the evil entity, how he shared a lot of commonalities with Stephen King's Boogeyman. So I'm just wondering if the evil entity here, if he might, or if it might turn out to be something just as wild and crazy as Pennywise, the it clown, you know, because like that creature, his real form is like some big giant spider in disguise. So I'm wondering if the evil entity is probably going to be some evil big squid monster or something too. Now, I have got to be honest, this was all a pleasant surprise. I really enjoyed seeing Smiley show up like this and have that information, you know, about what, you know, how the monsters were and all that with their kids. Now, I can't speak for others, but I could not imagine having something cool like that leaked and ruined for me. I'd be so pissed, because if you read about this and then you watched it, would you really be entertained by what happens? You know, if somebody took that surprise, well, if you took that surprise away for yourself, would you really look at this and be like, oh, wow, that's cool. Like, oof, couldn't be me. I'm glad I did not get ruined and spoiled. But anyway, you all tell me, what did you think about this crazy reveal of Smiley coming back? What did you think about the origins of the monsters being revealed as being the parents of the ashy kids? Who or what do you believe is the actual evil entity that granted them that immortality? Let me know all your thoughts and comments down below. As Jade continues to play, all the moisture in the air evaporated and dust clouds began to rise as the dusty, mangy kids started to appear. One of the ashy kids comes before Tabitha and says the profound statement of, "Ankui." Just then, both Jade and Tabitha seem to have an awakening as they recall the meaning of the word. Tabitha says, "Remember," and the raggedy kid smiles. Jade recalls that they tried to save the children and that they sang them lullabies. Tabitha runs away with Jim following right behind her. He urges her to tell him what's going on. She said that her and Jade were here before. She also said that she was Miranda and Jade was Christopher. They have been here since the beginning, but they failed to save the children and set them free. One of the children was actually hers and Jade's in a past life. She gets pretty emotional and walks away. All right, if I could be honest for a second, Tabitha was starting to get on my nerves. You know, every single time she starts to remember something, you know, what does she do? You know, don't touch me, don't touch me. No, I can't. Like, I'm sitting here like, I'm trying to be sympathetic. Okay, I understand this is crazy. It's emotional. I get it. But every time she keeps on saying, I can't, I just want to scream at her and just be like, si se puede. Yes, you can. Yes, we can. Okay? Like, you got a show to get through. You can't just be tapping out every time you got some feelings. Okay, but let's talk about the many, many things that happened here. Real quick. I kept looking back at Jim, and every single time when them little dusty kids was around, he could not see them. Okay, so that is just something to maybe keep in mind. Only Jade and Tabitha were able to see them. All right. Anyway, there you have it once again. We just got a bunch of answers for some of you, maybe even confirmation for some theories. We know now that Ankui means remember. I guess remembering is going to have to be a key to solving other mysteries of this place, but that's one word down. Okay, I don't know how many other words that we're gonna have to learn, but at least we got one. Anyway, Tabitha gave the most straightforward answer that this show could probably give. She was Miranda and Jade was Christopher, meaning this show is all about their past lives and, yes, reincarnation. Go back. Think about what Jade talked about with energy being trapped here that probably has something to do with the whole reincarnation of things. Now, I suspected this when I talked about my whole Avatar theory, going back to when Henry revealed that Miranda had told him about the Chosen One. So this was something that I think just kind of was reinforced throughout the show. But now we just really got that confirmation. Furthermore, I think that we can kill a couple of theories here. Maybe that AI simulation theory, we could stop that. I think that that's pretty much bunk at this point. And we can also probably put a nail in the coffin with the whole Tabitha being Victor's sister theory as well. Look, it was fun while it lasted. Okay, it was a very good theory. at first. I didn't really buy into it because I thought there was more evidence that said otherwise, but I let people rock, okay? It was a good ride. But if you still holding on to that theory now, when the character literally tells you straight up, she is Miranda. Reincarnation, baby. I don't know what to tell you. At this point, you just want to believe what you want to believe and make the show whatever you want it to be, because the show is literally, it can't be more clear. But Tabitha confirms what we suspected already, and that was that Jade was Christopher. They obviously shared a lot of similarities between Jade and Christopher. I mean, they both saw the symbol. They both saw Jasper. I mean, Jade literally was seeing Christopher multiple times in his visions. So now this makes me think it isn't Tabitha who needs to go through the tree to save the kids, but rather it needs to be Jade. The same way it was supposed to be Christopher, Jade is the one who should be the key to saving these kids. Oh, and we got another answer with the whole bracelet situation. So yeah, that one-of-a-kind bracelet, that unique bracelet, well, I mean, I guess it is kind of one of a kind if you're the only one making it one time in each lifetime. So yeah, okay, now we can put that away. We get the bracelet thing. So guys, what did you all think about this big reveal with Tabitha? You've got reincarnation confirmed with Jade and Tabitha. You've got the simulation theory and the whole Tabitha Victor's sister thing, I think, debunked. What did all this information to you? What did it mean to you? And how did you feel when you saw all of this stuff unfold? Let me know in the comments. Jim goes walking in the woods as he collects himself from that conversation with Tabitha. Suddenly, Julie is yelling for her dad and she rushes over to him. Her face is scratched and she says that she thinks this is when it happens. She begs him to run back to town, but Jim is concerned about what happened to her face. She says that she needs to change the story. Out of nowhere, a man in yellow appears. Jim yells for Julie to run away. The man in yellow says that knowledge comes with a cost. Jim takes a swing at him, but the man grabs Jim by the neck. He says that his wife shouldn't have dug that hole and rips Jim's throat. He dead. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. So much to unpack here. First of all, I think it is pretty clear that this Julie is not the same Julie that we saw at the diner earlier with Ethan. This Julie clearly seems different. Ladies, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked like she got her hair colored a little bit. Looks like it was a little darker. I could be wrong. But she definitely got a haircut. And, you know, by the looks of it, I don't know, maybe she got one of them Marielle specials. But more importantly, we see that she's got some scratches on her face. So clearly this future Julie has been through some things. I wonder if she's had a close encounter maybe with one of the monsters. We saw how that monster was able to slice Father Khatri up before, you know, in the previous season. So I wonder if her story walking, maybe she had some fights or some conflicts along the way. But it's pretty obvious that Julie was being hard-headed as usual. She's trying to change the story, even though Ethan told her that she can't do that. This is why I want to know more information on how the rules work here. There are only two ways that this can go. One, either Julie actually can change the story and Ethan was wrong, or two, Ethan was right, and no matter what Julie does, she can't change the story. Now, just in case this whole situation was a little confusing for people, let me try and explain what happened. The Jim that we saw, that is still Jim in our current present timeline. We are currently, obviously, in the present. It seems like Julie from season 4, season 5, might have come back to season 3 because Jim eventually is killed. My guess here is that Jim dies one way or another. This must be the reason that prompts her to even want to go back into the dream or story walking in the first place. That's probably what makes her want to change things. I mean, listen, if you heard what the man in yellow said, and we'll get to him, don't worry, he said that it didn't have to happen. Like, this did not have to happen. Then again, maybe this was all just inevitable. Maybe Jim's death is just as unavoidable as Uncle Ben's dying for Spider-Man or Bruce Wayne's parents for him to become Batman. Again, we don't know the rules to this time travel, story walking stuff. So maybe Jim is actually dead, or maybe Julie can change things. I don't know. I think we're just going to have to wait to find out. Okay, but let's talk about this man in yellow. I know the main question is, who is he, right? I'm glad you asked, because I have a theory about that, and I will drop that in a separate video. So once again, make sure you're locked in, subscribe, notifications, all that good stuff. But let's go over what we do know so far about the man in yellow. Well, this is definitely the guy that Miranda saw in one of her paintings. He's also obviously the voice that we heard on the radio at the end of season 1. There's another answer for you. He warned Jim about Tabitha digging that hole and all of that. Also, he told Jim that knowledge comes with a cost. This leads me to believe that the man in yellow is yet another extension of this place because of his reactions. Now, if you notice, he started to get angry when Jim started to fight back. This goes back, I think, to the end of season 1 when Sarah talked about her brother Nathan's theory that this place gets angry when you push too hard. Well, Jim started pushing and he got pushed back. Okay, so gaining information or knowledge about this place, building radios to towers to try and communicate to the outside world, cracking the code of the bottle tree, and you gonna try and take a swing at folks? Yeah, that's gonna get this place kind of angry, all right. And this yellow man seems to be the wrath of this place incarnate. Now, I don't think that this man in yellow is the same as the monsters that come out at night. I mean, obviously there's still daylight and he's out walking. Now I know Jim isn't some athletic jock, but this man in yellow, man, he got some of that old man strength. You know, the way he blocked Jim so easily, not to mention him posting him up with just one hand like that. Oh, and he pushed the mess out of Julie, like, get away from me, little shoe fly, don't bother me. Either way, man, R.I.P. Jim. My man had a good run. You know, he was coming up with answers. He was solving mysteries. He finally started becoming a good dad and all that stuff, and a good husband. But woo, man, R.I.P. But I got a feeling that this is not the last we see of him. You know, I think he'll be back one way or another, especially if we're dealing with story walking, time travel stuff. Now, will he be saved? You know, that's an entirely different question. So, what did you all think about Jim's unfortunate death? What are your thoughts about the future Julie here? You know, what are you thinking about this man in yellow? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Okay, well, that was it for this season. Guys, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and please ring that bell. Click the bell so you can get the notifications because I've got some compelling theories for you. I have some interviews with the cast that you do not want to miss, and I will be breaking down every single episode in the next season. I'm telling you, we're going to have us a good old time. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you later. If you're new here and you like what you see, don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell so you don't miss out the next time I drop a video. I've got more videos and reviews to do for you all, and until next time, I'll see you all later.